Welcome back to CreepCast.
Woo!
Today we're talking about Baraska.
Let's go.
Is that how you say it? Baraska.
That's how I've always pronounced it. I could be horribly wrong, but it's too late to stop me now. So yeah, Baraska. That's what we're covering today.
Yeah.
And I am so excited because out of all the creepypasta I've read, this one's always been my favorite. It's been a long time since I've looked at it, but I mean, like, I can't think of one that's compared to it, at least at the time I've read it. So I'm interested to look back on it. Have you ever read Baraska?
I haven't. No.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
I've just seen you. I've seen you talk about it, and then also I think in every episode that we've uploaded, out of all 3 episodes, this is probably the most talked about one in terms of people like wanting us to read it and talk about it. So I'm stoked. I'm extremely stoked to get into it. It's written by Rebecca Klingel, also known as C.K. Walker. They're a writer renowned for her contributions to horror and suspense genres. She gained prominence on the No Sleep subreddit, a platform sharing original horror stories. Her notable works include Baraska, which is highly popular on No Sleep, which I guess, yeah, this is like one of the most popular out there.
Yeah.
But one thing that's interesting is from her writing on No Sleep, she got to she had a pretty big involvement in the writing in The Haunting of Hill House on Netflix, which is a Mike Flanagan show, really fucking good. So I loved Haunting of Hill House, so I'm super excited. And I think this is like kind of a longer story, so I think we're gonna break this up into 2 parts. It's a 4-part story all in all, so we'll probably start with part 1 and 2 this time, and then wrap it up next time with 3 and 4. So a nice little 2-parter, something you get to sit and wait. So we'll see.
And if you all hate it, well, that's too bad because we want to do it this way. So
yeah,
it's our podcast. you can get over it. So
it is true. And this, you know, what's weird is that I'm finding that a lot of, like, this was published in 2015, the first part here. Mm-hmm. It seems like so many stories were coming out around that time. Doesn't it feel that way? I mean, it feels like Stare in the Woods, you know, that's when that came out. It feels like there was like just a big boom then. I don't know if that's true or not. That's me being completely speculative.
Well,
but, yeah.
I do have a theory around that. So, you know how, like, when did creepypastas start? Like 2010-ish, 2010, 2012, stuff like that. So 2015, 2016 gives it a few years to kind of evolve the process, the mind. I mean, it's the same thing we see with stuff like analog horror now, right? There were a few people that pioneered, and then a few years after that, you kind of have this deeper exploration. It gets better. It effectively refines itself, right? So I think that's why some of the more interesting stories we see out of, like, internet horror come from that time period, because the genre has been given time to grow at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I'm, like, jumping to conclusions about a story you haven't read. But if you don't like it, I will fight you live on air. So, you know.
I'm fine with that. So Baraska is all about people relocating, which I thought this was funny. It's a family moving to Dress King, Missouri, which I'm originally from Missouri. Dress King is like in the Ozarks area. And it's about, pretty much this whole thing is about a family's relocation because I believe their father is being reassigned to a sheriff's department. So it's about a narrator who's a 9-year-old boy and his sister and the family there. But I just thought that was kind of interesting. The Ozarks is close to me, and apparently this whole thing is about a place that is called Baraska, which is where creepy things happen. So without further ado, I think we should just get into it.
I think we should as well. Boy, I'm so upset. It has been so long since I've looked at this story. But let's see if it holds up. I'm doing this as like a litmus test, like we have with past ones, to see if it holds up. I'm also excited for you to see how this turns out.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have a good experience with it since it's like my first time. I think that I'm gonna have like rose goggles on. I bet.
Perfect. I can't wait. All right, so I'll go ahead and get started with this first part. So we've got our narrator, the 9-year-old boy. And then Whitney, the narrator's 14-year-old sister, and they're upset about, or at least the sister is upset about leaving her life and her boyfriend behind. One of our first paragraphs we see, I was 9, so it didn't take me too long to warm to the idea of change. It was like an adventure. New house, new school, new friends. Whitney, of course, felt the opposite. Moving to a new school at her age is hard. Moving away from her new boyfriend, however, was even harder. While the rest of us packed up our things and said our goodbyes, Whitney sulked and cried and threatened to run away from home, but a month later, when we pulled up to our new house in Driskin, Missouri, she was sitting right next to me texting viciously on her phone. So, little kid, excited to see nude stuff. Older sister doesn't. The classic, the normal setup. We all understand. However,
yeah.
After that, well, I could read this part and you can if you want to. I don't want to read all the sections just because I'm excited, but I will continue.
No, you're
to
good.
Read the sections.
Keep going. Keep going.
All right. So they get to Driskin. The family finds it to be like this, picture book, classic, nice town. Nothing creepy happening yet. The boy continues and says, "At first I was upset when they told me we were moving to some little town out in the Ozarks. I remember staring at my dinner plate while I listened to my sister throw a temper tantrum unbefitting of a 14-year-old honor student. She cried, she pleaded, and then she cursed at my parents. She threw a bowl at my dad and told him it was all his fault. Mom told Whitney to calm down, but she stormed off, slamming every door in the house on the way to her room." So the 9-year-old boy continues talking about how he was unsure of the change at first, but he likes it now. It continues and says, "Thankfully, we moved over the summer and I had months of free time to explore the town. When Dad started his new job at the sheriff's office, Mom drove us around the city, commenting on this and that. The city was much, much smaller than St. Louis, but also a lot nicer. There were no bad areas, and the entire town looked like something you'd see on a postcard. Driskin was built in a mountain valley surrounded by healthy forest land with walking trails and crystal clear lakes. I was 9, it was summer, and this was heaven. We'd only been living in Driskin a week or so when our next door neighbors came to introduce themselves, Mr. and Mrs. Landy, and their 10-year-old son, Kyle. While our parents talked and drank mimosas, I watched the Landys' lanky, red-headed son hung out in the doorway, shyly eyeing the PS2 in the living room. So, for the first time from this point, Kyle and the narrator begin to become friends. They start to play Tekken together, which, classic 9-year-old boy friendship, getting to punch stuff, right? So, the two of them begin to blossom this relationship.
Shyly eyeing the PS2 in the living room is such a great line.
Yeah,
I love that. What small boy hasn't shyly eyed a PS2, dude? Which I will say, it's just funny because the city was much smaller than St. Louis, but also a lot nicer. St. Louis is probably, it's my least favorite city in probably the entire world. So to me, this little 9-year-old boy he's getting a start on his real life. He's getting out of this hellhole and he's starting to blossom in this small little suburban lake town. So but developing his friendships now, I think that it's setting something up, and I think that we're starting to see that it's going to set up that I think that these new kids in the neighborhood are probably going to tell him something a little weird. Then they're going to introduce him to some Lake of the Ozark, dark magic, black magic.
Oh, you're scarily close to to where this is going.
Good.
Are you sure you haven't read this before? Because all right. So after that, before you jump the gun, so it says, "In that afternoon, with the ease and simplicity of our age, Kyle and I became friends. We spent the cool summer mornings outside exploring the Ozarks and the hot afternoons in my living room playing the PS2. He introduced me to the only other kid in the neighborhood our age, a skinny, quiet girl named Kimber DeStero. She was shy but friendly, and always up for anything. Kimber kept up with us so well that she quickly became the third wheel on our tricycle." So anyway, the three of them become friends. They start to run around the town, and everything's going great. That is, until, as the story says, "On the last Saturday before school started, Kyle and Kimber told me they were going to take me somewhere special. Somewhere we hadn't been yet. The Triple Tree. What's a triple?" Yeah.
I just it's bad in a story when it's like we're gonna take you somewhere special, somewhere we hadn't been yet. It's such an ominous little line. It's like it's 9-year-old kids talking this, but it's a beautifully put horror trope right here where that's the initial reaction that I had to it. Just, oh god,
yeah.
Oh, good lord,
this can't go well.
The Triple Tree.
Yeah, it goes about as well as you could. So, their initial conversation about it goes like this. "What's a triple tree?" I asked. It's a totally awesome, totally huge treehouse out in the woods, Kyle said excitedly. Pfft, whatever, Kyle. Come on. You guys, if there was a freaking treehouse, you would have showed it to me already. No. That's very cute. That's a cute line.
Yeah, exactly. If there was a treehouse, you would have showed it to me already, right?
You wouldn't be hiding a treehouse from me, would you, Kyle?
Yeah, what the hell, Kyle? I thought we were friends.
Nuh-uh, we wouldn't have. Kyle shook his head. There's a ceremony for first-timers and everything. Kimber nodded eagerly in agreement, her dark orange curls bouncing off her tiny shoulders. Yep, it's true, Sam. If you enter the treehouse without the proper ceremony, you'll disappear and then you'll die. My face fell.
Good God! How is that casual? Wait, what? She just says, yep, it's true, Sam. If you enter the treehouse without the proper ceremony, you'll disappear and then you'll die. Good God!
I mean,
God.
Well, what else would the ceremony be for?
I mean, I guess that's true. I thought it was going to be something where maybe they smoke menthol cigarettes together or something like that. Like that's their ceremony. We're all blood brothers now. We're
like it's a Stand By Me kind of thing or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like maybe they're sitting there and having like a little shot of whiskey and they're like, no, don't tell anybody. You know what I mean? But no, you'll just disappear and then you'll die.
Well, if you don't do the ritual. If you don't.
That is okay.
Yeah. The ritual isn't disappearing and dying. You want to prevent that. Yeah.
The DARE program did not prepare me for this kind of peer pressure. So you're probably going to find people who also... you're probably going to find people who are like, if you don't do this, you'll disappear and die. That's the... What is that? That has to be one of the letters in the DARE program. I forgot all of them. All I remember is D, I won't do drugs.
Yeah.
And then there's a whole song.
Avoid disappearing and dying in the woods.
Yeah. A. D, I won't do drugs. A, avoid the ceremony, disappear, die, and go in a treehouse. R.
A tale as old as time. So from there, so it's you'll disappear and you'll die. It says, my face fell. Now I knew they were making fun of me. That's a lie. You guys are lying to me. No, we're not, Kimber insisted. Yeah, we'll show you. We just have to get a knife for the ceremony and we'll go. Oh no. What?
God. You know what's fucked up too is I don't want to keep derailing we're just getting through some dialogue, but I immediately imagine that the knife was, you remember in Mulan, whenever like the main bad guy, he had like that swivel sword? You know how like there's ceremonial daggers like that?
Yeah.
I almost imagine that they're like, yeah, we just have to grab a knife from wherever in the ceremony. So I just imagine these 9-year-old kids are just like, they have like these golden daggers with like ruby encrusted handles and stuff, and they're like, all right, we're good to go to the treehouse. Next stop, triple tree.
The knife's like whispering to them, like, oh, it does that.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking in tongues and shit. It says I've been bad. It's like, what? Yep. Like holding it right up to their ear.
So, anyway, continuing from there. What? Why do you need a knife? You want to go ahead? You can take it if you want.
What? Why do you need a knife? Is it a blood ceremony? I whispered. No way, Kimber promised. You just say some words and carve your name into the triple tree. Yep, it takes like 1 minute, Kyle agreed. And it's a really cool treehouse, right? I asked. Well, oh yeah, for sure, yeah, Kyle promised. Okay, I guess I'll do it then. This is bad narrator. You need to ask more questions than that. I will say it does feel very, very kid-like. That's one thing I like about all this so far is it feels very realistic. Like I think all of the dialogue and like how they're going about it. I feel like a kid would probably just say that. Like a kid would just be like, "But it's pretty sweet, right?" And they're like, "Oh yeah." Okay, fine. It's like that's all I need to know. Treehouse? Okay, I'll go. But yeah, let me go to the next part here. Kyle insisted on using the same knife he used during his own ceremony, but we paid a price to get it. Mrs. Landy just happened to be home with her youngest son Parker, and despite Kyle's many objections, his mother insisted he take his 6-year-old brother with him. Mom, we're going to the treehouse. It's only for older kids. Parker can't go. I don't care. That's probably a bad mom voice. I'm going to use it anyways, though. I don't care if you're going to see an Exorcist movie marathon. You're taking your brother with you. I need a break, Kyle. Can't you understand that? I'm sure your friends won't mind. She flashed Kimber and me a challenging look. Right? No, not at all, Kimber said and nodded in agreement. Kyle made a loud, dramatic sigh and called his brother. Parker, put your shoes on. We're leaving now! I met the youngest Landy several times before and found that he was unlike his older brother and looks as in disposition. Holy
you
shit.
okay there, buddy?
I'm having a fucking stroke. Where Kyle was wild, excitable fireball with hair to match, I found Parker to be an anxious, fidgety boy with small eyes and dark brown hair. I don't know why, but I really enjoy the description of somebody as just saying they have small eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just extremely tiny eyes. Also, just kind of insulting, too. They're like, yeah, his brother's a firecracker, an absolute fireball. Yeah, but his brother is... he's a bit of a tiny, anxiety-ridden mess with little eyes. And a gross smile.
I imagine them, like, unsettling, small, like, ugh.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, Jesus, is he okay? He looks sick. We got on our bikes and made our way to a lesser-known hiking trail a few miles away. I'd asked before where the trail led when we'd ridden across it several weeks before, and Kyle had given me the underwhelming answer of, nowhere interesting. We pulled up on a trail ahead, leaned our bikes against the wood signpost, which read, West Rim Prescott Oral Trail. Why are so many trails around here named Prescott? I asked. Is this Prescott Mountain or something? Kimber laughed. No, dummy. It's because of the Prescotts. You know, the family that lives in the mansion up on Fairmont. Mr. Prescott and his son Jimmy own like half the businesses in town. Now, if I had to guess, since I haven't read this, I have a feeling like I'm hoping that we get an encounter with the Prescotts, or we have to go into their spooky mansion, or is it a regular mansion? I don't know. I'm curious. I hope that we get to meet the Prescotts.
You're so whimsical and full of hope. Keep that.
Okay, I'll try to. More than half, Kyle agreed. Which ones? Does he own the GameStop? Oh, hell yeah. What? The Prescotts own a GameStop, too? I like how so far it's been riddled with PS2s and stuff, and now he's like, which ones? Does he own the GameStop? The only store in...
That's the most 9-year-old question, though, right? He owns half the stores in town. What about GameStop? Does he own the GameStop?
Well, yeah, and I love the line after this is, the only store in Drisking I really cared about. Exactly.
Yeah, what a G.
Exactly.
A legend.
Yeah, the narrator really showing his true 9-year-old colors here. We gotta love it. I don't know about that one. Damn. Kyle wound a lock around the 4 bikes and clicked the bar into place, then spun the numbers on the dial. But like the hardware store, the pharmacy, Glinton's on second, and the newspaper. Did they start this town? I asked. Nah, mining started the town, I think. All right, what am I reading here?
Yeah, this is them discussing. The important thing to take away, though, from that area is that the Prescotts are important people, right? And that quick line about mining starting the town will come back later. So from here, they're just talking. They're like, oh, that's such a long walk. I don't want to walk that far. And then like, nah, you're sissy, whatever. Oh, sorry. Apologies. It is the younger brother, the one with small eyes, quote unquote, who's the one who's afraid, who doesn't want to go walking down the road. They're talking about going up this trail, and then all of a sudden, Parker, the little brother who, as mentioned earlier, small eyes, only 6 years old, doesn't want to go out on the trail because it's scary, it's a long walk, general kid stuff, right? And there is one mention here whenever our narrator is describing what Kyle's talking about. He says, Kyle was right, it wasn't a long walk. Only a half-mile down the trail and then another half-mile hike on a well-tread path up the mountain. It was a steep climb, though, and by the time we got to the treehouse, I was winded. So they eventually make it all the way to the treehouse. And then in describing it, our narrator says, I studied the tree as I caught my breath. It's pretty awesome. I smiled, and it was. They hadn't lied. The treehouse was the biggest I'd ever seen. It had multiple rooms, and there were actual curtains in the windows. A sign above the door said, Amber Cot Fort, and a rope ladder hung below the threshold, missing several planks. I'm going up first, yelled Parker, but Kimber caught his arm. You have to do the ceremony first, or you'll disappear, she reminded him. That'd be fine with me, Kyle grumbled. I was eager to get in the fort myself. Give me the knife. I held out my hand. Kyle smiled and dug the switchblade out of his pocket. There's some space in the back to carve your name. I opened up the knife, walked around the tree looking for an empty spot. There were so many names on the tree that I had to crunch down and look near the bottom since I couldn't reach any higher. I spotted both Kyle and Kimber's carvings on the tree, and I finally found a spot I liked near the ladder. I bit my tongue and carved Sam W. into a blank piece of bark underneath someone named Paul S. Parker went next, but had so much trouble with the knife that Kyle had to do it for him. That also gives us our narrator's name, Sam. So, we see what the ceremony is. Whenever you approach the treehouse, you have to walk around to the back of the treehouse and then carve your name into it. And as mentioned, and that's an important detail for later, there's so many names on the back of this tree that it's hard to find a spot to put your name.
Yeah, I love that visual. I like the visual of, especially just being able to actually, I wonder, it really doesn't matter if you can legibly read it, but I love the idea of just seeing, like, I don't know, hundreds of names carved in there. Mm-hmm. It's just a really cool thing, and especially with such an eccentric treehouse. I mean, like when I was reading, or when you were reading that thing and it said that there was like curtains in the windows, that simple description kind of gives it a fun, like, it almost makes it feel like a house on a tree.
It's like
it doesn't
uncanny.
feel like a rinky-dink thing.
Yeah,
exactly. Mm-hmm.
There's I don't know. I'm remembering some of because like. Thinking back on this story, I remember the plot beats and especially the ending, and that's what always stuck out to me. But hearing some of these little details and stuff like that, I wonder if there was like some quality in the writing that I didn't pick up as a kid, like directly, but I kind of like internally processed, right? Like maybe I read those details and was like, I like that. This makes me think of something bigger. Even though they didn't go into much description on it, it kind of let my imagination play with it. It's It's fascinating.
Kimber sang them out. Underneath the triple tree, there's a man who waits for me. And should I go or should I stay, my fate's the same either way. That's creepy, I said. What does it mean? Kimber shrugged. No one knows anymore. It's just tradition. Okay. Can you say it one more time, slower? Once Parker and I recited the poem, we were ready to go. I climbed the rope ladder and took stock of my new surroundings. The treehouse was more or less empty, just a dirty rug here and there, and some trash, old soda cans, beer cans, and fast food wrappers. I went room to room, 4 in total, and found nothing of real interest until the last one. An old mattress lay in a corner, piles of musty, ripped clothing scattered the floor. Did a hobo live here? I asked. Now, this room has been like this for as long as I can remember, Kyle said from the doorway behind me. It smells gross, I said. Kimber walked up to the threshold but refused to go any further. It's not the smell that freaks me out. It's that. She pointed up on the ceiling, and I raised my eyes to read what was written there. Roads to the gates of hell, mile marker 1. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That goes pretty hard.
Interesting. There's a lot of stuff to unpack here, like very quickly. I kind of like that they do, like he's looking through this. I mean, 4 rooms in a treehouse. That's a big treehouse. I mean, full rugs on the deal. You're getting a sense of the scale, and I like how it does, like, it's filled with kind of what you would expect, right? Trash, soda cans, beer cans, magazine, blah, blah, blah. But then I really like, just immediately on the next one, there's an old mattress on a corner and piles of musty, ripped clothing scattered to the floor. Just such an interest, like, you're already starting to be like, what happened here? What can happen here? To me, it's a lot more malicious. It feels a lot more evil than that. And I think through the lens of these children, I don't really think that they even process how maybe evil or violent that just ripped clothing scattered on the floor can be. So it's kind of interesting because now I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, you guys need to get the hell out of there. especially with a nice sign that says "Road to the Gates of Hell, mile marker 1." Pretty awesome.
Oh, go ahead, continue.
What was to say? And then which they say, or Sam, our narrator says, "What does it mean?" It's just older kids being dicks, Kyle said. Come on. I'll show you the best part of the treehouse. We walked back into, which I guess I want to stop again real quick. It's interesting. That's the second time that like they kind of nonchalantly shrug off something. The first one being a poem about how like a man is going to take you potentially, and then now it's like a sign that says "Roads to the Gates of Hell." And it's like it's just people being weird losers. It's I can't tell if they're hiding information from Sam or if they're just like in their kid brains being like, it's whatever. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like they've been here so many times that it's, who knows. We went back into the first room and Parker looked up at us and smiled, pointing down to what he clumsily carved into the wooden floor. Fart. Kyle read. That's hilarious, Parker.
I wanted you to read that part really bad.
Yeah, fart, Kyle read. That's hilarious, Parker. That is funny. Imagine going into like a demonic fucking treehouse and you just carve fart into the floor and you're like, awesome.
Yeah, brother.
He rolled his eyes, but his little brother didn't pick up on the sarcasm and smiled proudly. Attaboy, Parker. Kimber sat down on the floor next to Parker, and I sat on the other side. Kyle took the knife from his brother and then walked across the room and wedged the blade between the two planks on the wooden wall. He pushed and the board gave, opening up a small, secret compartment in the wall. Kyle took something out and pushed the plank back until it was flush with the others. Check it out. He turned and proudly held up 2 cans of Miller Lite beer. Oh, there you go. See, now we're getting into... I love it. Whoa! I said. Ew, warm beer. That's gross. How do you even know it's there? Kimber asked. Phil Saunders told me. Oh, classic Phil. Are we going to drink it? I asked. Hell yeah, we're going to drink it. No, this is my kind of party, dude.
So over the next few paragraphs, it just talks about them drinking, talking about town and whatnot. I do like the note that enough kids visit this tree that they have like these, like he says, Phil Saunders told me. So like the treehouse is popular enough that like the kids know where to leave stuff. They have almost dead drops set aside for each other. So they go a little bit down. They're sitting around talking. Everything's fine. However, it then says, Kimber was in the middle of reciting the alphabet backwards when a loud, metallic grinding suddenly pierced the calm mountain air like a gunshot. Kimber stopped talking, and we spent a few minutes staring at each other, waiting for the noise to end. Parker curled into Kimber and put his hands over his ears. After what seemed like 10 whole minutes, the sound ended as suddenly as it had begun. What was that? I asked, and Parker mumbled something into Kimber's sweatshirt. Do you guys know? I tried again. Kimber stared at her feet as she crossed and uncrossed them. Well, it's nothing, Kyle answered finally. We hear it sometimes in town. It's not a big deal. It's just louder up here. But what's making that sound? Baraska, Kimber whispered without taking her eyes off her feet. Who's that? I asked. Not who, where, Kyle answered. It's a place. Another town? No, it's just a place in the woods. Oh. Bad things happen there, Kimber said more to herself than me. Like what? Bad things, Kimber repeated. Yeah, don't ever try to find it, dude, Kyle said behind me, or bad things will happen to you too. But like, what bad things? I turned around, Kyle shrugged, and Kimber stood up and walked over to the rope ladder. We'd better go. I have to get home to my mom, she said. We climbed down the ladder one by one and then started to walk back to the trail in an unfamiliar silence. I was dying of curiosity about Baraska, but couldn't decide if and what to ask about it. So who lives there? Where? Kyle asked. Baraska. The skinned man, Parker answered. Kyle laughed. Only babies believe that. Like men who are skinned? Like their skin is gone? I asked excitedly. Excitedly.
Yeah, like men who are skinned? Like their skin is gone?
Really?
What the fuck?
You promise?
All right. Yeah. Now we're slowly realizing that Sam is a psychopath.
Yeah, that's what some kids say. Most of us stopped believing in that, though, when we turned double digits, Kyle said. I looked back at Kimber, who was still 9 like me, but she was staring down the trail, ignoring us. That seemed to be the end of the conversation, and by the time we reached our bikes, the awkwardness was gone and we were giggling, trying to decide if we were too drunk to bike home.
That's cute. Sipping some warm Miller Lite. We're probably too wasted to ride, man.
So that's basically the end of that scene. They go up there, this big treehouse everyone carves their names into, but then there's this loud metallic noise coming from a place called Baraska. And other than the mention of the skinned man, that's that's all that we get about the location.
Yeah,
so far.
the skinned men also. It's not even just a man. It's like there's multiple people who are skinned. It's very interesting. Which I was gonna say too when reading this, the sound came outside of the treehouse, right?
Yeah.
But
it was like further up the
woods.
mountain. Yeah.
Right.
It's louder when you're away from town.
I'm picturing just like a long metal scraping sound, like just something really horrid and just like you know what I mean, just something completely what is it? Just like almost unbearable, like nails on a chalkboard. It's interesting. It kind of feels like also that they set up the treehouse to be like you. It's almost like you expect the treehouse to be the evil place. But then they do the nice subversion of like, actually it's this completely other place that makes everybody else uncomfortable. Because until this point too, Kyle and Kimber have both been very like, oh, it's just superstitions, oh, it's tradition, oh, it's just a dick, whatever. But then whenever this gets brought up, it gets very serious, it gets very quiet, and now it's kind of like completely disrupts the flow of what they had before. So... But also it's weird too, Sam is like very, like, it seems like he's anxious to hear about it, but then just even the word excitedly is interesting, where it's like, now it kind of seems like, I have a bad feeling Sam is going to want to like pursue this, pursue this idea of finding it and knowing what it is.
Man, I'm over here, I'm almost getting like nostalgic thinking about hearing you describe it like that. I dropped all these nuances this early in the story. Man, this is a good one. Okay, I'm so back. I'm so ready. Because like everyone we've covered, even the ones I like, I go in like scared. Like, what if this isn't as good as I remember? But this is much cooler than I remember, because like there's stuff I'd completely forgotten about along that, which, slight spoiler, you're totally right with your idea of like, maybe Sam will have some like desire to go look for it, but wow. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, the thing about it too, that's just, I don't want to like get too far off. I'm sure our viewers want to keep hearing about the story, but it's just interesting in terms of storytelling, having it start off by a kid who's moving to a town. It's already a fish out of water situation, right? Being introduced to new friends who are introducing him to all of these new things and all these other kinds of weird stuff going on. It's very believable that a kid would become obsessed, or that he would have some kind of like just like innate desire to find this thing that is like this fantastical thing, especially whenever Kimber and Kyle are already prepping up like the ceremony and the treehouse and stuff. All this stuff is so new and exciting that in a way I feel like there's just so much that he is going to Sam is going to want to I wouldn't say prove it to his friends, but I think prove it to himself that he can go and find this thing and learn more about it. I think it's like forbidden fruit in a weird way.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Hold on. To continue on in the story. So after that, it skips forward a bit and talks about the first day of school. It says there's this dialogue between Sam and his dad, where his dad's like, saying, you're not getting out of the car till you give me a hug or whatever. It's mentioned that Sam's dad's a police officer. I believe, I'm pretty sure he's a police officer later in the story, if I remember right. And there's a mention here, I threw open the back door of his cruiser before he could say anything more. But other than that, just a brief exchange between Sam and his dad. And then he runs up and he meets with Kimber and Kyle as they're about to walk into school. And there's this quick mention. Most of this isn't like super important for the narrative. It's just character stuff like, haha, oh, what are you nervous for? Whatever. But there is this one short thing I want to read where it says, "Whose class are you in?" Kimber asked. She was wearing a red sweater and leggings with frogs on them. Her curly orange hair was brushed into ringlets and her lips were pink and shiny. She never looked prettier, and I was surprised to realize I'd never really seen Kimber as a girl. So the slight mention that Sam is maybe developing some feelings towards Kimber. Wanted to bring that up. Anyway, so they're talking about the rest of class. One of them swears, and then a teacher overhears it. Typical, middle school cutesy stuff, right?
Even some of the stuff here, like it looks like there's some, even like you were saying that he might be developing feelings for her. I mean, there's some stuff where, the way that Sam is saying things and Kimber's giggling, it's very cutesy.
It is.
This
very
whole thing
cutesy.
is very young love, young cutesy love,
and it's very innocent too. Everything so far is just like fun and games, nothing to it. There is one character that gets brought up in the scene that I want to mention. So Kyle says that he drops an F-bomb in conversation, and then up behind them we hear, "Excuse me, Mr. Landy." I immediately recognized the tall man that had suddenly appeared behind the white-faced Kyle. "Sorry, sir, I meant dang." Kimber giggled. "I'm sure you did," he nodded. "Hi, Sheriff Clary." Even though I'd only met him a few times, I liked my dad's boss and he liked me. "Well, hello, Sammy. Are you excited for your first day?" Sheriff Clary crossed his arms in front of me and widened his stance imposingly, but gave me a wide smile. "Yes, sir," I said, and then added lamely, "What are you doing here?" "Well, I'm giving a presentation to the 5th and 6th grades about safety when walking to and from school." "Yeah, he gives it every year," Kyle muttered. "Cool," I smiled. Sheriff Clary nodded at me and he turned and walked away. I looked around confused. "Where's Kimber?" "She took off. She is annoyingly on time to everything." And as if to illustrate his point, the bell rang. We both ran up the stairs and inside. So from there, they go to their first day of school. So there's a mention there. His dad isn't a police officer per se. He's a sheriff's deputy in the small town. And Sheriff Clary's here giving it. It also further, like you said, paints the idea of this idyllic small town. Oh, the sheriff comes to the local school to give presentations about, stranger danger or whatever, right? Everything's very picture book right now.
Yeah, I mean, even just, it's... I've had that happen in my own, when I was younger too. People talking about, like a sheriff or a cop coming in town and talking about safety concerns and stuff. Well, especially though, so far in the story, to me, it just feels like a subtle nod of, especially the guy talking to 5th and 6th grades about, the safeties of walking home and from school or to school. It just feels like there's something being set up, or there's something in town going on where they're trying to let people know hey, you should be careful because stuff is happening. But I think that's just my excited little evil brain getting prepping what I think is going to happen.
Yeah. I do want you to read this part, both because I think it's good for character growth, but also because I think you'll find it funny.
A group of girls who sat near the front snuck looks at us all morning and snickered. I asked Kimber who they were and she shrugged. During our second break, they came up and talked to me. "Are you friends with Kimber DeStaro?" a tall, dark-haired girl asked me. "Yeah." I answered, and I looked over at Kimber. She was watching me with worried eyes. "Are you related to her?" "No." "I didn't think so, because you don't have orange hair." I didn't know what to say to that. Yeah, it's okay. Fuck. "You don't have to be friends with her, said the second girl with oddly a round face. I want to be friends with her. A third girl behind the other two snorted. She had pretty auburn hair and rude, upturned nose. "Well, if you do, you're going to be in the ugly kid group," the first girl warned. "And once you're in that group, you can't leave it, ever." "Better than the bitch group," I said. Rude nose and round face gasped, but dark hair smiled. "We'll see," she said, and the three returned to their corner of the room. I sat back down next to Kimber, feeling like a badass. It was the first time I'd ever used a swear word in front of anybody other than Kyle. Hell yeah. "What did they say to you?" Kimber asked nervously. "They said you're too pretty to be near them and that you make them look gross, so we have to stay away from them." "Liar," Kimber answered, but I could tell she was smiling.
That's so sweet, isn't it?
I love that.
That's an adorable interaction.
It is. It's super nice. I also I love Man, I love the idea, too, of just how real it feels for a kid to be like, God, I feel like such a badass. Because he just said bitch. And he's like, yeah. Usually I don't say that in public, but...
But he used his power for good. He used it to defend his friend. It was very sweet. There's another part later when it's talking about them at lunch. This is, again, seems like character dialogue, but this is setting up important world building, similar to the sheriff mentioned earlier, when it says... Hey, are you Sam Walker? The kid asked. But by the way, they're at lunch now, like him, Kyle, and all them. Hey, are you Sam Walker? The kid asked. Yeah. Oh, your sister is dating my brother. Oh man, Kyle laughed. Your sister is dating a Whittaker. Remember Whitney, Sam's older sister, who's like 14? That's who they're referring to. Your sister's dating a Whittaker. Shut up, Kyle, the kid grumbled. She's going to be Whitney Whittaker. As funny as it was, I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Not that I've been paying attention, but I'd only seen Whitney out of her room once over the summer. Where did she meet him? I asked the Whittaker kid. I don't know, probably at his job. His job where? He works at Drisking Water. It didn't make any sense to me, but I shrugged it off. I did remember my mom giving Whitney some menial tasks like getting the car washed and setting up some utilities to get her out of the house. Maybe she met him once and they started dating over text. Teenagers were weird. So anyway, the kid doesn't really, like Sam doesn't think a ton about it, but we get another mention. His older sister Whitney is dating someone, right? And also he is a part of the Whittaker family, which similar to the Prescott family, is a pretty well-renowned to-do family inside of this town.
Drisking, well-off, kind of like one of the wealthier families in town. Definitely like a name in the
exactly,
town.
Yeah. Like, oh man, she's going to be a Whittaker. Like that carries some weight, even to these like fourth graders.
Because if anything, you kind of assume that like maybe their families would like talk about it and stuff. Like kids can pick up on that.
Yeah.
You know, like it becomes something pretty real.
So anyway, it goes on from there. They go about their first day of school, and then a few days later it says. The rest of the school week followed much like the first. We were well into the first month when I heard someone mention the skinned men again. We were out on the playground and Kyle and I were trying to start a fire with 2 large wood chips. I'd just given myself a splinter when the distant sound of metal grinding on metal flooded over the playground, silencing every one of us. Baraska, I said in awe. Yep, said Phil Saunders. The skinned men kill again. Hey, Kyle said only babies believed in skinned men. I threw an accusatory look at Kyle. They do. Phil is just stupid. Am not. Ask Danielle. She's seen them. Yeah. Wait, she's seen... I think okay, yeah. I felt like I was having a stroke just then.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. Ask Danielle. She's seen them. Phil scanned the playground and then yelled at a blonde girl talking to Rude Nose. Hey Danielle, come over here. The blonde girl rolled her eyes but came skipping over anyway. What do you want? I told you Kayla doesn't like you, Philip. No. No, this isn't about that. That's for later. No, tell them about the skinned men. Phil gestured to the air around us, which was filled with metallic scraping coming down from the mountain. You tell them. No, you saw them, so you tell them. I didn't see them. Paige saw them. Oh, Phil said, and an uncomfortable silence descended. You guys are weird, Danielle said before flipping her hair in our faces and leaving. Who's Paige? I asked when she'd gone. Her sister, Phil said. Paige disappeared when we were like 5, Kyle said. After she saw the skinned men, Phil added. The sounds from the mountain abruptly ended, and the subdued atmosphere of the playground disappeared with it. When the bell rang, Kyle lined up in his class line, and since Phil was in my class, I made sure I was behind him. The teachers began to count us off. Hey, what else do you know about Baraska? I whispered to him. My brother said that's where people go when they disappear, to Baraska. What happens to them there? Bad things, he said, and then shushed me when I asked him what he meant. And that's the end of that scene. So, okay, we have some interesting stuff here. For one, I love the haunting visual of a schoolyard full of children going silent when the metal starts, you know? It's like there's this understood almost reverence they have for it, right? Of like, oh, it's beginning again. That's them. And then they make the shrewd comment of like, oh, that's the skinned men. They're killing again, right? However, the one that's really haunting is the mention of Paige's older sister who disappeared when they were like 5, right? So, and what do we know about the ritual for the tree? If you don't write your name on your tree, you disappear, right? So we're starting to see some reoccurring themes. If you don't write your name on the tree, you disappear. Paige had an older sister who disappeared, and apparently she saw the skinned men.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting, too, because there's just adding to what you said about, like, even the Baraska sound of the metal scraping. I was curious because there could have been a couple different ways it goes where the kids in town who are there are so used to it that they don't really pay any attention. But still, even though it's a regular thing, it still sounds as people. Like, I think that it's still something that just, like, fundamentally affects and everybody's afraid of it. But yet still there's, like, an urban legend to it. Like, there's interesting things where some people are like, yeah, there's a skinned man. No, she said she's seen it. No, they're not real. There's still, like, urban legends, even though there's this huge grading thing and there is this, like, base level of fear that everyone believes in. So, I don't know. You know what's crazy, though, too, is Sam saying Baraska in awe. Like, it really...
Yeah.
It really shows that I think that he is going to... I think that he's going to form some kind of obsession. I think it's going to, like, call him, or he is, like... I think that something's going to happen to where he's going to have to explore it by himself because he is, like, I think because he's so new and so naive, I think that it's going to inevitably lead him to go there by himself and kind of, like, disregard all of the things that people have said, all of the warnings.
So after I can't comment on it because it'd be getting into spoiler territory.
Don't comment on it. I'm just saying this is my thought now. Yeah.
Right. So it says that a few months go by. It's around Christmas break, and one day, Sam's sitting in his room and he hears the metal again. He hadn't heard it since that time at the playground. So it's a few months between the noise, right? It's not like it's every day or something. So he hears the noise again at the same time that his dad comes home from work. So when his dad comes inside, he says, "Hey, Dad, do you hear that like machine sounding noise?" "Yep, I hear it in town every now and then." "Do you know what it is?" "I asked the sheriff about it, and he told me the noise comes from private property up in the Ozarks." "Is the property called Baraska?" I asked quickly. I guess I should be like, "Is the property called Baraska?" But you get the point. Is the property called Baraska?
Is the property called Baraska?
"I have no idea. Baraska? Where'd you hear that?" I shrugged. "Kids at my school." "Well, it's nothing to worry about, Sammy. Probably just some logging equipment." "But is the place called Baraska? Like, have you heard that name before?" "No, I've not heard that before." Dad pulled his boots off and shrugged off his coat, looking toward the kitchen. I could tell I was losing him. "Have you ever heard of the skinned men?" Hold on. "Have you ever heard of the skinned men?" I asked quickly. "Skinned men? Good God, Sam, is your sister telling you these stories?" This is me. I used to do that as a kid. I would, like, terrorize my younger sisters with things I heard online. Yeah. Good God. No, but he wasn't listening to me anymore. "Whitney!" he yelled upstairs. "No, Dad, Whitney doesn't even talk to me." I repeated. I heard a door creak open upstairs, and Whitney peered over the railing, phone in hand and an annoyed look on her face. "Are you trying to scare your brother?" Dad demanded. "Dad, no," I said again. Whitney shot me a betrayed look. "Seriously? As if I'd waste my time." Why are you telling him stories about skinned men?" "No, Dad, I told you I heard it at school," I said. Whitney gestured to me as if to say, "See? All right, well, you kids need to start getting along. Your family, for God's sakes." Whitney rolled her eyes, and when Dad walked into the kitchen, she stuck her tongue out at me. "Real mature, Whitney," I yelled up to her, but she was already gone. "I'll tell Dad about your boyfriend." That's the end of that. So, but there's that mention around the father. I won't say anything specific now, but just keep that interaction in mind, right?
Yeah, I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I feel like maybe not the skinned men thing, but I do feel like, well, because here's the thing. I'm wondering how long has this been going on for, and if there's local sheriffs, because if it's like a sheriff, right, in a small town, I would say the majority of the time you're like a hometown boy, right?
Yeah.
You're like a little. You were born and raised there, so to me, I'm like, I feel like unless the other sheriffs aren't being honest, I feel like the dad would have heard Baraska. It just depending, but to be fair, we don't know the context of like when really these sounds started or anything, or when this urban legend kind of happened. So I'm curious because the Skinman thing, it's easy for him to be like, Jesus, no, good God, where the hell are you hearing this? But at the same time, I'm wondering too how much of it is him trying to, I guess, not scare his kid or something. I don't know. I don't trust the dad for some reason. That's probably, some personal issue I have with my own father. But I'm always like, he's lying.
It is like the kind of, it's weird to say about a story, but kind of the body language the father has in the scene where it's like, Baraska, where'd you hear that? I just heard it at school. Oh, well, I've never heard of that before. Like it's kind of, it's like he's trying to pry for information but doesn't want to give anything away.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Is it? I just feel like he knows more. Like I feel like they're. And I could be completely reading it wrong, but to me, it just feels like, exactly, you're prying for information because you don't want to, like, reveal your hand yet. And I think it's easy to also pass people off because of, like, not wanting to talk about something. And you just kind of give him the whole excuse of, like, oh, this is ridiculous. And then he even brings this like, the kid, Sam is being very transparent of, like, no, I heard it at school. And he's like, did your sister tell you? Hey, Emily, get down here. Like it seems like it's trying to sway the conversation in a certain way and also completely ignore it. Even though I don't think Sam is being irrational at all. Even though I understand he's 9, but still, I don't think that he's doing anything that's totally absurd. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah. My suspicious blinders are on for the dad as well. I feel like there's just not enough. Yeah. I don't know. I think the cards are being held too close to the chest.
Yeah. Well, anyway, those are interesting things that you said, and that I won't say anything about it. So continuing on. So there's the next day they go to school, or not the next day, after Christmas break, they go to school. The girls mentioned earlier, the 3 who made fun of Kimber, they come up, push Kimber again. Kimber says that she hates all those girls. And then the 3 of them are going to the assembly hall in the school because there's a DARE presentation, or they say it's either DARE or the History Society's presentation, which is funny because we mentioned DARE a minute ago.
I'm telling you, yeah, it's coming full circle. It's coming full circle now.
So the 3 of them go to the auditorium, and then a teacher named Mrs. Teverty walks onto the stage and says, "Hello, 4th grade students. This morning we have a special presentation for you from the Historic Preservation Society of Drisking. If you have questions during the course of the lecture, please raise your hand." Like, that'll happen, Kyle laughed. "Now, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Wyatt Dowding, Miss Catherine Scanlon, and of course, Mr. James Prescott." "What? Jimmy Prescott and not his dad? That's so weird," Kimber whispered. "Dude, Thomas Prescott has done this presentation every year for like 20 years, Kyle said. "It's definitely weird." "It's not weird," whispered Mike Sutton from behind us. He leaned forward. "Tom Prescott went crazy like a year ago. He didn't do the presentation last year when my sister was here either." "I don't like Jimmy Prescott," Kimber shook her head. "He gives me the heebie-jeebies. His dad's so much nicer. He's like a grandpa." The presentation was slow and boring. Mr. Dowding and Miss Scallion talked about the first settlers here, the Cherokee and the Trail of Tears. They talked about Alexander Drisking's discovery of a motherlode of ore in the mountains and settling here with his family to mine and refine the iron. Then James Prescott took the stage from there to tell the story of his family's early journey to the town and their role in the revitalization of Drisking itself in the late 50s. The last part was the most interesting of it all, and I found Jimmy Prescott to be infallibly charismatic and entertaining. I was so busy laughing at his jokes and hanging on his every word that by the end of his presentation I realized I'd actually learned quite a bit. So much so that I was interested enough to ask a question, which Kyle warned was committing social unaliving for YouTube. Mr. Prescott scanned the room and answered a few other questions before he finally got to me at the back. "Yes, you in the back. Mr. Prescott, why did the mines close? Like, what happened?" I asked. "Very good question, young man. What did you say your name was?" Sam Walker." "Ah, I believe I met your father the other day at the sheriff's office. Welcome to Drisking." As for your questions, most of the mines were closed in 1951 after a long period of unprofitability. The mountain had simply ran out of iron ore. The mills and refineries were abandoned, and the town suffered for years. The miners and their families moved away. Stores went out of business. Schools closed, and Drisking became a ghost town. That would have been the end of it if it weren't for stubborn families like mine who refused to leave. We refused to give up the town, and after many, many years of hard work, Drisking became the picturesque little haven in the Ozarks that it is today. I hope that answers your question. I sat back down and Kyle shook his head at me. Bro. So, anyway, that gives us an important thing. For one, we see the families again, the important families mentioned. Specifically, we hear that Ted Prescott, or Thomas Prescott, the older one, went mad, according to them. And now his son, Jimmy Prescott, is the one holding the assembly. So again, there's a mention that the Prescotts are an important family. Remember, all the trails around town and all the roads are named after them. And there's a mention that while it was at one point a big mining town, it lost its economy in the 50s, and families like the Prescotts revitalized it. So that's probably why all of these different families have such predominance in the town, because they kind of saved it from an economic collapse.
It made me think of like mine carts and stuff, the grinding and everything. I'm wondering if the sound is my immediate thing is thinking that the sounds are coming from the mines, especially because down here a bit there's some dialogue. Basically, the kids after the presentation, Kyle's like, "Oh, it's so boring," whatever, and they're kind of giving Sam a hard time for asking about it. And Sam says, "I just wanted to know about the mines. Mines are creepy. That's all." Yeah, but all of our mines were blown up. You can't go in them anymore, Kyle said. Blown up, I asked. Kimber nodded. Some kids died after going in the mines, so the city set off some controlled blast to implode the caverns. At least that's what my mom said. They messed up, though, and I heard they blew up the water table or poisoned it or something. What? How do you know that? Kyle asked. Kimber shrugged. I heard my dad talking about it. Did they use C4 or something? I guess.
That's a very 9-year-old question.
So, we all drink the water, so we have C4 in our bodies and we don't explode at any minute, Kyle said, excitedly. Do you think that's what's happening to all the missing people? I asked him. Just sitting there one day and boom! Yeah, dude. Kyle grabbed my shoulders. And that's where the skin men come from. I made the intentional symbol of mind blown and we laughed hysterically. I don't know. What if you had? Well, fuck. What sucks is that you already know. I need someone here to hypothesize. We need a third
party. It's funnier if I torment you with it, though. If I'm like, I don't know. It is true. What could happen?
Yeah,
that's a good question, Hunter. Why don't you tell me more of your theories? But what are you thinking? What are you thinking right now? Where's your mind at?
I don't know. I mean, they're setting up some stuff. I don't think that we're getting I don't think any of the information that we're getting so far is not intentional. I think it's not intentional. It isn't just random that we hear about Thomas Prescott going insane, right? And how it's a big deal that the younger Prescott, who Kimber finds creepy, is doing the presentation and stuff. There's just too many little subtle things being hinted and dropped at, especially a big emphasis on mining and how mining built the town. To me, I think that we're going to end up in the mine somehow, but I'm wondering how it correlates with the treehouse, or even if the man that the skinned men or the man from the poem might be, I don't know, people that have gone insane, or in my head says Thomas Prescott, but I have no idea to know how old the poem is, because to my head I'm wondering if the Prescotts who are obsessed with this town, and especially the mining and stuff, if they're lurking around up there or something. I don't know.
I'll tell you this. I'll give you this. You are holding all of the right pieces. Everything you're saying, all these thoughts in your head, you've got all the pieces together. You're not putting them together right, per se, but I think you know that. I think you know you don't have all the information.
Yeah, no,
I mean, you're catching on to everything you should be.
It's becoming one of those things where it's I'm theorizing, but every time I say it, especially when I'm saying it out loud for the viewers to hear because it's it's embarrassing. It sounds very dumb, but I do think that like it's going to. I mean, obviously, as we get more information, it'll piece itself together. But I think it's going to be one of those things where I'm like, how did I not see that? You know what I mean? I think that the story is going to be one of those stories where from beginning to end, it's like you had every clue right in front of you, or every answer right in front of you the whole time. So I'm curious.
Okay, so the story has a very dramatic tonal shift here, right? Because after that conversation, the two of them, it says they go home from school, and Kyle says specifically, I remember thinking in that moment that I was happy here in Drisking, Missouri, with these two people. Happier than I'd ever been anywhere else. It was the last truly happy moment I ever had. Less than an hour later, Mr. Diamond's phone rang, and he exchanged a few quiet words with the person on the other end, his eyes flicking to and from my desk. It was hard to be surprised, then, when he hung up and asked me to come up to the front.
Shit, did his dad die?
When I got there, he told me my mom was waiting for me in the office and I was going home for the day. I traded a confused and worried look with Kimber and then packed up my backpack and went to the office. When I got there, my mom was crying.
Oh.
We drove home in strained silence. I was too afraid to ask what was wrong. Mom parked the car a block from our house, which was blocked in by several police cars. When an explanation didn't come, I broke the silence myself. Is it Dad? I asked quietly, holding back tears. No, honey, Dad's fine, she whispered.
Oh.
Then what happened? Whitney never made it to school this morning. Her voice broke over my sister's name. Oh no, Mom, I think she ditched, I said quietly. I saw her leave this morning, and it was really early, like 6, and she was with her friends, Pete Whitaker and that kid Taylor. We know about all that, Sam, but they made it to school, and Whitney wasn't with them. They said she wanted to stop by the Circle K near Drisking High, so they left her there, and no one's seen her since. Well, my brain struggled to come up with an explanation. Maybe she's ditching. No, honey. My mom put the car back in drive and drove up to our house, parking behind a police cruiser. The police, as well as your father, think that Whitney is with Jay. But she has a new boyfriend here. We found all her books on the floor of her room this morning and half her clothes gone, along with some cash of your dad's. But right now we think that she hitched a ride to St. Louis and that she's with Jay. The sheriff office is trying to contact the boy's parents now. Whitney run away? Anyone who knew my sister knew she was prone to dramatics and empty threats. Plus, she was dating Chris Whitaker's older brother, Pete. I was sure of it. We walked up the steps and into a house filled with stale coffee and quiet murmurs. Oh gosh, that's a great hot. That line gave me goosebumps of like that pulp I love so much. Just done.
Yeah.
Sorry. Stale coffee and quiet murmurs. I tried to remember if Whitney herself had ever actually confirmed she was dating Pete, but I drew a blank. When we walked into the kitchen, I saw my father sitting at the table, staring at phone records, head in hand. He looked up when I came into the room and gave me a weak smile. Hey, buddy. Dad, I have to tell you something. I felt a heavy hand on my shoulder and turned to look up at solemn Sheriff Clary. Everything and anything you might know, son, no matter how trivial you think it is. I nodded and sat down at the table with my dad as my mom handed the big man a cup of coffee. Here you go, Sheriff, she asked weakly. Please, Mrs. Walker, call me Killian. My mother nodded and retreated back into a darkened corner to talk quietly with Sheriff Clary's wife, Grace. What do you know, Sam? My dad asked as he rested his chin on his hands in a mock symbol of prayer, as though I may deliver him from his suffering. Bro, what the writing turned up a bit. It got into like... Yeah, anyway. Well, I heard Whitney had a boyfriend. That guy, Pete Whitaker, that she's been hanging out with. And I saw them and Taylor Dranger leave this morning before me. What time did they leave? Asked the sheriff. I don't know, like before 6? He nodded. That matches the statements of Taylor Dranger and the Whitaker boy. My father's head sunk lower to his hands, and I knew I'd let him down. But, I rushed. I don't think she went back to St. Louis because she was dating Pete, and I don't think she wanted to be with her boyfriend back home anymore. I understand that, son, but a teenage girl's mind is a complicated thing. My officers are trying to get a hold of the boyfriend's family back in St. Louis. Clary nodded to my father. Now why don't you head up to your room and let us work, Samuel? I looked up at him in surprise. What? No, I want to stay down here. I can help. No, son. There's nothing more you can do here. You've been a good brother. Now let us handle this. But I can help. You already have. Dad. I looked over at my dad with begging eyes. Go to your room, Sam. He said quietly after a moment. I balked. Dad. Now. I was angry. I did the only thing I could do to make my rage known. I stomped upstairs, slammed the door, and then sat on my bed in disbelief. The tears came then, and I lay there feeling helpless, worthless, and scared for my sister. I thought about all the places Whitney could be. Was she scared? Was she alone? Was she dead? When the sun began to set, I finally got out of bed and went to check my email. I was expecting lots of messages from Kimber and Kyle, but there was only one. Did she go to the treehouse? I sat staring at the computer screen for almost a minute. Kimber's words from last fall echoed in my brain. If you enter the treehouse without the proper ceremony, you'll disappear and then you'll die. I didn't buy that Whitney had gone to Circle K that morning, and I especially didn't believe that she'd hitchhiked out of town. Nothing they were saying downstairs made any sense if you knew my sister, but maybe this did. Maybe she and her boyfriend went to the tree house to make out or something, and maybe he'd left her there. Maybe she'd gotten lost, or maybe the skinned men had found her. That was the worst thought of all. I didn't need to sneak out because the police were too busy with my parents to care about me anyway. I snuck my bike out of the garage and rode the 3 miles to the West Rim Prescott Ore Trail. When I got there, I saw 2 bikes already locked to the signpost and my 2 best friends sitting in the snow next to them. I knew you'd come, Kyle said when I pulled my bike up and Kimber ran up to hug me. I'm so sorry, Sam. There's really nothing for me to say, and they didn't push. Kimber took my arm and we started up the trail. The silence between us was stretched but comfortable. We trudged through the snow, and all the while, I searched for the telltale footprints of others, but the snow was coming too fast. The hike up the mountain was harder and wetter than when we'd come in the fall, and when Amber Cot Fort finally came into view over the ridge, it was a welcome sight. The sun was getting low, and we hadn't brought flashlights. I fell as I ran up to the tree, calling my sister's name to the quiet wild. Kyle was right behind me and leapt impressively onto the rope ladder, climbing quickly up the planks. I kept calling Whitney's name, waiting for Kyle to yell that he'd found her or that there was at least some sign of her. And then I heard Kimber quietly say my name from where she stood at the triple tree. I ran over and tried to follow her eyes to confirm what I already knew was there. And then I found it, freshly carved near the top. Whitney W. My breath froze in my chest and my vision blurred with unwelcome tears. And as the sun took its last desperate breath before plunging into the deep of the horizon, a deafening metallic whirl sang out from the wilderness and spilled down the mountainside. And that's the end of part 1.
End of part 1. Beautiful. Really, yeah. the flavor of that. Like, I mean, the prayer, hands of prayer, you know, and that line there. Let me see if I can find that again because that was awesome. It's weird too. We're doing a lot of reading, but it's hard because there's so much. There's
it's
just
so
a great.
Good. You can't.
There's just so much great flavor. Yeah, it's really good. I think that I don't know. Now it makes me think that every time that we hear the metallic ringing, makes me think that someone has been captured or someone's been caught, or like, you know, the skin men have taken a victim or something like that is what it kind of feels like. Because I was wondering, and I could be getting my time wrong here. So a lot of stuff. A couple thoughts before we move into part 2, which is a couple cool things. One is, were they on the playground this morning when the metallic thing rang? Was that the same day that the sheriffs came and talked about?
No, this is spread out over the course of like several months. Yeah.
Okay.
So the metallic whirring was the first week of school, and then the sheriff's thing was around December, and this is like in the winter, early winter school. Okay.
Because, I was wondering if it was the same day, if Whitney left that morning, that if it would just help me figure out more if it's like, oh, she was walking to school and she got caught or whatever. But the idea too, where this happens around the same time, because though it is months, although it is weeks or months in between stuff, the idea that the sheriffs are coming there and they're talking about people, he was talking to the 5th and 6th graders about walking home from school and stuff, and this is like the literal a parent's literal worst nightmare kind of thing. I'm very curious to see. I don't know. I mean, the dad, I don't. Sheriff Clary, just, I don't know. I don't like him. Don't trust him. Don't trust him at all. He's always just kind of around. Big, ominous kind of thing. Made a real good point to talk about how weird his pose was when he was talking to the kids the first time. And then even the whole thing about him putting his large hand on the kid's shoulder and just kind of being like, tell us what you know.
Gives you weird vibes, doesn't it?
It does. And it's nothing really justified yet, but I think it's just because we're so early on to it and it's still so much unknown that right now it's kind of like it's that early part of the game of Clue where everyone's kind of a suspect in a weird way. But I think, I don't know, I feel bad for the parents. The dad feels very realized now too, and I feel like I am a little more on his side because I think that he's just thinking the worst of like his daughter running away. But once again, it's just the idea of them completely ignoring, I guess, the kid. But he's 9,
Yeah.
If your kid ran away, you probably wouldn't be like, you wouldn't try to get rational,
especially if you're discussing like the concept of, okay, maybe your daughter, let's discuss kidnapping, let's discuss maybe she got involved with drugs or something. You don't want to discuss that in front of her younger brother, right?
Yeah. So no, that's fair.
It makes sense, but yeah, that whole sequence feels, and we're seeing it from the kid's perspective, but it feels very odd. How everyone's like, yeah, I guess she just went back to Kansas City after half a year,
Yeah, or it just doesn't make any sense. Like she's going back with her new boyfriend to St. Louis, but she's not even dating the guy that she was there.
St. Louis, one of those Midwest towns.
Or, yeah, that's whatever. Missouri City that no one gives a shit about.
That's what I meant.
But it just doesn't make sense. Like, why would she go back to St. Which the only thing is like, well, there's more to do, but I don't really think that there wasn't enough of a discussion about. I don't think that she was super happy with it, but I think that she was more so at the beginning of the story worried about not being able to be around her boyfriend. So it's just weird. There's no real reason why she would have gone back, especially she's not dating that guy anymore. She's dating a new guy. So the weird like puppy dog love kind of thing that of a young girl might have, but to just go back to a city just doesn't make a lot of sense, especially since she hasn't made a lot of vocalized. It's not like she's complaining all the time, like there's nothing to do, I'm so bored, blah blah blah, because that's usually a trope that people do too. But I don't know, I'm hoping that she wasn't taken into the mountains or something like that, but we'll see. But yeah, part 2.
Yeah, part 2. Oh boy, I will say that like I'm almost getting, I have such a weird, I don't know what the emotion to describe it is, but like I remember reading Baraska when I was, I guess I would have been 14 or 15 when I read it. And I remember reading it and being like, wow, it's one of the, Baraska is one of those pieces I can say made me like want to be a storyteller. Like, it was one of the early pieces I read that really impacted me. So coming back to it and seeing that it's like, it's still this good it's weirdly encouraging. It's I don't know. I'm having a great time. Just looking.
I mean, so far this is easily leagues above anything that we've read in terms of like, and that isn't to say that none of the other stuff that we've read is.
It's a different kind. It's a different kind of, because stuff like I'm a search and rescue officer is very anecdotal. It's supposed to be about the mystique of it,
Yeah, and it's good still.
Yeah,
I just
great.
In terms of
just
like
a different kind of story. Yeah,
it's just a different kind of story, and I think that. It's very flavorful. Like it feels extremely realistic.
Yeah.
Is my biggest compliment so far to it is the dialogue of the kids. You know how hard it is to write dialogue for children that feels believable, that isn't coming from like an adult's voice.
Yeah,
it's very hard. Yeah. So all of it feels like how many times did we sit there and talk about like, laughing about how cute something is, or like it's just so believable. There's so many moments where you're like, yeah. I've said that exact thing before. Yeah, that is how a kid would say something like this. It's just little cute moments that are extremely impactful of like immersion. Like I feel fully immersed into these characters. It's awesome. I must continue.
Yeah.
Which part two?
Yeah. So
part two once again starts with the poem.
I will say there has been you'll see it in a minute, but just so you know, there's been a significant time jump here.
Okay.
Just so you know, continue.
Okay, so it starts off again with the poem of underneath the triple tree. There's a man who waits for me, and should I go or should I stay, my fate's the same either way. Good morning. The words faded back into the ether, and I awoke with a start. Jimmy Prescott was lounging against the wall near the door, an amused yet disapproving look on his face. Shit, sorry, Mr. Prescott. I didn't hear you come in. You know I worked in here when I was a kid, too. I installed the bell on the door for this very reason. Didn't seem to wake you up, though. He laughed. I mumbled another apology and idly straightened the stack of business cards in front of me. Late night? Kinda. Very. I hope you weren't out on the bonfires with all those other underage drinkers. No, sir. Yep. Oh, yeah, so this is setting up to be like... Wonder how old he's supposed to be.
I think he's like, if I recall right, he's like 15 here. Something like that.
Because it feels like a significant jump.
He's going out to bonfires getting drunk with other kids, yeah. It's like high school.
And also, he just now has a relationship with Jimmy Prescott now.
Yep. He's working
the man
at
he
a
was
business.
enamored with before.
Yeah, he works at a business that Prescott owns. Yeah.
Good. Anyway, I'm just here for my lunch. I'll take Parmesan chicken with avocado on rye. Yes, sir. Happy the conversation was over. I walked over to the sandwich counter and unwound the twisty tie from the rye bread. Jimmy Prescott stepped back from the counter and idly studied the pictures on the wall. Though he'd seen them 1,000 times before. More of the photos were of the Prescott family, taken over the last century. I'd always thought it was odd decor, but then the shop was named after them after all. Is Mira here? Prescott asked as I wrapped his sandwich. She's in the back. I thought she'd still be in St. Louis. Well, when you're finished, would you mind getting her for me? Shit. Yes, sir. I handed him a sandwich and went back to find Mira. She was in the office, furiously punching the keys on her accounting calculator. Mira... Jimmy Prescott's out front. He wants to talk to you. She turned and gave me a dubious look. Did he say what about? I shook my head. Okay, she sighed. You can go home for the day, Sam. But are you sure? I still had 3 hours on the clock. He's the only customer we've had since we've opened. Don't worry. I'll pay you for the whole day, kiddo. Thanks, Mira. Good luck, I guess. Which I just want to say, before I keep going on, it's kind of a sad thing. Like you'd have to assume here too with this time jump with what this is, which it's not that we've it's not like the story's like 10 years later or anything. It's just an assumed time jump. But you also have to assume that his sister was never found. It's kind of what I'm assuming.
And to spoil it for you, she was never found. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's such a depressing note too, because like you said, it's like, oh well, the story will pick back up when there's a development in the case, and it picks back up and there's no development in the case. It's very
yeah. Not only is there no development in the case, but it's just like life has had to continue with this mystery for years now, which is so torturous, like so extremely.
Torturous. It's an interesting narrative device that I guess I don't really think about until I see it like right there, because emotionally we're still there, right? We're still in that living room with the family. Like, what happened to Whitney? Where's Whitney? And now our characters are completely distant from it. They're 6 years separated, if not more. Like it's in the back of their mind. They're not thinking about it, but that's still at the front of our thoughts. So it disconnects us from the narrative for a second to kind of replace us somewhere else. It's interesting.
It is, yeah. Which, to continue, I left the store out the back door so I wouldn't have to see Jimmy Prescott again. His weird yellowed amber eyes always set me on edge. Not to mention he was a total tool. Interesting. I thought that he was very enamored with him when he was younger. I hopped in my car and texted Kyle that I was off work. He answered immediately and told me to come meet him. I happily whipped my apron off over my head and threw it in the car into reverse. Crystal Lake was my favorite place in all of Drisking. I had to park almost...
Isn't Crystal Lake the name of the Friday the 13th?
Camp Crystal Lake, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I thought so, just making sure. Yeah.
Yeah. How funny would it be if we're like complimented the whole time and then it just turns out that it's just Jason Voorhees is the skin men taking people?
Bro, what if that's what it was. It's like Jason just becomes a slasher. For like none of the character setups matter or anything.
Just beautiful writing. All for it to be a Friday the 13th fanfic.
Bro, that would be hilarious. That'd be such a good prank.
It would be a pretty good way to burn people.
Even if it's not Friday the 13th, like it gets to the end of the story, and it's just like, and then the creature appeared and killed everyone. Like you just like run it into the dirt. That'd be good.
Like that was definitely not worth it.
Yeah.
So I had to park almost a mile away since the lake was so packed. I eventually found Kyle and Kimber sitting on a rock that jutted out over the beach. Kimber was sunbathing in a blue floral bikini, and Kyle was wearing his "no one can tell where my eyes are looking" sunglasses.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah.
So also we see some stuff here, right? Because like when they were 9 or 10, Sam was like, Kimber's kind of cute. You know, she I see her as a girl. And now like when they're 16, 17, Kimber was wearing a blue floral bikini. Like, you know, we know where his mind's at. Yeah.
Especially with "don't know where my eyes are looking," which kind of insinuates, I think, like jealousy of like, is he looking at her?
Or just women in general, because it's a packed lake, right? He's just looking at all the girls going by. They're teenagers now, right? They're like young adults. And he also was able to drive, so not 15, like 16, 17. I think they're still in high school, if I remember right. So yeah, like 16, 17. Times changed a little bit, right? But like you said, there's this like melancholy because we know nothing's changed with his sister. Because you know the story isn't going to be like Whitney runs up, oh hi guys, real weird, I disappeared for a few weeks back when we were like 10, right? Because Whitney would have to be like 22, 23 at this point, something like that. But yeah, she hasn't been seen since.
Just very interesting. I'm curious. I really want to see where that the character dynamic comes in. Which they start talking. They're kind of like joking around with each other until Sam says, "You know, Prescott came in today." "Ew," Kimber squirmed. "He totally freaks me out. He's been staring at me since like 5th grade." That's a interesting deal there.
Because there's the mention she had, remember, where she's like, Jimmy gives me heebie-jeebies. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and now she's old enough to like think about the implications of that and be like, oh, that was weird. Yeah.
Next time he stares at you, let me know and I'll knock him the fuck out. Kyle has always been protective over Kimber, but ever since they started dating, I'd gotten 10 times more unbearable. Oh.
Yep.
They're dating now.
Yep.
Kyle and Kimber are dating.
Yes.
Kimber winked at him. So what did he want, Sam? He wanted to talk to Mira, probably about the sandwich shop. You mean about how no one goes there and the business should have closed years ago, but it won't because the Prescotts are stubborn and vain? Kyle said. Yeah, probably. I mean, she looked pretty worried. I can count on one hand how many sandwiches I've sold in the past month. Ouch, Kimber grimaced. Yeah, I'm sure she's going to get chewed out. I really don't like the guy. I thought about the squirmy, yellow-eyed freak yelling at sweet little Mira, and it made my blood boil. They really emphasize his yellow eyes, like he has jaundice or something like that.
Yeah.
You should have met his dad, Kyle snorted. He was a piece of work. His dad? Yeah, Tom Prescott, Kimber said. The family put him in a home a few towns over. Why is he in a home? I heard he got dementia and he was embarrassing the family in public, Kyle said. I heard that too. Kimber brushing her long curls off her shoulders. I always liked Tom Prescott. It was a pretty shitty thing to do. Hey kids! We turn in unison to see Phil Saunders come stomping out of the bushes behind us with Mike Sutton following behind. So this is where the cool people hang out, high above the kingdom on Pride Rock. Sup, Mike, Kyle said, ignoring Phil, whom he disliked ever since Phil had briefly dated Kimber. Phil was either unaware or uninterested in Kyle's feelings. Of course, that may also have been because Phil was stoned out of his mind most of the time, and now was no exception. What's funny about this, too, is I love that our introduction to this is like 9-year-olds, and it's just like, look how cute all these kids are, and now it's like, they're stoned. They're all dating and fucking, and, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's like...
But at the same time, it's like... It still keeps that kind of like storybook coming of age thing, right? Because it's a small town. The kids, you know, Kimber's dated a few of the guys, and there's a mention where they talk about round nose down there, but one of them, or round face or whatever, but one of them ran off to be with a college guy. Like, it's a small town, but things have grown up, dynamics have changed, but there's still kind of that tight knit community.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's which they go on to talk about, pretty much just talk about being high, and it's just kind of like some broy stuff, and they're doing some real introspective things, but we're all just drinking the Kool-Aid, and they're having a big group chat here. But I think that an interesting part to pick back up on is when Kyle, who I knew had been monitoring the conversation for mention of this very thing, sprang to his feet and opened his mouth to yell at Phil. Nah, Whitney Walker ran away to St. Louis, remember? Mike said. I saw Kyle and Kimber exchange a quick look as I tried to remain passive from behind the blue blockers. That true, man? Phil asked. And there it was. I knew Kyle and Kimber had always wondered what I thought about Whitney, and if I'd ever accepted the official statement that she and Jay ran away together. They were kind enough not to bring it up, and I knew they wanted to know what I believed, what I thought had really happened. I loved them both, and I wanted to talk to them about it. I just couldn't. Everyone thought that I had spent the last 7 years quietly grieving, and that I'd put the incident behind me. At least, that's what I tried to show them. The truth was that I'd never given up on Whitney. I'd waited years for Jay to show up on social media, and when I finally found him last year, I'd been devastated. I'd always hoped the official report was right, and that Whitney was somewhere far away from here, alive and happy with Jay Bauer. But his MySpace page showed a thriving teenager, still living at home with his parents, and his ex-girlfriend Whitney, the furthest thing from his mind. So we finally get some, we officially know that 7 years later, so he's 16, Sam's 16, all those people are 16, and that people, they haven't really brought it up, and that the whole thing now, too, is that Sam has never really stopped. I don't think that he ever really believed this statement, but with the use of social media and stuff, he found that it officially isn't true, which I'm wondering if the parents know that as well.
Well, so to cut you off, to clear up that thought, the next paragraph says, when I'd brought the evidence to my dad, he read the pages I printed off and then shut the door to his office, me on the other side. I heard him crying in there for hours as I waited for him to reopen the case and bring the smackdown on the Butler County Sheriff's Department. But justice had never come, and we never mentioned Jay Bauer again.
Ugh.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah.
The whole thing there, too, is that the dad is probably like... Because what's the first thing that you think is like, okay, 1, kidnapped, 2, murdered. Like, horrible. I mean, especially as being a parent here, it's terrible. And then now here Sam has to just be like, okay, he's wanting there to be justice. He's wanting to find his sister, but it's just something that apparently we never get. Which is also oddly suspicious, too. I goddamn that Sheriff Clary. I do not trust him. For whatever reason, I never told Kyle or Kimmer about any of that. Maybe it was because I was worried they'd blow it off like my dad had, or maybe, and far more likely, I didn't want them to know how obsessed I'd become with Baraska and the Skin Men. I knew as assuredly as the sun would rise tomorrow that Whitney's death had happened there. Just like all the others who'd gone to the Triple Tree. Okay, so he is fully invested into that still. It's good to know, too, that that little bit of line lets us know that he's still... Because I actually thought that this was going to go that he's like... That maybe Sam was like, oh, Baraska, that's a kid's thing.
Yeah.
Skin... that's unrealistic. But no, he's fully invested still.
I think he may have done that. Like, oh, it's a kid's thing. Had it not been for Whitney's name being carved on the Triple Tree.
Yeah, I mean, it's too impactful.
Yeah, how do you reconcile that, right?
No, you can't. Yeah, I mean, you can't.
The day she disappears, her name was on the tree, and then you heard the metal noise. Like,
especially out of all those names, too, it's like... Because the whole thing... Because I was thinking about this, and I was like, oh, justifying it. It's like, oh, well, maybe it's a different Whitney, but it's at the very top. It's a fresh marking. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's Whitney W., same last name.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So from there, Sam says, yeah, it's true. She ran off with the guy, Jay, from our hometown. I answered, that was enough for Kyle. All right, guys, seriously. He's the sheriff's kid. What do you think's going to happen if he gets caught with the weed? The little man is right, Phil. Let's bounce. I don't need any more trouble with the cops around here, Mike said. So I have a couple things there. For one, Sam is saying to the group, like, yeah, the official story's correct because he doesn't want them to know how obsessed he is with it. And also, we have the fact that recently Sam's dad's become sheriff.
We're trying to make this as congested or as digestible as possible because there's a lot of dialogue that I think for our sakes, I don't think it's super necessary that we include it in. But I think but if you're reading it, I think that all this dialogue, it's just straight immersion. Like, I mean, it is solely making it as realistic as possible. And honestly, it sets up a great way of character building. You know exactly who these kinds of people are. I think that, like, a lot of people would say that this is like filler or fluff or something like that, but I think that it just completely sets up the dynamic of these characters. And also with a lot of things here, how, you know, it sets us up to tee up new bits of information as well.
I do want to read this one dialogue between Kyle and Kimber. So after they leave, Sam hears this going on behind him. He hears, "I didn't say I wanted to go. I said I had to go," Kimber said. "It's only 2:00 and it's Sunday." "I know, but my parents have been fighting a lot lately, and I don't want to leave my mom alone too long." "I thought she was doing better." "A little, but she's still depressed, Kyle." "Do you want to stay over at my place tonight?" Kimber's voice dropped into a whisper. I don't think I'm ready for that yet." "What? No, wait, that's not what I meant. I'd sleep on the pullout in the basement, and you would have my room." Very awkward silence. "My parents love you, you know," he added. Kimber laughed. "I know, I just want to be there for my mom right now. But thank you, sweetie." And then the absolutely disgusting sound of my best friends kissing. I would never get used to. On that note, I'm out of here too. I stood up and gave them both a shaming look. "Oh, come on, Sam, don't be jealous. We'll find you a girlfriend someday," Kyle joked. "I really don't need your help with that," I muttered, glancing down at the beach where Emmeline Adler was sunbathing. "I'll see you guys tomorrow." "Last week of school," Kimber yelled at my retreating back. "Thank God." So, yeah, continuing on from there. He mentions it's his sophomore year, so yeah, 16-year-old, like we mentioned. It says that the summer meant no distractions, more time to think, and even more hours of boredom at Prescott Artisan Sandwiches. Which, for one, imagine owning this small town and you put in a sandwich shop and you call it your last name, Artisan Sandwiches. I hate this guy. They are setting him up to be just one of the biggest pieces of shit ever. This is the kind of person, you know, too, where you're like, God, yes, the Prescotts, and I'm thinking exactly this: a corner shop of artisan sandwiches. It's like, yeah, no shit, nobody wants to go in there. I also like he went in there to get his own sandwich. Yeah, like
he went in. He's like the only person that buys sandwiches too in there. It's like his own personal store of getting rye bread sandwiches. Yeah, Prescott sucks. We find here, Sam saying that he's looking forward to his sophomore year beginning on Monday, and that it's his sophomore ditch day that's happening. His dad knows about it, and he's just like, set a good example, but he's going to do it anyways. Kimber and Kyle were sympathetic and had offered to share in my misery. I had, of course, said yes. Wait, what? I had, of course, said yes, much to Kyle's sadness. As I had expected, my dad was waiting for me when I got home. We shared a brief, stained conversation about respective days, and then he finally got to it. "Remember, Sammy, we're cracking down on truancy this year. I want to see you at school tomorrow." "Yeah, I got it, Dad. And I hope I won't have to write a ticket to Kyle either." I sighed. "It's a tradition. Even the teachers sort of encourage it. On Friday, they said." "I don't care what they said, Sam. Besides the fact that I'm the sheriff, I'm also your father, and I want my son in school." Oh, so did he get? So is he the main sheriff in town now? Is that what we're insinuating?
Yeah. So he's become the sheriff. He's got elected.
Yeah. So Sheriff Clary, the man that I was super suspicious of, might not even be in the picture anymore.
Or didn't get elected, one or the other.
I laughed and shook my head. What a joke! I can't control what Kyle does. Fair enough, but you can control what you do. I said nothing, and Dad sighed. "It's almost over, Sam. Just get through these last 5 days, and you can be done with school for a few months." "Fine." I walked out of the kitchen, rudely ending the conversation. I climbed the stairs and passed the Whitney's door on the way to the room. The light was on, and silence was behind it. I knew my mother was in there. She was always in there, doing God knows what.
Man.
Sad and creepy.
Oh my gosh, that is heartbreaking, man.
Heartbreaking, and also you wonder too. They haven't really dived too much into it. I mean, I'm curious the relationship strain between everybody. Like, I almost expected the mom to have, because usually when this stuff happens too, we usually find that like the mom and dad divorce because it's like too much of a strain on the relationship. So now it kind of seems like she's just like, it at least seems like if the mom is always in there doing God knows what, which means that like Sam probably never goes in there because he's too, emotionally driven by it. But it almost makes the mom is probably fundamentally, emotionally, and mentally broken still.
Yeah.
And probably will never recover.
I mean, how do you get over that? I know like
I don't think you do.
Have lost kids, and it's not like, not to say that they're stuck there forever. I mean, some of them they have lives afterwards, but a lot of them just they just it's like time freezes. They never leave.
No, I mean
that place.
It's one of those things where I think it's you will never know how it feels unless it happens to you. It's so easy to be like, that's horrible or whatever, but I think it's a different kind of pain, a different kind of loss. Like, it's just a whole piece of you completely missing. So
yeah,
I can't even imagine. I walked to my own room, shut the door behind me, and locked it. The next day at school ended up being more embarrassing than anything else. There were a few others that hadn't skipped, maybe a total of 10 of us. And the looks they shot at me made it clear that my dad was the reason they were there.
So from there, it talks about the officers going around, they collect attendance and everything. Then eventually it says that at lunch, Kyle and Sam go out to his car to get high. And they're sitting in the car smoking, and it says that Sam begins and said, "Did you text Kimber?" I asked him while he hit it. "Yep," he said through tight lips as he let the smoke sit in his lungs and then blew it all over my dashboard. "She went home after fourth period. She said her mom called her and she was going home to take care of her." I don't know, man. Doesn't her mom hate you? All right, go ahead.
One second. I was going to say real quick, did we ever figure, unless I missed it, is there a reason why her mom is so distressed or something's wrong with her?
The only thing we've heard so far is that her parents fight and she's depressed.
Okay.
As far that's unless we've tragically missed something, which if I recall right, we haven't. That's all we know currently.
I don't think we have, but that's why it's just something where it's like if a high schooler, especially a sophomore, is going home to take care of their parent, I just didn't know if she was sick or something, but it makes it even more, I guess, kind of weird that she's just, I guess, depressed and the kid has to go home and help. It's interesting.
Yeah. So doesn't her mom hate you? I asked her, taking my turn with the bowl. Yeah, I mean, that's a fairly new development. Ever since Kimber and I started dating, but I'm pretty sure she's always hated me and just hit it better before. Now that she's all depressed and whatever, she doesn't give a shit. It was hard to picture anyone hating Kyle. Why can't Kimber's dad take care of her? I don't know. I hit the pipe again. "Hey man, let's not even go back today," Kyle said. "You think?" I asked. "Yeah, I mean, you put in 4 periods, you've been a good son, and Officer Dickass already came around and collected the attendance sheets." Hold on, I feel like this next few are you. This dialogue lines.
Yeah, he's like, "Dickass, really? You're better than that, man." "Officer Ass Dick." You're fucking baked, Kyle. Seriously, man, let's go.
That's pretty good. From there, they're like, "All right, let's get out of here. Let's go. Let's ditch school, right?" And then there's the mention that Kyle had let the insurance lapse on his car, didn't have money for gas. So Kyle's kind of your typical, I don't want to say deadbeat, but bumming his way through high school type of guy.
Right.
And Sam's forced to not be that by his dad, basically. So, anyway, it says that a lot of the stuff Kyle does is to impress Kimber, and then while Sam is thinking about Kimber and Kyle, he says, they started dating in the fall, and Kyle quit his job to spend more time with her. Kimber didn't seem like the kind of girl to be impressed by a Pontiac Bonneville, but Kyle was convinced that was how he'd won her over. I was sure
Definitely.
That'll get her in. High school girls, like, easily.
They love a Pontiac Bonneville. That's the panty dropper for sure.
Do you remember, like, being in high school and, like, we had thoughts of that? Like, oh, bro, I bet they like cars. Like, that is the last thing going through their mind. Like,
and I'll tell you, depending on what year the Pontiac Bonneville is, it's a solid car.
Yeah.
Solid car. If it's a 90s one, probably not as much. But, you know, it's you know, who knows? I think it was. I'm Kyle's supporter here.
Yep. I was sure all the car had really done was given him the confidence to ask her out. And now that its part in their romance ended, the car sat in the garage of the Landy home collecting dust instead of memories. Oh, that's good. Man, I like this story. Anyway, I love the writing.
Yeah, it's good.
GameStop didn't have what I wanted, and neither did Driskin Games and Media. Since I had nothing else to do, I decided to show up to work early and hope that Mira would let me leave early too. I parked in front and walked in the door, unsurprised to see no one at the front counter. There were only 3 of us that worked at the shop, and sadly, I never got to see the other girl, Emmeline, who worked on the days I didn't. This was disappointing to me, since she was half the reason I applied there in the first place. I went into the back. Ooh, does someone like Emmeline?
Emmeline is hot.
I went into the back to tell Mira I was there and found her slumped over her desk on a pile of receipts and paperwork. This wasn't an unusual way to find Mira, but something seemed different today. I immediately felt a disturbance in the force, but before I could run away, she turned toward me, and I saw I was right to flee. Mira was crying. Are you, I'm sorry, she said quickly, wiping her eyes. Is it 4 already? No, it's 2:15. I just thought maybe if I came in early. Oh, right, it's your ditch day. Mira wiped her eyes only to have them fill with tears again. I don't understand, Sam. This store had been operating in the red ever since I was hired to manage it. What am I doing wrong? I don't know, I offered lamely, the instinct to escape never stronger. No one comes in here ever, and Mr. Prescott refuses to let me put signs up to advertise. He says they're unsightly, but how does he expect me to pull in business? I need this job, Sam. God, I must have looked like a frightened deer, because when Mira glanced over at me, she seemed to subtly collect herself. Go ahead and go out to the front. I'll do your time card. She didn't have to tell me twice. I really liked Mira, and I hated seeing her like this. The front didn't end up being much better. I could hear Mira crying over the store's dated music track. Her sobs...
Jesus. She's just, like, bawling her eyes out of the deal. This guy sitting there, like, making ham sandwiches. And
would you like black olives with that?
Yeah, scream, crying in the back. Oh, God!
Her sobs went from painfully audible to muffled whispers. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, so she's like, ah! and then it turns on to.
She's like throwing stuff, like you hear stuff breaking.
It's especially weird too when you're a kid, when you're kind of like younger, like if you're 15 or 16, and you are like looking at an adult cry. It's even more awkward. I don't know why, but it's just something where it's like you're not supposed to do that. You know what I mean? So it's like just this like adult woman who's just like bawling, and this is like 15-year-old kid who's just like I'm just here to make pastrami sandwiches. I have nothing to give.
Like, yeah, so he says, after half an hour, I decided I had to do something. Since I was entirely unequipped to deal with an adult woman's emotions. Man, brother, aren't we all?
Hey, it never gets any easier, Sam. It never gets any easier.
That's how it is in this earth, I decided to call Mira's husband, Owen. He was thankfully at home and answered on the second ring. I'll be right there. I breathed a sigh of relief when I heard a car pull up outside and saw the tall, girthy Owen get out of it. He walked in.
Girthy.
He walked in. The story likes him, so it doesn't call him fat. It says girthy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Girthy.
If it was Mr. Prescott, he'd be fat.
Yeah, sure. Fat piece of shit, Mr. Prescott. But no, girthy Owen. He's like a chode.
He walked in during a quiet lull in his wife's breakdown. It has its phases, its cycles. I'm sorry to call you at home, Mr. Daly. I just didn't know what else to do. That's okay, Sam. You did the right thing. He looked tired, and I could tell the situation wasn't new to him. Is she okay? I mean, like, will she be okay? Oh, yeah, he nodded. We're just going through some things. Oh, Mira said the store is going bankrupt, too. I winced as soon as the words were out of my mouth. Yeah, Owen ran a hand through his hair. That's part of it. Although, I don't think Jim is going to let that happen. Mira's more upset about... He sighed. Has Mira told you about her, appointments? No. Well, we've been trying to get pregnant for years. Long, painful years.
Kind of a long, painful years.
I'm sorry, it's not funny. It's not funny. It's just such. I have the brain of a 12-year-old. I'm sorry. Long, painful years. Okay. It's just so important for her to have a baby, and you know she blames me for our problems. Man, he's dumping on a 16-year-old.
I was gonna say, this 16-year-old is. This is a heavy load.
This is a lot. Yeah, you know. Do you know that my wife in there, who's losing her job, blames me for infertility? Do you know she thinks it's my? And he's like, I'm still high. I'm ditching school today.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, did you know we got Swiss cheese in? We offer Swiss cheese now. And he's like, I want her to be pregnant. I've been trying so hard. But she blames me, right? You're like, yeah.
Every day she looks at me like it's me. Do you know what that's like to come home and
So we actually make our own sourdough bread here. It's like just trying so hard to like get the fuck out of this conversation.
And then I have to go to work. I have to provide for this house while she runs this dead-end job. And then I'm the monster. I come home and it's me. I'm the devil.
Yeah, so I'm hoping to graduate in 2 years. Like, just like, okay. Do you want Pepsi with that or?
Yeah.
He walked around the room, staring at the pictures, not really talking to me anymore. I understand why it's important to her. I just don't understand the obsession with it, you know? Because she's the last one in her family? Because she's the last McCaskey on the planet? I mean, does she even realize that our baby wouldn't be a McCaskey? He'd be a Daly! I tell you, Sam, never marry a woman with a crazy father and 4 dead uncles. They develop these obsessions with lineage and... Which, first off... Dude, this is a crazy conversation to have.
This is a wild thing to say.
Like we were joking around, but that pretty much nailed the exact paragraph.
that is the vibe that's happening in the room.
4 dead uncles? What? Oh yeah, the famous ones. You know, the 4 brothers who died in the Drisking mines. Well, that only left her dad, and her parents were the only able to conceive her, which leaves her as the last McCaskey, and hope for the family line. So of course, you know, this is all my fault. We looked at him blankly and sighed. I'm sorry, kid. These aren't problems, and they're way over your pay grade anyways. I'm just very stressed out these days. Our fertility issue and Mira's absolute abhorrence to our only other option. But how did they die? It was better to talk about anything else, and the story of Mira's uncles interested me. The McCaskey boys? I don't really know. They died on the mountain somewhere. Oh, well, have you heard about the skin men? Okay, Sam really needs to find a better way to approach people about the skin men.
Oh, her uncles are dead? That's weird. Hey, have you heard of skinned men before?
Yeah, exactly. This guy, he's like pouring his heart out. He's like, yeah, I mean, you know, it's a lineage thing. I don't know if our marriage is going to survive it. And he's like, yeah, that's weird. Have you heard about the skin men? And then the guy's like, skin men?
Man, we were joking, but we hit the nail on the head for how absurd.
Oh, God. I don't think so. What about Baraska? Yeah, Sam just doesn't give a fuck about anybody.
He's just letting them fly, like, out there in the air.
Owen Daly squeezed his eyes and pushed in on his temples with his fingers. What? What does Baraska have to do with anything? Owen? Mira voice squeaked from the doorway. Oh, baby, are you okay? Sam called the house. Sam called the house. I want to do it. You do? Owen asked dubiously. I called him. His eyes flicked over to me, and I immediately looked away. Another conversation I didn't want to be a part of. Sam, why don't you take off for the day? Mira and I will handle things here. Okay, I mumbled and bolted to the door. Once I was in my car and backing away, I called Kyle. Dude, fucking weird shit is going down in this town. What happened? I can't explain it over the phone. Where are you at? I'm at Kimber's. Are you at work? Yeah, I'm coming to get you. I want to do it. What does that mean? What did Mira mean when she said that?
So I assume she's referring to when he said, right before Kyle cut him off, the lines Owen said was, our fertility issues and Mira's absolute abhorrence to our only other option. And then Sam cuts him off to talk about how her uncles died. So I imagine it's referring to like adoption. Like she abhors the idea of like adopting a kid when she can't have one. Right. Or maybe because like in vitro
because it's not blood.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe some kind of some other step to having a kid. But now Mira's at the point that she's like, I called him. We're gonna do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
and then pretty much Sam is freaking out, thinking that weird shit's going on, and he's going to go meet up with Kyle and Kimber at their house. By at Kimber's, Kyle meant sitting on the curb in front of the house, kicked off the property again. When I pulled up, Kimber came out and met us at the curb. I'm so sorry, Kyle, she said. She's really upset today. She wouldn't even let me leave the house to sit with you. It's okay, he said. Don't worry about me. I just want to make sure you and your mom are okay. Man, her mom must be like, it almost seems like she's going insane.
Like she's manic or something, yeah.
Yeah, like it's some kind of like swinging episodes or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
We're okay, and my dad will be home soon. Text us when he gets home, and we'll come get you, I said. I wish I could. I'm babysitting tonight until 7:30. Maybe after that? Sure. Kyle and Kimber hugged goodbye, and Kimber rushed back to her house as something crashed inside. Jesus.
Yeah.
Good God. The mom's like breaking vases and shit inside. So what's going on? Kyle asked, taking a drink of warm Dr. Pepper sitting in the cup holder. You're still wearing your apron now. Mira had a breakdown, I said, peeling it off. Really? What happened? I told Kyle the full story, giving particular attention to the 4 uncles. Yeah, the McCaskies. I've heard of them. Didn't know Mira was one, though. I thought they were all dead. Yeah, she's the last one. So, like, do you think the McCaskey deaths have anything to do with the other disappearances? It had been a while since I mentioned anything about Baraska, and Kyle choked a little on the Dr. Pepper. I don't know, man. I mean, maybe if the disappearance started around the same time. How can we find that out? Maybe the cops? There have to be police reports. Okay. But what if I couldn't ask my dad? Kyle shook his head. I don't know then. What about the records? Historical Society people, maybe. Oh, yeah, he said, nodding. We can try them. They're over on 2nd. They share an office with Drisking Arts and Antiques. I made a U-turn and started back towards town. So, yeah, so now basically Sam is really fixated on the 4 uncles being missing.
Yep.
And I think he's thinking of a way how it could correlate with even Whitney's disappearance.
Yep, absolutely.
And I think he realizes, too, that he can't ask his dad because I think it would send him and his dad and his mom into, I would assume, an emotional episode as well. Like, I think that he just doesn't want to put that on them.
Plus, like, I get the feeling Sam's a little suspicious of his dad because he's like, I brought all the evidence that the official story of Whitney was wrong to my dad. He cried for 3 hours and then never reopened the case. So,
well, that's the weirdest thing is that the dad is emotionally, they're on the same page, or like at least Sam and his dad are on the same page of like, okay, well, she definitely didn't run away, but it's so odd that the dad didn't do anything to try to rectify or find out the truth. So it is very suspicious. It's like, it's one of those things where he probably doesn't want to bring it to him because who knows, he might just like not do anything with it again.
Yeah. So from there, and I also like the idea of like Sam, like there's a lot happening in town. And like, sure, he was weirded out by Mira's emotional breakdown, but as soon as Owen mentioned like, oh, the mines, he's like, what do you mean the mines? What happened? Tell me more. Like he's trying to learn everything he can about what might have happened to his sister.
Well, we kind of get, it's like almost like a flashback to when he was 9 again and how pressing he was about it then, too.
Yeah.
Because it's been, up until this point, it's been, all of these characters are so new, it feels like, you know?
Yeah.
They're all older, they're doing different things, but this immediately made me it's like he's right back, which is cool because it puts him right back into his mind when he was there and he was obsessed about it, which I know they say he has been obsessed, but even like the verbiage used in the story here makes it seem like he's like 9 years old and obsessed with this thing again.
Yeah. And so this next part says he makes the U-turn to go back towards town, and Kyle says, "Hey, why are we doing this?" I'd known the question was coming. I'd hoped to have more answers myself before I had to give him one. Just Whitney was all I could say. Kyle didn't ask anything more. I like that. I like how, like, even though Kyle's like kind of foolhardy, dumb kid, like he hears that and he gets it.
He catches up on it. I mean, you even see that too early in the story when Kyle and Kimber, none of them ask about that. Like, none of them have ever pressed him about it. You know what I mean? I think that they just kind of understand that, like, there is a level of respect that his friends have for him, which is, it's nice. Yeah. I really enjoy Kyle and Kimber.
Yeah, I do too. So from there, it says, Kyle didn't ask anything more. The Historic Preservation Society of Driskin was at the back of the building, and we had to walk through the antique shop as the owner, Mr. Dranger, eyed us warily. At the end of a short hallway, we found a small room with 2 desks pushed together. One was empty, and the other was stacked high with books and folders of loose paper. We could hear someone typing behind the stacks. I cleared my throat. Hello? A small woman popped up from behind the desk. I recognized her as the same woman who had given us a lecture in 5th grade. "Hello, how can I help you boys?" she asked, walking out to greet us. Yeah, I have a few questions about Driskin's history, I guess. "Oh, great. Is this for an end-of-year report? Have a seat, boys." She gestured to the empty chair sitting behind the other desk. I nodded to Kyle and he sat down, looking uneasy. "Yeah, it's for an essay we have to write. Hey, I think you gave a lecture to us like 7 years ago at school." "Oh, yes, I give lectures every year with Mr. Prescott," she smiled. "Yeah, it was you and one other guy too, a bald guy," Kyle said, shifting uncomfortably in the wooden chair. "Yes, that was my fiancé, Wyatt Dowding. He passed several years ago." "Oh," Kyle said. Kyle, the king of... Oh, he's dead? Gross.
Yes, that was my fiance, Wyatt Dowding. He passed several years ago.
Yeah, just so instead of just being like, "Oh, I'm sorry," they're just, "Oh,
oh."
Yeah, I read it very much like, "Oh, oh."
So, Miss Scanlon, but you can call me Catherine, she said. "Catherine," I tried. I hated calling adults by their first names. "We want to know about the McCaskey kids." "Oh," Catherine said, shaking her head. Dark part of history there, but still history nonetheless. "Yeah, so when did that happen? And how did they die?" Kyle added. "Well, they didn't die. I mean, they certainly perished in the mines, but their bodies were never recovered." So...
They didn't die. I mean, they certainly perished in the mines. It's like, good Lord. God, Catherine, you crazy old hag. Good Lord.
They didn't die, but their bodies succumbed to the...
succumbed to their earthly grave.
They were swallowed by the earth, returned to their once more. But no, they weren't dead, per se, I don't think. Well, they certainly perished in the mines, but their bodies were never recovered, so we don't know the answer to that. I would think dehydration, starvation, and exhaustion killed them within days of getting lost down there. And to your second question, that was 1953, I believe. And the mines closed that year. Well, actually, the mines officially closed the year after. There was a legal spat between the city and the Prescott family who wanted to leave the mines open until the bodies were found. The city won and the mines were condemned. Wait, why did the Prescotts care? "Don't you want to write this down?" Catherine asked. Kyle tapped his head twice with his finger. Catherine shrugged and continued. "Don't worry, it's all up here, lady."
"It's all up here, Catherine. Don't you worry about it."
Well, the Prescott and the McCaskey family were closely related. Tom Prescott was paying teams of unemployed miners to go down in the mines and search for bodies. The city had had enough of it. The mountain was unstable and they didn't want any more deaths. The mines had been abandoned years before and were structurally unsafe. After the city banned the recovery teams from the mines, members of the Prescott family started going down there themselves. Finally, the city had had enough, and they had the mines collapsed. "With bombs?" Kyle asked. "Well, with explosives. And that's what led to the incident. By this time, the mines had been unprofitable for a few years, and the city was quite broke. They hired a less than reputable company to collapse the mines, and, well, when they set off the explosives, they accidentally broke into Drisking's water table. The city went into debt trying to purify the water of silt and iron ore. It wasn't until 2 years later that things started getting better, thanks to the Prescotts, who truly did revitalize Drisking. Kyle's phone chirped and he pulled out of his pocket. It's Kimber. She wants us to come over. Okay, thanks, Miss Scallion. Catherine. Sure, if you have any other questions, feel free to come by. We're almost always open during the day. Oh, or you can email me. She dug into her jacket pocket and pulled out a loose business card. It was creased and had a dusty smudge on it. Thanks. So, what do you think? Kyle asked when we got in the car. I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? I mean, why would the Prescotts give a shit if the town suffers after they refuse to help him find their family and were actively working against them? Maybe they forgave and forgot? Kyle shrugged. Does Jimmy Prescott seem like a guy to forgive and forget to you? No. And his dad's even worse. Exactly. Maybe we should turn here. Sorry, Kimber's still babysitting, and she's over at Amherst. When we pulled up, Kimber was out in the front yard with two young boys who were playing in the driveway. She was holding a sleeping baby and waving to us. We parked in the driveway and she introduced us to the two older kids. They gave us shy hellos, then ran off to continue their game.
So, did the Prescotts, were they interested in finding the bodies, or were they the ones that were more interested in shutting the mines in the city?
So it's mentioned that the Prescotts and the McCaskies were very close to each other, right? And then the four McCaskey brothers die in the mines. So the Prescotts start sending in untrained crews into the mines to try to recover the bodies. And there's danger that the crews are going to go missing or die as well. So the city wants to have the mines condemned so no one else goes down there, and the Prescotts are fighting to leave the mines open so they can recover the bodies. Eventually, the city wins, blows up the mines, but it was done unprofessionally and it poisoned the water table.
Interesting. Okay.
So that's the history lesson we got there. Which, yes, I will confirm that all of this does come back later in the story. This isn't just set dressing for the sake of it. Yeah.
No, I figured. I mean, it also shows some stuff too. Well, it sets some stuff up to why the Prescott would have a McClaskey, the last remaining McClaskey, run this dying business and keep it open to give her work or whatever. But there's still something malicious with the Prescotts. There's too much emphasis also on people being like, oh, the Prescotts really did help and stuff like that. There's something fishy going on.
Yeah. So they're sitting there with it's the three of them now, and Whitney's still, or sorry, not Whitney. Kimber's still babysitting the two kids, and says once they'd left, we explained everything that happened to Kimber while she listened and rocked the baby in her arms. Sam's right. That doesn't make sense. But why are we even concerned about something that happened decades ago? Whitney. Kyle said so I didn't have to. A flash of surprise crossed Kimber's face, and she walked over to put the baby down in his playpen. Then she walked back and pulled me into one of her famous, super comforting, not at all awkward hugs. When she released me, she began to pace around the driveway. Okay, so we think Whitney somehow got involved in all of this, and you're right. If we want to figure this out, we need to start at the beginning. Phil is right. Every mystery in this town is one piece of a larger puzzle. It's all related. She stopped and looked over at us. We need to go to the source if we want answers. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Kyle agreed. I know he likes to hang out in the hideaway and get drunk with ex-Sheriff Clary. No, Kyle. Not Jimmy. His dad. Tom? He's so crazy they put him in a home. He's the horse's mouth, though, isn't he? Jimmy isn't likely to know half as much as his dad. But as Kyle and Kimber argued, I watched the kids chase each other around the tree in the front yard. There seemed to be something carved into the bark. Words, not unlike the triple tree at Ambercott Fort. It was too far away to read what it said. He got you, I heard the youngest one call to his brother. The skinned man got you. Now you have to die. Nuh-uh, Peter, I was touching the tree. No, you weren't, you're a liar. One of them got you, and now you have to meet the shiny gentleman. No, I don't. Oh my gosh. Oh, bro, I'd forgot about that detail of the story. Oh, man, I can't talk about it because I know where this is going. But the shiny gentleman, oh my gosh. Bro.
Well, I was gonna say, all I know is I'm sure as soon as one of the people said something about skin tree, I feel like Sam probably shit a brick. You did not. Did you just say the skin men?
Oh,
and then also
gosh.
now a new introduction into somebody called the Shiny Gentleman.
Dude.
There's also something always so creepy about just children saying stuff like that. If it was an adult saying Shiny Gentleman, you're like, oh. But for some reason, a kid saying it just makes it so much worse.
I've been about to blow a gasket this whole time because I can't talk about like what the foreshadowing that's happening. But for the people who know this story, the Shiny Gentleman, I'm going to die. I'm about to blow. Oh my gosh. Okay. You have to meet the Shiny Gentleman. No, I don't. Kimber, Josh is cheating. I shuddered and turned away from them. Where's the nut house? I interpreted them. Is it close? I love this dynamic too because like, okay, Kimber hears that it's about Whitney, and she's immediately like, all right, we've got to fix this. You know, it's Sam, he's our friend, we got to do something. Yeah. And then they're talking about how absurd it would be to go find, you know, this old man who just may know something that's going on. And then Sam hears the kids playing and making skinned man jokes and all of that. And he's like, all right, where's the nut house? Where is it? Is it close? Can we make it to it? Like, the urgency's kind of picking up in his mind.
Well, it immediately makes me think they put such an emphasis on like, oh yeah, the oldest grandpa, Thomas Prescott, yeah, he's crazy. Which, if anything, he could be in a place of hysteria, but he could be telling the truth also. So he could be like ranting and raving about the skin men or Shiny Gentleman and stuff.
Yeah.
So I feel like whenever they go meet him, I think it's going to be something where he is going to spill some beans. I think, and I do think Jimmy Prescott is going to be pissed.
Yeah. I can't say anything, but those are interesting ideas you have. I'm curious. We'll see how they play out. So anyway, it's not a nut house. It's more like a hospice, Kimber chided. The rumor I've heard is that he's at Golden Elm, and that's in Cape Girardeau. I'm sorry.
I think it's Gerardo.
Gerardo, thank you.
Gerardo.
Gerardio. Yeah, that's it. That's about 40 minutes away, Kyle said and pulled out his phone. I'll check the visiting hours for Tuesdays. Sam, do you work tomorrow? I work every day, but I'll get out of it, I promised. Okay, cool. Let's plan to leave after school. So the three of them are going to set off, and they're going to head to meet the old Prescott to see if they can get any information out of him. So after school's over, they get in their car. It says, the drive took longer than we expected when I got lost in Cape Girardeau. I would get lost too if I couldn't pronounce it. The town... The town was bigger than Drisking, and the streets weren't laid out with any sort of planning or logic. By the time we arrived at Golden Elm, we only had 20 minutes left for visiting hours. We're here to see Mr. Thomas Prescott, Kimber told the nurse at the front desk. We let her do the talking since she had a disarming, old-fashioned charm about her that put people in a friendly mood. Old Tom? Wow, he hasn't had a visitor since Christmas when his son came up. Sign the check-in sheet and take a visitor sticker. Your family, then? Do you know where his room is? The nurse arched a thin, suspicious eyebrow. I'm sorry, we don't, Kimber apologized. My mother has been asking me to check in on my great-uncle while she's away doing Doctors Without Borders. I should have gotten more information from her, but, you know, she only has so many minutes to call home. Oh, smart girl. Very smart girl, mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, of course, dear. Let me get someone to escort you. An orderly led us to Tom Prescott's room, which we found empty. He pointed down the hall and said, he likes to read in the sunroom. We walked down the hall and found an old, thin man an old, thin man sitting alone and whispering to himself. He was sitting at a table in front of a backgammon board, moving chess pieces around it. Tom Prescott? Kimber said, smiling. He didn't look up, and I wondered if he heard her at all. Kimber took a deep breath to try again, but the old man suddenly slammed his fist on the table. It's him! I'm
him! Yeah, I'm him, goddammit! I'm Mr. Thomas Prescott. Don't call me Tom. People's kids used to have more respect. I'm sorry, sir, Kimber said gently as she sat down in the chair opposite of him. You kids have no respect. Do you even know who I am? It's my son that's done it. That boy's mama should have whipped him, but she was soft. And now he's running around my town spreading the vulgarity and disrespect. Our apologies, Mr. Prescott. We never meant to be disrespectful. We greatly admire you. You're the man who built our town into what it is today. Everyone remembers that. Drisking was suffering, and the town was dying, and you fixed it. We know that. I did what I had to do, the old man grumbled. It was my town. It still is. Who are you? Who are you, little girl, to come in here and suggest otherwise? No, that's not what I said. Kimber changed tactics. As for who we are, we're mere McCaskey kids. Do you remember the McCaskies? Huh. So you're Ada's granddaughter? That explains why you're not there. We exchanged puzzled looks. We're right here, Mr. Prescott, Kimber said. You know what I meant, young lady. They all know. They know I rescued the town. That's my town. Of course, we're going to let me do anything. Fuck sakes. Of course they were going to let me do anything I wanted as long as the money kept coming in. That's why it's my town. Is the money still coming in? Kimber tested. Well, you're here, aren't you? They didn't like it, but they took the money. They didn't know. Not everything. They didn't. But they suspected some. And they must have been okay with it because they kept electing Clary and they kept taking the money. Prescott picked up a pawn and ran his finger across as he talked. It's just a powder, you know. So unassuming. A fine, soft powder. A powder doesn't know what it is. It doesn't know it's bad. It's the people who say it's bad. But it needed to be done. You know that, Ada. You know we had to do it. Kimber hooked him in. I know we had to, but it's your son. I don't think he's doing it right. Well, of course he isn't! The elderly Prescott slammed his fist on the table again, and 2 rooks tumbled to the floor. They were mine! He took them from me. He thought he could do it better, but he took mine and he ruined my legacy! Decades of work, and now it's all run by powder. It's the dust of the crumbled empire. What about the skinned men, I asked. God, Sam, Jesus. Give it fucking 10 minutes, dude. 10 minutes. What about the skinned men? I asked, caught up in the moment. What are you talking about, boy? He growled. And the treehouse. The triple tree. What is it? What is it for? Triple tree? I didn't authorize that. We paid triple the price, but it was only for a short while. When things were slow. We never changed triple. That's bad business. Has my idiot boy been telling you that? Did he offer you triple for them? He's ruining my town, isn't he? God damn it, Jimmy. You get him in here. Ada, get my boy on the phone. You tell Jimmy I want to talk to him. You tell him they're still mine. Ada, get Jimmy on the phone. Kimber jumped up and Kyle pushed her behind him as the old man rose to his feet, tall and imposing. We were backing toward the door when the orderly came in with disapproving look on his face and shooed us out. Long after we'd made it to the lobby, we could still hear Tom Prescott yelling for his son. The ride home was quiet, and I spent it trying to fit the pieces of the puzzle together. The skinned men, the triple tree, the shiny gentleman, the powder. These things seemed to have been pulled blindly from the aether, random and meaningless. The veil over my eyes was thick and heavy, but I was closer to Baraska than I'd ever been before. I could feel it all around me, but I couldn't see it. I could almost touch it, but I couldn't yet comprehend it. I suddenly realized that Kyle was pulling over off the road, and I snapped out of my contemplation. He put the car in park and turned over and looked at me in the back seat. Is this really about Whitney, Sam? Yes. Kimber watched us with worried eyes. Why do you think that? The cops, even your father confirmed that Whitney ran away. I don't believe them, I said through clenched teeth. Look, Sam, we're getting pretty deep in here, and I'm with you every step, but I have to know that there's a reason we're doing this, and pulling Kimber in too. I have to know this is important to you for the right reasons and not just an obsession. I looked out the window and realized he'd pulled over near the West Rim Prescott Ore trailhead. He was right to worry, and even more so to be protective of Kimber. Kyle was thinking it, and so was I. The powder. If Baraska really did involve moving mass amounts of drugs, did I want to be involved with my friends any further? This wasn't their fight. I love these people. Could I really risk their safety for my own curiosities and vendettas? But as hard as I wish I could let them go, I knew I needed them. I have to know what really happened to Whitney, I whispered. I turned back around without a word, and Kimber placed her hand on mine. I jerked my hand away and crossed my arms and immediately apologized. Kimber just smiled in a forgiving sort of way. Kyle sighed. Sam, He was interrupted by the piercing ring of Kimber's phone. She scrambled for her cell to silence it, but when she saw the name on the screen, she quickly answered. Dad? Wait, what do you mean? Dad? No, wait, slow down. Hello? She took the phone away from her ear. Something happened to my mom, and she's at the hospital. Tears filled Kimber's soft green eyes.
Kyle threw the car in gear and screeched into the parking lot. We made the 10-mile trip to the hospital in as many minutes, which was criminally fast on surface streets. Kyle stopped the car at the emergency entrance, and Kimber and I ran inside. A deputy was there waiting. He refused to answer Kimber's desperate questions as he led us to her father. When the deputy swung open the doors, I saw my dad standing next to Kimber's, and I braced myself for the worst. Kimber's dad took her in one direction, and my dad took me in the other. Before he said a word, I saw Kimber crumble to the floor on the other side of the room. I looked at my dad helplessly, and he gave me a sympathetic nod and pulled me into a hug. He sat down in a corner, and I stared at my hands as he quietly explained that Mrs. DeStario had gone grocery shopping at around 1 o'clock, come home, put the groceries away, made 2 lasagnas and a meatloaf, put them in the freezer. Then she got in her car, drove to the hospital, parked in the shade, took the stairs up 7 floors to the roof, and jumped off of it. She lived long enough to apologize to the EMT who found her.
Oh my God.
I watched Kimber fall apart as her mother's body slowly grew cold in the morgue 1 floor beneath us.
Man. End of part 2.
End of part 2.
And the end of part 1 of our episode here.
Yes. That's the end of the beginning of our coverage. For one, just real quick, what do you think of the story so far?
I think it's very good. The thing about it so far is that it's tapping it has a lot of eccentricities. Is that the right word? I don't know. The idea of, like, you're talking about stuff called Baraska, which is fine, but you're talking about stuff like the skin men and stuff, and there really hasn't been any elements of actually visually being able to see anything. Really, the horrors of a lot of the stuff so far of this story has been putting yourself in the shoes of somebody, of like a brother or a parent losing a child or a sister, a sibling, and even so much of this of dealing with somebody with mental health issues that tried or unalive themselves and having to deal with that, and the long periods of stretches of how that affects you. So I think that it's extremely well written, but I also more so like that it's taking its time. It's really not trying to reveal too much. It's not trying to be big and flashy. There's moments too, like, I think the biggest thing from this one I thought was interesting was I really thought that we were going to get something a little more than our meeting with Thomas. Thomas Prescott being obsessed with the ownership of the town and stuff, I thought was going to go in a different direction. So I'm curious.
I would like to highlight something about that conversation, right?
Yeah.
So we know that the Prescotts revitalized the town in the 50s, right?
Yeah.
So the Prescotts did something, right? Town starts making money. And we hear at the beginning of the conversation, he's talking about it's my money or whatever, and they apologize, and and the old man says, I did what I had to do. It was my town. Who are you to suggest otherwise? And he says, whenever she identifies herself as Ada's granddaughter, he says, oh, then you know what I mean, young lady. They all know. They know I rescued the town. That's my town. Of course they were going to let me do anything I wanted as long as the money kept coming in. That's why it's my town. And then whenever Kimber says, is the money still coming in? He says, well, you're here, aren't you? They didn't like it, but they took the money. They didn't know, not everything. They didn't, but they suspected some. And they must have been okay with it because they kept electing Clary and they kept taking the money.
Yeah, he's trying to assume that it's bad, like that it's a crooked cop. And especially the emphasis of him continuously using the word powder and stuff, which is usually people associate that with like cocaine. But I don't think it's that. I don't think that it has anything to do with a drug ring or anything like that. What I am curious is potentially like an H.P. Lovecraft situation thing where the powder could be something not of this world, something that maybe they fit into physical formats and being able to like have it up on a bookshelf and pull it down. I think it just it legitimizes it in a fun way where you can put it up next to like your H.P. Lovecraft's or Stephen King's, all that kind of stuff. And I think it deserves to be there. But once again, this is the narrative with every episode. I have not read this, nor have I really heard of it. It's just another one of these things where. Mostly it's been people in the comments saying that they want to see people, they want to hear us talk about Pen Pal. They want to see, us read Pen Pal, which I'm very excited about, especially, but I'm also very nervous. I'll say I'm very nervous because do we know, is it going to be a Baraska situation again or not? I don't know.
That's a good point. It might be.
I'm holding my breath because now I'm nervous because you don't even know. We're going in this
I'm
blind.
innocent this time. I'm innocent. I have no idea where this story ends. So if it does end up in a Baraska place, that was a happy accident. I didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, a quote unquote happy accident. It's very, very happy.
Yeah.
Without further ado, let's jump into it. And like Wendy said, it's broken into 6 parts, and the first part is called Footsteps. So, you want to start? Or you want me to start?
Absolutely, and I think the plan is we're just going to run with it for as long as we feel like, and we'll see where it goes. So let's get into it. Why don't you kick us off?
Okay. So Footsteps, and it begins with, this is long, so I apologize for that. I've never had to tell this story with enough detail to actually explain it all the way, but it is true, and it happened when I was about 6 years old. Nice 6-year-old story, all right? Mm-hmm. I'll tell you something, and I don't mean to immediately break this,
you're
but
good.
I'm trying to think if I can remember much when I was 6. I can't remember much when I was 6.
I have very early memories of I remember the house. I remember when I was 6 or 7, I remember I was playing on a playground and ran into a big black widow spider, hanging on a toy. So I have glimpses of stuff like that, but I don't have coherent memories from that time.
Yeah. I feel like all I can remember is, like you were saying, childhood home, and then something big that happened. I think I tripped. I was running up my stairs outside, these wooden steps, and I tripped and I hit my shins really hard. Yep. And I remember I was like, oh, and I crawled inside. I couldn't even walk. I was like,
I remember
I crawled inside.
The pet hermit crab I got from the, I think it was a county fair. I remember when it died. And I remember you scream crying for days.
to be 6 again.
Oh, to be 6, yeah.
All right, that was the literal first sentence, so I'm not going to stop anymore. I apologize. So he said, but it is true, and it happened when I was about 6 years old. So, in a quiet room, if you press your ear against a pillow, you can hear your heartbeat. As a kid, the muffled rhythmic beats sounded like soft footsteps on a carpeted floor. So as a kid, almost every night, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I would hear these footsteps, and I would be ripped back into consciousness, terrified. For my entire childhood...
Hold on, to make it easier on us, do you want to alternate paragraphs?
Sure,
substantial paragraphs. If it's a sentence, then you do another one.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that way it's just more rhythmic or whatever. Neither of us are losing our voice because we're in this for the long haul. This isn't a sprint; it's a marathon, right? We got to pace ourselves.
Yeah, it's a classic. It's a classic tortoise and the hare kind of thing.
Exactly.
You'd be very surprised who wins that race. Huh?
Look, I'm not saying I was there or anything, but from what I've heard, it got pretty wild.
From what I heard, it was a pretty good race. Is all I gotta say.
A lot of upsets that day. All right. Anyway.
Yeah.
For my entire childhood, I lived with my mother in a fairly nice neighborhood that was in a transitional phase. People of lower economic means were gradually moving in, and my mother and I were 2 of these people. We lived in the kind of house you see being transported in 2 pieces on the interstate, but my mom took good care of it. There were a lot of woods surrounding the neighborhood that I would play in and explore during the day, but at night, as things often do to a kid, they took a more sinister feeling. This coupled with the fact that, due to the nature of our house, there was a fairly large crawl space underneath, filled my mind with imaginary monsters and inescapable scenarios which would consume my thoughts when I was awoken by the footsteps.
I told my mom about the footsteps, and she said that I was just imagining things. I persisted enough, and she blasted my ears with water from a turkey blaster, once just to placate me. Since I thought that would help. Of course it didn't. Despite all the creepiness and footsteps, the only weird thing that ever happened was that, every now and then,
I would wake up on the bottom of a bunk despite having gone to sleep on the top. But this wasn't really weird since I'd sometimes get up to piss or get something to drink and can remember just going back to sleep on the bottom bunk. My God, I'm having a stroke.
It's okay, Grandpa. So if you hit control and the mouse wheel, the words get bigger.
Zoom in. I need to zoom in, Sonny. I'm sorry.
The words, they're bigger, Grandpa. You don't have to squint so hard.
It's easy to read now. This would happen once or twice a week, but waking up on the bottom bunk wasn't too terrifying. But one night, I didn't wake up on the bottom bunk. I'll tell you something right now. If I consistently went to sleep on a top bunk and I woke up on the bottom bunk, that would fuck me up.
That's
mentally.
pretty freaky.
Yeah. It is. It is. Even I don't even like the aspect. I don't even like thinking that like I'm sleepwalking, let alone like sleep talking, let alone sleepwalking. So just be like, as a kid, I'd wake up and I'd get on the bottom bunk. That isn't cute to me. I don't like that. I don't like moving when I don't know.
Yeah, that sleep. Like I've never sleepwalked, but I know people who have. It always freaked me out. Like the idea that you could just be on autopilot walking around. You all should be put into I don't know, some kind of isolation from the rest of us. You're weird. Stop it.
I used to have a friend that used to go to his house and we would hang out and play PS2 and stuff. You know what I mean? But he would get up during the night. He would sleep talk and he would sleepwalk, and it was seriously like some of the most horrifying things. Like just seeing somebody move around and like he'd be gone for a while and he would just like scream in his kitchen and his like mom would have to wake up and be like, go. It was horrible.
No,
I don't know why I kept going over. You know what I think it was is he just like his mom, and this is the inner fat kid of me, and I feel very ashamed about this, but it was just like his mom had really good snacks, that kind of thing, where it's like you go over to his house and you're like, oh dude, I'm gonna be eating good. I'm gonna be eating very well. Banana slices with chocolate syrup, that kind of thing.
It is pretty good. So it was like in your head, like I might have to put up with like a screaming possessed child, but I get the
I'm going to. I'm going to have to deal with this. That is the reality of the situation. Is how I felt about it. But I was like, he has a GameCube and a PS2, and his mom has good snacks, so why not? Why not?
This was back in the 1950s, right?
It was, yeah. It was
I didn't
back
know
in
they
the
had
1950s.
PlayStations back then. It sounds pretty impressive.
It was a very, very new console.
Okay. Anyway, I had heard the footsteps, but was too far gone to be woken up by them. And when I was woken, it wasn't from the sounds of footsteps or a nightmare, but because I was cold. Really cold. When I opened my eyes, I saw stars. I was in the woods. No, immediately. Immediately, no.
Why?
You go to sleep and you wake up in the woods? Man, okay. I sat up immediately and tried to figure out what was going on. I thought I was dreaming, but that didn't seem right. Though neither did me being in the woods. There was a deflated pool float right in front of me. One of those ones shaped like a shark. This only added to the surreal feeling, but after a while it seemed like I just wasn't going to wake up because I wasn't asleep. I stood up to orient myself, but I didn't recognize these woods. I played in the woods by my house all the time, so I knew them really well. But if these weren't the same woods, then how could I get out? I took a step and felt a shooting pain in my foot, which knocked me back to where I had just been laying. I had stepped on a thorn. By the light of the moon, I could see that they were everywhere. I looked at my other foot, but it was fine. And as a matter of fact, so was the rest of me. I didn't have another scratch on me, and I wasn't even that dirty. I cried for a little bit, and then stood back up.
Really interesting visuals there. Mm-hmm. Especially I like the idea of the blow up shark just being there. It does add to that surrealistic kind of dreamlike state. Yeah. But even just like a forest just laid like with a bed of thorns is pretty creepy.
The implication I get said he's being carried there because like he got into the middle of the thorns, but he doesn't have any scratches on him. Kind of like he appeared. That's what it sounds like. But we'll find out.
Someone's taking him from his bunk. That's definitely what it feels like.
Yeah.
I didn't know which way to go, so I just picked a direction. I resisted the urge to call out since I wasn't sure I wanted to be found by who or what might be out here. I walked for what seemed like hours, and I tried to walk in a straight line and tried to course correct when I had to take detours, but I was a kid and I was afraid. There weren't any howls or screams, and only once did I hear any noise that scared me. It sounded like a crying baby. I think now it was just a cat, but I panicked. I ran veering in different directions to avoid big thicks of bushes and collapsed trees. And I was paying close attention to where I stepped because by that point my feet were in pretty bad shape. I paid too much attention to where I was stepping and not enough to where those steps were leading, because not long after hearing the cry, I saw something that filled me with a kind of despair I haven't experienced since. It was a pool. It was the pool float. The pool float.
Okay. I was only 10 feet from where I had woken up. This wasn't magic or some supernatural space bending. I was lost. Up until that moment, I thought more about getting out of the woods than how I got in, but being back at the beginning caused my mind to swim. Oh, I see. Okay, so he gets up and he's running, and he runs for a while, and then he's back at the pool float.
Yeah, back at the
I
shark.
see. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I was kind of, the way it was worded and how I read it, I was also a little confused. But
I was like, is there another pool float? No, he's been going in circles.
Yeah,
I see what they're saying.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
gotcha.
went in a big circle. Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't even sure that these were my woods. I had only been hoping that they were. Had I run in a huge circle around that spot, or did I just get turned around and start making my way back? How was I going to get out? At the time, I thought the North Star was just the brightest star, and so I looked and found the brightest one and followed it. That's a very kid logic moment, right? Mm-hmm. Of like, oh, I've heard there's a bright star that goes north, so that one looks bright, I'll go that way. Also, a 6-year-old kid running through the woods with thorns at his feet, I would have been just a puddle of tears.
Oh, yeah, no, I can barely walk on fucking pebbles, dude.
Yeah.
Let alone having thorns stabbing to my feet. I mean, this is like some like Hurt Locker Saving Private Ryan style vibe of a child. I mean, he's got some dexterity. I will say something interesting about that, too, was it's the first time we figured out that like the surroundings of like maybe where his house is. So maybe he's not in the suburban environment. Maybe he's kind of out in the country a bit. But the idea too, where he's like,
I got the vibe that it's like a trailer park.
Oh, okay.
Because he's like, it's
trailer park action.
Yeah, he's like, it's the houses that are transported in 2 pieces. My mom keeps it nice, lower income. That's kind of the vibe I got. A lot of trailer parks where I'm from are like around woods, so it would make sense to get you know, stuck out there. I do like the scary concept of like, what if these aren't my woods? Because in the middle of the night, it's hard to tell, right? So you could wake up and you could be right outside your neighborhood, or you could be a state away. You have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, that even just the idea of like, even if it is your woods, just the idea of like, you don't know how far. He doesn't even know how far.
Oh yeah, it's creepy regardless. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, there's multifacets. It's very interesting, but eventually things started to look more familiar. And when I saw the ditch, which a dirt ditch, my friends and I would have dirt clod wars in. I know exactly what that is. I knew I had made it out. By that point, I was walking really slowly because my feet hurt so much, but I was so happy to be so close to home that I broke into a light jog. When I actually saw the roof of my house over a neighboring lower-set house, I let out a light sob and ran faster. I just wanted to be home. I had already decided that I wouldn't say anything because I had no idea what I could possibly say. I would get back in the house and somehow clean up and get in bed, and my heart sunk as I rounded the corner of my house and came into full view. Every light in the house was on. Uh-oh.
I knew my mom was up, and I knew I would have to explain or try to explain where I had been, and I couldn't even figure out where to start. My run became a jog, which became a walk. I saw her silhouette through the blinds, and although I was worried about how to explain things to her, that didn't matter to me at that point. I walked up the couple of steps to the porch and put my hand on the doorknob and turned. Right before I pushed it open, 2 arms wrapped around me and pulled me back. I screamed as loud as I could, "Mom, help me, please, Mom!" The feeling of being so close to being safe and then being physically pulled away from it filled me with a kind of dread that is, even after all these years, indescribable. The door I had been torn away from opened, and a flash of hope shot through my heart. But it wasn't my mom.
It was a man, and he was enormous. I thrashed around and kicked at the shins of the person holding me, while also trying to get away from the person who had just come out of my house. I was scared, but I was furious. "Let me go! Where is she? Where's my mom? What'd you do to her?" As my throat stung from screaming, I was drawing in another breath and I became aware of a sound that had been present for longer than I had perceived it. "Honey, please calm down. I've got you." It sounded like my mom. The arms loosened and set me down, and as a man approaching me blocked out the porch light with his head, I noticed his clothes. He was a cop. I turned to face the voice behind me and saw that it really was my mom. Everything was okay. I began to cry, and the three of us went inside.
"I'm so glad you're home, sweetie. I was worried I'd never see you again." By that point, she was crying too. "I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I just wanted to come home. I'm sorry." "It's okay. Just don't ever do that again. I'm not sure me or my shins could take it." A little laughter broke through my sobs and I smiled a bit. "Well, I'm sorry for kicking you, but why'd you have to grab me like that?" I was just afraid that you'd run away again."
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit. I was walking towards the house. What are you talking about?
I was confused. "What do you mean?" "We found your note on your pillow," she said, and pointed at the piece of paper that the police officer was sliding across the table.
I picked up the note and read it. It was a running away letter. It said that I was unhappy and never wanted to see her or any of my friends again. The police officer exchanged a few words with my mom on the porch while I stared at the letter. I didn't remember writing a letter. I didn't remember anything about any of this. But even if I sometimes went to the bathroom at night and didn't remember, or even if I could have gone to the woods on my own, even if all that could have been true, the only thing I knew at this point was, this isn't how you spell my name. I didn't write this letter.
Hey guys, we just want to take a quick break to thank today's sponsor, Rocket Money. I recently figured out that I was spending hundreds of extra dollars a month on services that I had no idea I was even subscribed to. Weird streaming services that crawled their way into my bank account after, a free trial period expired. It was insane. But luckily, Rocket Money is here to help. Rocket Money is the personal finance app that helps you cancel subscription, lower bills, and manage your money better. I'm using Rocket Money right now to weed out all of these disgusting services, helping me save a bunch of money, and maybe even put some of that money into new services that I like. Such as, I found out I was paying for Paramount Plus. What? But lucky I can take that and put into something suave and sexy like the Criterion Channel. And let me tell you, I'm so pompous and up my own ass, it smells like roses. But it's also helping me to set budgets for myself so I'm able to actually not just go in blind on these transactions, but actually manage the money better and know how much money is in my allotted budget for the month. Rocket Money has helped save its customers an average of $720 a year. With over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. Ooh, take that, big companies. To save more and spend less, join the over 5 million members using Rocket Money today. Go to rocketmoney.com/creepcast or click the link in the description to get started for free. You can also unlock even more features with premium. That's rocketmoney.com/creepcast to get started for free. Thank you so much to Rocket Money for sponsoring this episode, and back to the episode.
And before we get back to the show, I want to take a moment to talk about today's sponsor. A sponsor that's new to me, but one I've quickly come to know and love, and that is Mando. From the makers of Lume Deodorant, Mando is a full-body odor shield. What I mean by that is, compared to a lot of deodorants that simply mask a bad smell when it appears, Mando is more of a pre-deodorant that stops the smell from coming in the first place. That's because Mando targets the bacteria that are actually responsible for a bad stench and stops them before they can make a bad stench. Now, I heard all of this with Mando's advertising and didn't know what to make of it until I tried it for myself. And I can definitively say that with their deodorant, I have noticed this thing throughout the entire day, when normally I just notice deodorant for like the first 30 minutes of the day and maybe it will help me sweat less, whereas Mando keeps me smelling fresh all day long. Not only that, but things like their invisible cream deodorant allow you to take a dab of the stuff and put it anywhere on your body. And since it's pH balanced and doesn't contain any harmful chemicals, you can put it anywhere. And I mean anywhere. Because let's face it, if you're watching Hunter and I talk about scary stories for 5 hours, I can only imagine what you smell like. But today, Mando's here to fix that. And there's no better way to get started with Mando than with Mando's Starter Pack. The Mando Starter Pack includes a solid stick deodorant, as well as a tube of the cream deodorant that we talked about, as well as 2 other free products of your choice, like the deodorant wipes or the full body wash. And right now, there's never been a better time to get in on this starter pack, because new customers who go to shopmando.com and use discount code CreepCast will be able to get $5 off their Mando starter pack. That equates to over 40% of your Mando starter pack once again when you go to shopmando.com and use the discount code CreepCast to get in on this fantastic offer today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Mando for sponsoring the show. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the show.
Ooh,
That's good. That's solid. I dig it.
that's such a great way to end it too.
Yeah, yeah.
so fun.
That's pretty sick. Okay, so the original story, that was all that was originally intended, that story, Footsteps. That's fantastic. I like that a lot. That's a cool... It adds so many surreal moments. So he like sleepwalks a lot. And then one day he wakes up in the woods, or one night I should say, and there's like the pool float there, and he thinks he's running in circles, and then he gets away. But then it's like, okay, either he was sleepwalking so intensely that he wrote out a note and misspelled his own name, right? Which would be weird. And then went out in the woods and laid down, or someone kidnapped him and for some reason set up the pool float, put him in the middle of thorns. That's good. That's creepy. I like it. And that ending note's very nice. I didn't write this letter. That's good.
Yeah, this isn't how you spell my name. I didn't write this letter. I think that it's very... I love a nice... You know, this is going to sound weird. I like a nice home invasion kind of feel. There's something so...
I love a nice home invasion.
Hey,
Call
honestly,
me old-fashioned.
A little something about me, this guy. I like breaking into people's houses and staring at them while they sleep.
I personally love using a child's psychology against him to make him think he walked out in the woods.
Ah, you're crazy. You're an insane child.
I love gaslighting kids. Put her there.
Yeah, exactly. Shake my hand. There's something so creepy about somebody coming into your house when you don't even know it, especially in the part where you sleepwalk. And it's like you're almost gaslighting yourself. But now it's the idea that like the name being spelled wrong, and then you have to confront this idea that like, oh shit, you know, I don't think I sleptwalk. It's kind of the vibe I was getting at the end of this. But once again, you know me in these stories. Yeah, I don't trust the mom. Don't trust it. Do not trust the mom.
The mom thought he wrote a letter about running away.
No, it's true. She, you know, that's what she thinks, right? That's what she thinks.
That is what she thinks happened, yeah.
Who do we know? Out of all the creepypastas we've read, almost always there's a cop there, right?
That's true.
You're like, oh,
That's
there's
true.
a cop. It's like, oh, you know, you're in a zone of safety. Not anymore. I have read too much to realize that these cops in these situations, bad stuff happens. All right, not just Baraska, all kinds of stuff.
Like, I'm sorry that I did Baraska to you. Okay, I'm sorry that I walked you into that. But look, maybe that just because that one was a betrayal doesn't mean they all have to be, right? Maybe.
Well,
maybe someone's okay.
And our protagonist is grabbed by his mom. Right? Grabbed by his mom, and he's like, who is this gorilla-ish man? Who is this monster behind me? Right? Grabbing me. And he's freaking out, and it ends up being his mom. Seems a bit suspicious, is all I'm saying. is that he's sitting there, he doesn't even know, it doesn't feel like a woman's arm, it feels like a big gorilla, big enormous man. And then there's a cop on the porch and all that kind of stuff, but still, it's too early on, I can't point the finger in any general direction, but if I had to give anything, I would just say, do not trust the mom. Especially because I think as a society, Home Alone has done too much damage to what we find acceptable for parents. Why does the mom just let this child walk around or even go outside or anything like that? Sure, she might be sleeping, but how does a 6-year-old get up and do all this? There's too many questions, and I hope some of them get answered, especially into the second part here, which is simply called balloons. Balloons.
All right.
Balloons. I said it weird.
No. It's cool when you say it weird. I forget you're a voice actor, and every now and then it comes out, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot.
I'm a terrible reader. I'm almost wondering if I should just do the quotes. If somebody's talking, I can voice act very well. I'm finding out very quickly that I am I believe there's no ridges in my brain. My brain, I think, resembles that of an unshelled peanut. Is what's beginning to take form.
Do you want to try that out?
Yeah, we could try it. Why
All right,
not?
cool. Why not? Yeah, and if my voice starts to give out, I'll just pass it off to you. Or
Yeah,
we
feel
could
free.
hire some poor, so we could hire someone. What's it
We
called?
need a nice third. I don't know. It would be a nice third party member though that just sits there.
Yeah, what's
and
the
reads,
word
and we can
that
just cut 'em off.
YouTubers do? They pay exposure. We could pay them with exposure. Yeah.
Oh, exposure. Yes. So no
Exactly,
real
yes.
money. Exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
the true currency of YouTubers.
Yeah, very
yes.
good. And they're never on camera, and their
course.
voice we distort it slightly so no one really knows who they are.
Absolutely. But
That's
they
exposure.
were exposed. They were exposed.
You have been
You
exposed.
have been exposed. we need a gremlin.
Yeah, we did a nice little goblin to help us with this stuff.
Read, whip.
Yeah, exactly.
A couple of days ago, I posted.
It just starts going into it. Yeah, that'd be nice.
All right. Yeah, we'll try that. You'll run the quotes. All right. So with that, again, as mentioned earlier, Footsteps was its own standalone story. It got a lot of praise on r/no sleep, so the author decided to make a second part. The second part being titled Balloons. A couple days ago, I posted a story called Footsteps here on /no sleep. There were a number of questions that made me curious about certain details about my childhood, and so I spoke with my mother. Exacerbated by my question, she said,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Why don't you just tell them about the goddamn balloons if they're so interested?
That's very aggressive.
That's super bad, man. Okay, maybe you're
I imagine
right.
she's
maybe
she's,
you're
she's,
right.
sit- she's sitting there smoking. She's sitting there like smoking. She's like,
Why don't you just tell? Why don't you just tell about the goddamn balloons if they're so interested?
it's like, hey, mom, my story did pretty well on this subreddit. She's like, who cares?
Do you have a wife yet? A job?
Yeah, when are you gonna move out of this damn house?
You and your shark pull float have been here for 30 years.
Sock pull float. Get out of my house.
When you play a character, you're temporarily possessed by that character. All right. As soon as she said that, I remembered so much about my childhood that I had forgotten. This story will provide some greater context for the previous story, which I think you should read first. Though the order isn't of vital importance, reading that story first will put you in my place more effectively since I remembered the events of Footsteps first. If you have questions or anything, feel free to ask and I'll try to answer them. Although both stories are long, so heads up on that. I'm just hesitant to leave out any details that might be important.
And I think it's worth also pointing out here that he did, in character, respond to people's comments and stuff on these posts.
Yeah.
Which, just like the dead girlfriend story we covered last episode, I love that. I love the interactivity with that and the kind of community collaboration, because when he is responding to these people, they are inadvertently becoming a part of the story too, and I think that's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's fun to make it into like a kind of ARG type thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's pretty sick. I like if you're gonna be there, you know, why not go all the way with it, right?
Exactly. I mean, like, you're using social media, you're using these online forums. It's like, it feels weird to be like, let's play pretend. But in a way, when you're getting invested in these stories, why not? It's coming from an anonymous source on the internet. Why not take it that extra step? I think it just adds. It just adds so much more than like what a standard novel or a standard movie can do. You know, you're so embedded in a part of it.
I mean,
it's just
you've got the format in front of you. You might as well use it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
When I was 5 years old, I went to an elementary school that, from what I've come to understand, was really adamant about the importance of learning through activity. It was part of a new program designed to allow children to rise at their own pace, and to facilitate this, the school encouraged teachers to come up with really inventive lesson plans. Each teacher was given the latitude to create his or her own themes, which would run for the duration of the grade. And all the lessons in math, reading, etc. would be designed in the spirit of the theme. These themes were called groups. There was a space group, a sea group, an earth group, and the group I was in, community. In kindergarten...
There was the Fire Nation, the Water Nation.
Long ago, the 5 groups lived together in harmony.
Exactly. There was a child with an arrow tattooed on his forehead.
But everything changed when I was kidnapped and thrown into the woods next to a shark pool float.
Yeah, but everything changed when Bryce Michael moved into town.
In kindergarten in this country, you don't learn much except how to tie your shoes and how to share, so most of it isn't very memorable. I only remember 2 things very clearly. I was the best at writing my name the right way, and the balloon project. That was... sorry. I know Balloon Project. It's like a kid's project, but I read it as like an MK Ultra thing, like Project Scorpio or the Northwoods or whatever. So I read it as like I just remember my name and then the CIA clandestine operation.
Yeah, I was the best at creating mustard gas for the CIA.
I was the best at writing my name the right way, and the Balloon Project, which was really the hallmark of the community group, since it was a pretty clever way to show how a community functioned at a really basic level. You've probably heard of this activity. On one Friday, I remember it being Friday because I was excited about the project and it being the end of the week. Toward the beginning of the year, we walked into the classroom in the morning and saw that there was a fully inflated balloon tied off with string taped to each of our desks. Okay, hold on, not to jump the gun. I'm drawing a connection between this and the pool float in my head, right? Anyway, there's a.
You want to explain? You want to explain how?
Well, a pool float is truly the balloon of the water, right? So there's a full float.
Wow. That is intuitive. Wait, hold on. Pool floats are like balloons that sit on water. Okay.
Write it down. Get your notebook out.
Jot that down.
If you think about it. But no, it's like there's balloons, right? And then, because that was the most surreal detail of the first part, that there was a balloon deflated in the middle of the woods, right? So I'm just guessing. We're gonna see a shark pop up in the story.
I appreciate it. I wanted to hear the thought, and I heard it.
As I said, balloons... floats are the balloons of the water. So we walked into the classroom in the morning and saw that there was a fully inflated balloon tied off with string taped to each of our desks. Sitting on each of our desks was a marker, a pen, a piece of paper, and an envelope. The project was to write a note on the paper, put it in the envelope, and attach it to the balloon, which we could draw a picture on if we wanted. Most of the kids started fighting over the balloons because they wanted different colors, but I started on my note, which I had thought a lot about. All the notes had to follow a loose structure, but we were allowed to be creative within those boundaries. My note was something like this.
Hi, you found my balloon. My name is blank, and I attend blank elementary school. You can keep the balloon, but I hope you write me back. I like Mighty Max, exploring, building forts, swimming, and friends. What do you like? Write me back soon. Here's $1 for the mail.
On the dollar, I wrote 4 stamps.
4 stamps!
It was in quotes. I had to do it.
You were so excited. Oh, that's great. All right. He wrote that right across the front, which my mom said was unnecessary, but I thought it was genius, so I did it. The teacher took a Polaroid of each of us with our balloons and had us put them in the envelope along with our letter. They also included another letter that I assume explained the nature of the project and sincere appreciation for anyone's participation in writing back and sending photos of their city or neighborhood. That was the whole idea, to build a sense of community without having to leave the school and to establish safe contact with other people. It seemed like such a fun idea.
So it's pretty much like, in a way, like kind of like a DARE kind of program, like kind of just getting people activity. It's an activity that's about like a group building exercise that also teaches you like safe practices amongst like your own community or whatever.
Yeah, like you put your name in a balloon ask someone to write you back. It's like, oh, you're learning about people from around. I think I know where this is going, though.
I prediction time. If we want to do a nice little prediction,
Sure.
I feel like he's going to get a note from somebody who's not in the class. If is maybe what is what I'm starting to think.
Yeah, well, they send the balloons off, so the idea is that someone from like far away writes back.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was okay. So, well, first off, yeah, that's weird. There's gonna float off.
Well, I imagine this was like the 90s or something, back when they weren't really taking that kind of thing into account. You know, like, oh, let's include a picture of the child with the letter. You know,
I'm this old.
Yeah, I'm this old. My home address is this. Please write.
That would definitely be something where it's just like law enforcement had no idea, or something like that.
We never saw this one coming, really.
Yeah.
All right. Over the next couple weeks, the letters started to roll in. Most came with pictures of different landmarks, and each time a letter would come in, the teacher would pin the picture on a big wall map we had put up showing where the letter had come from and how far the balloon had traveled. That's kind of like, I know we joke about like, oh, what could happen, but that's kind of a nice little thought, right? Like, oh, this is how far your balloon went, and this is where this person's from, and, you know, like teaching kids about like other people existing, you know?
So are the kids finding the balloons?
No, so they... Okay, so you write a letter.
I'm honestly so lost.
You write a letter. You write a letter. Right, saying my name is this. I go here. This is how old I am.
I'm 86 pounds.
Yeah. All
I'm
that.
4'2". Yeah.
Yeah. Hair color, eye color, all that. Anyway, you you put the letter in an envelope, tie it to a balloon, and send it off. The letter the teacher adds is instructions from the school. Like, if you want to write back to the child, send your letter to the school. So then when people send the letter back from like 100 miles away, you know, however far the balloon goes, they read the letter to the class and then put a pin in the board and talk about like where this person's from, what that region's like, etc.
I see. So we're under the impression that the balloon doesn't pop like right above the school, far and fall into the parking lot.
Yeah.
Thing.
Correct. No, it goes a ways away. Yeah.
So it flies away like a Dr. Seuss object, and someone's like, "Oh my God, look at this, a balloon!"
Yeah.
And they look inside. Yeah. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure.
Right. Yeah. So the idea is that strangers like send in, like he said, people were sending pictures of landmarks and stuff. So it's people like, oh well, I'm from here. This is what it's like.
I would hate to see what some of these pictures were they sent back. I have a feeling that this is a disaster project, is what this is coming to be.
Look, like I said, it was the 90s. That wasn't on anyone's mind. It was the 90s.
Yeah, no one really... Yeah,
kids were just flying into vans left and right.
That's how it felt. I have a here's a picture of my van. I'm going to pick you up from school on Thursday.
Oh, yay!
I got lots of candy.
I have lots of candy.
I've got balloon floats. I got shark floats.
Yeah. It's a balloon for the water.
They say floats are the balloons of the sea.
That's what they say.
That's what
they say at the store.
What's
it's
that?
In the balloon
what's
section
that thing I said during Baraska? Oh, mayonnaise is the sauce of the aristocrat.
Yeah, that's what mayonnaise is the sauce of the aristocrat.
That's what this dude writes back to the kid.
It's like, what? What is it?
Okay. It was a really smart idea because we actually looked forward to coming to school to see if we had gotten our letter. For the duration of the year, we had 1 day a week where we could write back to our pen pal or another student's pen pal in case our letter hadn't come in yet. Mine was one of the last to arrive. When I came into the classroom, I looked at my desk and once again didn't see any letter waiting for me. But as I sat down, the teacher approached me and handed me an envelope. I must have looked so excited because as I was about to open it, she put her hand on mine to stop me and said, "Please don't be upset." Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Please don't be upset.
Man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to try to take your thunder there. My bad.
It's my. I have the quotation.
All right.
It's mine.
Okay. All right. Easy. Put it down. You can have your mayonnaise.
Please don't be upset.
I didn't understand what she meant. Why would I be upset now that my letter had come? Initially, I was mystified that she would even know what was in the envelope, but now I realize that, of course, the teachers had screened the contents to make sure there was nothing obscene. But all the same, how could I be disappointed? When I opened the envelope, I understood. There was no letter.
Why would you give the child that?
Well,
if
the next line says there's something in it, so we'll see what it is.
Okay, all right. Well, all right. I'll hold my tongue for a second.
All right. She didn't just hand him a blank envelope like loser.
Ooh,
Stupid
sorry.
balloon. Yeah.
Bummer. Everybody want to point and laugh at him? He's a loser.
No, this kid didn't get a balloon back. Ha ha. Jimmy, you had the picture of the man touching himself, right? Give it to him to make him feel appreciated.
No, it's mine. I don't want to. It's mine. Jimmy, give the picture of the man touching himself to Bryce. He wants it. No, it's mine.
What did we talk about sharing?
I don't care. It's mine. I want it. Okay, well, you're going to have to find a new Polaroid, okay? Because Jimmy loves his picture. That's my favorite thing ever on this earth.
Okay. The only thing in the envelope was a Polaroid. But I couldn't really make out what it was.
Oh, God.
It looked like a patch of desert, but it was too blurry to decipher. It appeared as if the camera had been moved while the picture was being taken. There was no return address, so I couldn't even write back if I wanted to. I was crushed.
I mean, still, I have to elaborate. I have to be the voice here that says, if you're a teacher and you screen it and someone has a motion blurred Polaroid, I feel like I'd be like, I'm just not going to give it to him. Or
I mean, that'd be better.
Make the letter up.
Yeah, lie.
Make the letter up.
He's 5. It's okay.
Yeah, for real. She's like, it's just not ethical. It's like a documentary person, like on Planet Earth, whatever, that documentary, where it's like, we simply can't interfere. It's not.
Oh my gosh, bro, that is the most. Okay, I know this isn't related to the story. That's one of my biggest pet peeves of anything ever. Those documentary crews who will watch people starve to death. You know what I'm talking about?
It's their code.
Drives me insane.
It's the documentary code. I've been watching Love on the Spectrum, and I think the same thing. I can't even. Love on the Spectrum, these people are doing things wrong intentionally, and I just imagine like these malicious producers in the back being like, let them keep doing it wrong.
Yeah, this is such good content. We definitely
don't interfere. And then they walk up to him, they're like, hi, Connor. Yeah. Are you sure you want to do that? Because you look pretty fucking stupid. And he's like, oh, I didn't know. And they're like, yeah. Yeah. Could you go ahead and shape up? And he's like, okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm glad you said sorry about that. I will say, though, this does remind me, I'm actually getting flashbacks from my own childhood. In my music class, we could write to any musician.
Oh, did you get a special Polaroid from a musician? Is that what happened?
I got a postcard, and I wrote to Adam Sandler. That was the musician I chose. Okay, because at the time I had a comedy CD from him called "Everybody's Gonna Laugh at You," and I remember I got a thing back and it was signed, and it was so obviously fake. But I remember at the time I was like, whoa. Holy moly!
Your teachers faked a signed Adam Sandler letter?
That I can only imagine. There was never verified, so it very well could be. But like looking back on it, I was like, "There's no way. There's just simply no way."
Do you still have that letter?
Maybe,
bro.
I'd have to. I think for a very long time, I was like, "This is just fake." I might have pitched it. I don't know.
No, bro. If you still have, what if it's real? What if one day, what if one day, when you're 87 years old, wow. 10 years from now,
could you like listen to yourself? Could you imagine, Huddle, if you had an Adam Sandler signature? I will say, hold on. I'm looking up images of it right now, and the signature does look very similar because he did draw he drew a smiley face on mine. And then one of these things.
Okay, well, for one, you're making fun of me for the signature thing. I'm saying it would be cool if, like, he sent a signed copy of the CD to someone who became like a famous internet like comedian personality, right? Like that would be a cool stepping stone. You hear about like, oh, this director got a letter from Scorsese when they were a kid or whatever, right? I'm saying it'd be neat for that reason, not that.
When I was listening to you, I legitimately thought you were being like, I thought you were legitimately being like, Can you even imagine if you had Adam Sandler's signature right now?
That's what I'm starstruck by.
Yeah, you're like, oh my gosh, really?
Could you, did Mr. Sandler touch that? No.
Are you saying Mr. Sandler touched pen and he touched ink and quill on that picture?
What's it smell like?
It smells like Adam.
Give me the letter. Give me the letter.
Give it. Yeah, girl. Yeah.
No, if it's real, that's neat. Is all I mean.
It's probably in a landfill. I don't know if I still have it. It's probably in a landfill.
All right, well, I'll make sure he knows that when I talk to him. So
if you talk to him, if I could get a signed copy of like Happy Gilmore. Or something
okay,
like that,
yeah, sure. See, here he comes crawling back. Okay, anyway.
Yeah. Hey, Adam.
The school year pressed on, and the letters had stopped coming for nearly all of the other students. After all, you can only continue a written correspondence with a kindergartner for so long. Everyone, including myself, had lost interest in the letters almost completely. Then I got another envelope. My excitement was rejuvenated, and I reveled in the fact that I was still getting a letter when most of the other pen pals had abandoned their involvement. It made sense that I received another delivery. There had been nothing but a blurry picture in the first one, so this was probably to make up for that. But again, there was no letter at all. Just another picture.
God, my stomach is dropping every time that it says
it's a pretty good. I'm liking this build up right now. This is solid. Yeah. This one was more distinguishable, but I still didn't understand it. The photograph was angled way up, catching the top corner of a building, and the rest of the image was distorted by a lens flare from the sun.
Oh man, what if the building is the school?
Oh,
that'd be creepy.
Oh, that gave me a chill. All right.
Yeah.
See, but we might be getting into Baraska territory. Just to warn you.
I don't.
I didn't do it this time. I didn't do it this time.
This setup is literal, and I hate to say it. I really don't. I don't even want to go there, but this could a story set up like a pedophile scenario anymore than children writing about who they are and sending pictures of themselves and sending it out into the balloons out into the world.
Yeah,
like, come on!
It's like a metaphor for the internet. You take a picture of yourself and throw it into the sky and wait for someone to reply.
They're sitting there and then they're getting letters back from these strangers. And, like, there's probably some kid who's like, Joshua, do you want to see who sent you a letter? And it's like, my friend Jeremy. And he's like, well, what does it say? The first line is "Hello, beautiful."
Oh no!
I'm telling you, it is ripe for just like horrible shit.
Maybe
to happen,
okay, hold on. Because of the balloon thing, like the shark thing, and the looping woods, I think it's going to go in a supernatural direction.
I'm praying,
but you're right that I think that the red herring is a child predator scenario. Yeah,
I think so. I think it is. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't do it. If that is where this is going, everyone, I'm innocent.
You knew.
I did not know.
You knew.
I did not.
You knew.
I wouldn't have played my hand this early. After Baraska, I would have given it 3 normal ones, and then I'd be like, "Oh, Hanya, there's this cool story called Pip Pal. We should read it." I wouldn't have done it this quick.
Like, you're a bad man. You're a bad man.
I'm not a bad man. I would have been smart about it. This is too overt.
Right.
This is too overt for me. Okay.
All right. Okay.
All right. Of course, if I did want to do it right now, then I would pretend like I've never read the story before. But that did happen. So
don't ever trust me. Don't ever trust me. I imagine your room is completely flooded and you're just on a giant shark floaty. Don't ever trust what you can't see, Hato.
Bro, wouldn't it be wild? This would be a great bit if I had read the story previously. Because, again, Hunter can't see me when we record these things. What if I just, had a shark floating sitting in my lap?
I would be pissed.
And you didn't know
I would be
until
pissed.
You watched the episode when it's posted?
I would watch the episode and I would be like, you son of a bitch, is what I'd say. I was like, I fully couldn't trust you if that became the fact. There's no way.
Dude, I've got to chat. You guys gotta keep me. accountable for this. We have to do something like that in the future. We got to prank him with some elaborate. Okay, anyway.
Come on.
Oh man, that's so good. All right. Because the balloons didn't travel very far and because they were all launched on the same day, the board became a bit cluttered, and so the policy for the students still exchanging letters became that they could take the photographs home. My best friend Josh had the second highest number of pictures taken home by the end of the year. His pen pal was really cooperative and sent him pictures from all around the neighboring and sent him pictures from all around the neighboring city. Josh took home, I think, 4 pictures. I took home nearly 50. Oh no. All right. The envelopes were all opened by the teacher, but after a while, I stopped even looking at the pictures. However, I saved them in one of my drawers that housed my collection of rocks, baseball cards, comic book cards, Marvel meta cards for those who might remember, and little miniature baseball batting helmets that I'd get out of vending machine at Winn-Dixie after T-ball games. With the school year over, my attention turned to other things. My mom had gotten me a small snow cone machine for Christmas that year, and Josh had really coveted it. So much so that his parents bought him a slightly nicer one for his birthday, which was toward the end of the school year. Immediately, Josh is a rat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That snow cone machine's pretty cool. And he goes up to his parents. And he's like, "I need mine to be better."
Yeah, and also, like, the story opens saying that the writer is, like, from a lower income.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
he has this one little thing to hold on to.
He has
his rich
a
friend
quote,
has to come over
small
and immediately.
snow cone machine for Christmas. And Josh is like, "Oh, I need more. I need a better snow cone machine."
A small snow cone machine for Christmas would be like, what a fucking out of season gift, dude. A snow cone machine for Christmas? Are you fucking kidding?
This child is like living in poverty, and Hunter shows up like, "Really? A snow cone machine?"
Yeah, hey, oh, you know what? Hey, here's an ice tray. You probably need that too right now. There you go. For all your cold drinks you're having right now. Thanks. Hey, Merry Christmas, Mom.
Go outside and get some, idiot. Pick it off the ground.
Yeah. I got you some swim trunks while you're at it. There you go. Merry Christmas. These are all very usable and applicable things right now.
That summer, we had the idea that we should set up a snow cone stand to make money. We thought we'd make a fortune selling snow cones at $1. Josh lived in a different neighborhood, but we eventually decided that my neighborhood would be better because there were a lot of people who cared for their lawns. The yards in my neighborhood were slightly bigger. We did this for 5 weekends in a row until my mom told us that we had to stop, and I've only recently come to understand why she did that. Oh, no.
Oh, God, here we go.
No.
I knew it. I knew it was coming.
All right. On the 5th weekend, Josh and I were counting our money. Because we both had a machine, we had a separate stack of money that we put together into one stack, and we split it evenly. Okay, maybe I was a bit too harsh on Josh. That's cool. That's cool of him.
Yeah, it's not yeah, it's nice.
Yeah. We had made a total of $16 that day. And as Josh put out my $5th, a feeling of profound surprise consumed me. The dollar said,
4 stamps. Ooh.
Oh no!
One of their customers was the guy.
Oh no! Oh, I
no.
feel dirty. Oh, I'm sorry, everyone. If that's where
this is snow cone, please.
This is gonna be a look. I'm banking on it. This is gonna be supernatural. It's not gonna go there.
Yeah,
it's not where this.
I shouldn't have sold that snow cone to that ghost. One snow cone, please.
It's like
he walks up.
It's like
one
a bench.
Snow cone. Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. It won't be about a child predator because it'll be about that for sure. Shouldn't have sold a snow cone to that ghost. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, thank you. Josh noticed my shock and asked if he had miscounted. I told him about the dollar, and he said, "That's so cool, man."
Hey!
Oh.
That's so cool, man.
Oh, look, I apologize. I was so...
Come on,
look,
man.
Look.
Come on,
okay,
man.
all right, you're right. I keep taking it from you. I apologize. However, the reason I forgot is because I'm still laughing over the concept of a floating bed sheet.
Ooh. One spooky snow cone.
That's where the story goes. It goes like that, campy. Okay. Oh. As I thought about it, I came to agree. The idea that the dollar had made it right back to me after changing so many hands floored me.
Oh, you naive bastard.
Yeah. I know. He's 6.
He's not. No. He's not even 6. He's 5. He's even younger in this story. It's a year before the footsteps.
Oh man.
Ooh, that's kind of interesting too. I just now thought about that. This is a year before the last story.
Yeah.
So does this then correlate with the first?
This is going to lead into the events of Footsteps. Yeah.
I like that.
All right. Josh noticed my hands for me. I rushed inside to tell my mom, but my excitement, coupled with her being distracted by a phone call, made my story incomprehensible, and she responded simply by saying,
Oh, wow. That's neat.
Frustrated, I ran back outside and told Josh I had something to show him. Back in my room, I opened the drawer and took out the stack of envelopes and showed him some of the pictures. I started with the first picture, and we went through about 10 before Josh lost interest and asked if I wanted to play in the ditch. A dirt ditch down the street from my house, before his mom came to pick him up, so that's what we did. We had a dirt war for a while, but I was interrupted several times by rustling in the woods around us. Oh no. Oh no. There were raccoons. Oh, thank God. There were raccoons and stray cats that lived in there, but this was making a little too much noise, and we traded guesses at what it was in an attempt to scare each other. My last guess was that it was a mummy, but in the end, Josh kept insisting that it was a robot because of the sounds that we heard. What?
Yeah, what? Destroy all humans. Like literally sitting there. He's so funny. He's like, I bet it's a mummy. And then just in the bush, it's just like, it's just like,
I want to kill all human beings. I want to kill all human beings.
like, he's like, no, seriously, it's a robot. And he's like, I bet you it's a vampire.
I'm a robot. I'm a robot.
What? Do you have a voice modulator just ready to go?
it's my mixer. It's very convenient in times like
that's
this.
great. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Why haven't we been doing this the whole time? You do these quotes. And
I don't know.
All right. Before we left, he got a little serious and looked me right in the eyes and said,
You heard it, didn't you? It sounded like a robot. You heard it too, right?
I had heard it, and since it sounded mechanical, I agreed that it was probably a robot. It's only now that I understand what we heard. I don't like that. I don't like that answer. All right.
It has to be some kind of machine or something.
All right. I was hoping that it was going to be a ghost.
It's a sentient snow cone machine.
No, the ghost possessed the snow cone machine.
Ooh.
Dude, like, okay, I'm actually a little worried now because I was like, I keep saying it as a joke, but in my head I'm like, yeah, this is like a supernatural story. I was hoping that the thing in the tree sounded like a ghost or a ghoul or something, but it being mechanical.
It's leading us down a trail. I'm very interested to see where it's going.
Yeah, interesting.
It's been nice.
This is great. Yeah, this is
far.
great written so far. I'm just scared of that we're gonna have another Baraska. Anyway,
I don't think so. I'm hoping not.
I hope not too. When we got back, Josh's mom was waiting for him at the kitchen table with my mom. Josh told his mom about the robot. Our moms laughed and Josh went home. My mom and I ate dinner, and then I went to bed. I didn't stay in bed for long because I crept out and decided that, due to the day's events, I would revisit the envelope since now the whole affair seemed much more interesting. I took the first envelope and set it on the floor and set the blurry desert Polaroid on top. I laid the second envelope right next to it and placed the oddly angled Polaroid of a building's top corner on top and did this with each picture until they formed a grid that was about 5 by 10. I was always taught to be careful with the things that I was collecting, even if I wasn't sure they were valuable. I noticed that the pictures gradually became more decipherable. There was a tree with a bird on it, a speed limit sign, power line, a group of people walking into some building. And then I saw something that vexed me so powerfully that I can now, as I write this, distinctly remember feeling dizzy and capable of only a single repeating thought.
Why am I in this picture?
Dude,
That's great.
I'm so scared.
I had a feeling, but yeah, I mean, just what's even cooler about that too is the collage, like having it's like just piece by piece. What's even weirder too, though, is making a single image out of different Polaroids, because having to snap that many Polaroids, it just doesn't make any sense. It's very, I don't know, it's otherworldly for sure.
I pictured this as I can see it so plainly in my head of like a child who's like standing in front of something he should really be worried about, but because he's a kid, the danger isn't fully apparent to him, right? So, man, all right. In this photograph of the group of people entering the building, I saw myself holding hands with my mother in the very back of the crowd of people. We were at the very edge of the photo, but it was undeniably us. And as my eyes swam over the sea of Polaroids, I became increasingly anxious. It was a really odd feeling. It wasn't fear, it was the feeling you get when you're in trouble. I'm not sure why I was flooded with that feeling, but there I sat floundering in the distinct sense that I had done something wrong. And this feeling only intensified as I looked on at the rest of the photos after the one that had so powerfully struck me. I was in every photo.
Oh, that's so creepy. Have we heard anything? We've heard about his mom. Have we heard anything about his dad?
No, he hasn't been mentioned yet. All right, guys, I'm sorry. Okay. I am legitimately scared right now. Like I've got like the chills. I'm nervous about where the story's going, you know? Like
It has it's a nice build up. I mean,
yeah, this is great tension.
Yeah.
None of them were close shots. None of them were only of me. But I was in every single one of them. Off to the side, in the back, bottom of the frame. Some of them only had the tiniest part of my face captured at the very edge of the photo, but nevertheless, I was there. I was always there. I didn't know what to do. Your mind works in funny ways as a kid, but there was a large part of me that was afraid of getting in trouble simply for still being up. Since I already had the looming feeling of having done something wrong, I decided that I would wait until tomorrow. The next day, my mom was off work and spent most of the morning cleaning up around the house. I watched cartoons, I imagine, and waited until I thought it was a good time to show her the Polaroids. When she went out to get the mail, I grabbed a couple of the pictures and put them on the table in front of me as I sat waiting for her to come back in. When she returned, she was already opening the mail and threw some junk mail into the trash can, and I said,
Mom, can you come here for a second? I have these pictures. Just give me a minute, honey. I need to mark these on the calendar.
After a minute or two, she came and stood behind me and asked what I needed. I could hear her shuffling with the mail behind me, but I just looked at the Polaroids and told her about them. As I explained more and pointed to the pictures, her frequent ahas and okays decreased, and she was suddenly completely quiet and only making a little noise with the mail. The next noise I heard from her sounded as if she was trying to catch her breath in a room that had no air left in it. At last, her struggling gasps were conquered, and she simply dropped the remaining mail on the table and ran to the kitchen to get the phone.
Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't know about these. Don't be mad at me.
With the phone pressed to her ear, she was walking, running back and forth, and shouting into it. I nervously fiddled with the mail sitting next to my Polaroids. The top envelope had something sticking out of it that I thoughtlessly and anxiously pulled on until it came out. It was another Polaroid.
Oh, boy.
Oof. I do. That does make me trust the mom more. Like, once she realizes what's going on, she's like, adequately afraid.
Well, what's interesting too about the beginning of this is that she's adequately afraid as well. Oh my God, I can't say that. But how crass, I guess, she was at the beginning. I'm guessing that over the years, there's just some kind of weird disturbance, and it seems like maybe she is just like a battered soul. at the beginning of this, like in the present moment when she's just like telling about the damn balloon. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just a character who's been through the ringer.
That's a good point. There's I know some people who experience some like trauma as a kid, either from like an older person or like maybe they got lost or something. Most of the time it affects the parent worse than it does them. Because they'll be like, oh, I remember some glimpses, I remember this, but the parent had every second of it, like, you know, ingrained in them. So, yeah, you're right. That does
brain.
Yeah,
I mean, like the amount of guilt, all these kind of things. I mean,
it does kind of soften the blow. It
sits with you forever.
Of what she said earlier, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Confused, I thought that somehow one of my Polaroids had slipped into the stack when she threw the mail down. But when I turned it over and looked at it, I realized that I had not seen this one before. To my dismay, it was me. But this was a much closer shot. I was surrounded by trees and was smiling. But it wasn't just me, I noticed. Josh was there too. This was us from yesterday, bro.
I think that confirms that the person that showed up to buy the snow cone was that guy.
What's weird though is how did they not notice? Right now. I'm kind of wigged out right now, bro. I'm a little like,
What's weird is how did it's still. There's still some questions I have about how did they not notice that someone took a picture of them.
Well, remember they heard the robot, right?
Oh,
it's the noise. Yeah, the noise was a Polaroid going. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this wasn't while they were selling their snow cones. This is while they were playing in the ditch.
Yeah, and like, do you hear that? Yeah, and they were like looking over. Oh boy.
Yeah. I don't like it. Oh no. This is a great story. This is so well done so far. But I don't like it because I'm afraid of where it's going. And it's so viscerally real too, right? Like
the thing is that it's impossible to. I feel like if you're a horror fan, you're kind of thinking of every situation that could come to where you're trying to predict something, right? It's doing a very great line of writing reality, but there's still nothing that says that this can't go off in any direction. Yeah, that's why I'm having a lot of fun with that.
Yeah, it could be supernatural any second. It could not be. You know, it's still holding all the cards, right?
It's true. Yeah.
I started yelling for my mom, who was still screaming into the phone. I repeatedly yelled for her until she finally responded with,
"What?"
And I could only think to ask,
"Who are you calling?" "I'm talking with the police, honey." "But why? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything."
She answered me with the response that I never understood until I was forced to revisit these events from the earliest years of my life. She grabbed the envelope off the table and the picture of Josh, and I spun and slid, landing next to the other Polaroids in front of me. She held the envelope up to my eyes, but I could only look at her and watch as all the color began draining out of her face. With tears welling up in her eyes, she said that she had to call the police because there was no postmark.
Oh, man. What a great... that's so good.
Oh, he put it in the mail.
Yeah, he knows exactly where he lives, everything.
Oh,
what a great use of setting that up. What was interesting about this one too is that the use of time of it being before gives even more, like, it's just even more nefarious to the footsteps story. I like learning hearsay or like learning from after the fact about these characters is very interesting and stuff, and also having the thing too about like him getting taken away, and he didn't really explain that. There was like a note that he doesn't remember writing, and now there's just so much stuff of this like person or force that's like basically fucking with him now. That was awesome, extremely lovely.
This is so good. This is so well built up already.
It's really fun.
Already, like, sure, any story can crash, and you know that this is still kind of first act sort of set up. Any story can crash after, but as far as like intros go, very well done. I get why people were telling me like, oh, if you like Borowska, you'll like Pen Pals, right?
It definitely has a similar feel of the build up and mystery is the two big ones too. Yeah. Also, unexpected children dealing with that kind of thing. I don't know if it's going to get as graphic or as intense, but so far, I mean, it is leaning in it's skewing so heavily into like child abduction, almost in a weird way.
It could pull the reverse of what Baraska did. So Baraska hyped itself up as a supernatural threat, the skinned men, and then went to reality. Maybe this one starts in reality, goes supernatural.
Nose dived into reality. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. This one could be in reality and then ends up being something much more out of this world, a lot more ethereal or something like that.
Yeah.
Who knows? I'm still wondering, the only question I have right now, and this might get answered too, depending on how the time shift happens, is where's the dad in the situation? Where, like,
I imagine she's just a single mom, you know?
It could be. It could be. I just think that if that's the case, there would be a little thing about, like, I don't know.
The
I feel
character
like there's
would
some
mention
kind
it
of
at some point.
something, right? My mom's a single mother. My dad walked out on us, or I haven't seen my dad in a while.
Do you
right?
think the dad could be
something as casual
responsible
about it.
for the pictures or something?
I don't know. I don't want to theorize too closely on that yet, but we don't have enough info.
Interesting.
And it's setting up to where there's a lot of stuff, but I'm just saying, like, you know, could be something as equal as that. The mother is obviously afraid because of somebody taking pictures and dropping it off, and there's no return stamp, right? But there could be something too where it's like some kind of fear that we don't know yet because the dad could be crazy or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm theorizing because it's just odd in these stories. Usually there's something about, like, hey, there's not this character here because of X.
Right.
My mom's a single mom. I haven't seen my dad in forever. He's a piece of shit. That's all you need, right? To just be like, okay, so we know that's enough. But it just hasn't been elaborated on yet. So I don't know.
It'll probably come up at some point.
Or even if it doesn't, it's fine. But it's just, my mind is just like, I'm trying to gauge all of the notes right now in my brain. Just a big one is, I'm just like, where's the dad?
There might only be just the mom because a single parent makes the family more vulnerable. Because it's like if the dad was there, you could be like, oh, my mom and dad would stay up with me, like, taking shifts. But one parent, like, they can't stay up forever, right? At some point.
Oh, sure. It absolutely does. And I think it also lends itself to where it's like overworked mother, overworked single parent can't do everything all at once, right? So it's like
it makes the kid more vulnerable.
It does. Exactly. It does. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So now on to part 3, boxes. It's also really cool that he wrote footsteps and people were like, you should write more. And he's like, okay. And then whips up this. It's pretty solid.
It's very interesting. I imagine that there probably had to have been an overarching idea, but maybe it's like one of those things, I think, with artists when they're just like, maybe you maybe have a more ambitious idea, but you settle with something small in fear of, like, putting too much time into something that maybe might not be as reciprocated as well.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if he had this overarching idea, but made it into a digestible short story just because he's like, oh, you know, these are doing well on the site, but then he was able to elaborate further, you know? Just, I don't know. Kind of fun. It feels so surgically thought out at this moment, so I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so
Boxes.
with that, we're now on to part 3, titled Boxes. If you haven't read Footsteps or Balloons, please do so before reading what's below so you'll understand. For those of you who have read my other stories and asked if there was more and received cryptic answers from me, I want to apologize for being dishonest. I said several times in the comments that nothing really happened after Footsteps, but that wasn't true. The events of the following story weren't locked away in the recesses of my mind. I've always remembered them. It wasn't until I remembered balloons and spoke with my mother about the following events that I realized how intertwined this story was with everything else. But I originally hadn't really planned on sharing this anyway. My desire to withhold this memory was due mostly to the fact that I don't think I showed good judgment in it. I also wanted consent from another person to tell it, so as to not misrepresent what transpired. I didn't expect there to be a lot of interest in my other stories, so I never thought I'd really get pressed for more details. And I would have been happy to keep this to myself for the rest of my life. I haven't been able to reach the other party, but I would feel disingenuous withholding this story from those who wanted more information now that I've spoken with my mother and another connecting line has been drawn. What follows is as accurate a recollection as I can imagine. I apologize for the length. Also, the story's in an interesting place because the author is alive, right? Like, he's telling us this story years later, so it almost makes it more harrowing. Like, it's it's like he's talking about an event that happened to him, but it has foggy memories, which sadly leans more in like the child predator direction, right? Because that's what it feels very reminiscent of. I don't know. It creates kind of a haunting feeling about his whole narrative, you know?
Well, there's several things that makes you think. One, with this beginning paragraph of box is it's setting up a lot of anticipation for how somebody in the story is going to be affected that's outside of himself. And another thing, while you were reading that, I was thinking was, we have no idea what this guy looks like, right?
Yeah.
A person's visual experience or visual appearance usually indicates what or where, like how are they in their life right now. He could be very dirty and like not well put together, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or he could be extremely clean cut and look very approachable. That's something that's kind of interesting, is you have to kind of, in your mind, if you haven't done that yet, try to like put yourself into who this character is, and I think it gives these stories different amounts of weight of how he's presenting them and how they could possibly be presented. I think it's just kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think so. All right. Now getting into more nightmare fuel. Here we go. I spent the summer before my first year of elementary school learning how to climb trees. There was one particular pine tree right outside my house that seemed almost designed for me. It had branches that were so low I could easily grab them without a boost, and for the first couple days after I learned how to pull myself up, I would just sit on the lowest branch, dangling my feet. The tree was outside our back fence and was easily visible from the kitchen window, which was just above the sink. Before too long, my mother and I developed a routine where I would go play on the tree while she washed the dishes because she could easily see me while she did other things.
Is elementary? When is elementary?
First
like
grade.
10?
No.
Okay, so first grade. So you're like what?
Six.
Like 7?
6 or 7,
Six still.
depending on age.
So we're back to the point probably right around the time of Footsteps.
Yes, yeah. It's the summer before first year at elementary school. So this is around the same time, I would guess. I don't know if it's right before or right after. As the summer passed, my abilities grew, and before too long, I was climbing fairly high. As the tree got taller, its branches not only got thinner, but more widely spaced. I eventually reached a point where I couldn't actually climb any higher, and so the game had to change. I began to concentrate on speed, and in the end, I could reach my highest branch in 25 seconds. I got too confident, and one afternoon, I tried to step from a branch before I had firmly grasped the next one. I fell about 20 feet, oh my word, I fell about 20 feet and broke my arm really badly in 2 places. My mom was running towards me, yelling, and I remember her sounding like she was underwater. I don't remember what she said, but I do remember being surprised by just how white my bone was. Ugh. Oh, brutal. I was going to start kindergarten with a cast and wouldn't even have any friends to sign it. My mom must have felt terrible because the day before I started school, she brought home a kitten. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I feel like things aren't going to go well for the little cat. Oh,
I don't know if the little kitty is going to be,
he's
okay in this story. We're going to see.
I don't think he's making it to the winner's circle on this one, boys. I think he was just a baby and was striped with tan and white. As soon as she put him down, he crawled into an empty case of soda that was sitting on the floor. I named him Boxes. Oh no.
Oh, okay, here we go.
No. Here we go. Back
here
up.
It is.
The old CreepCast usual. Something horrible happening. Yep. Boxes was only an outside cat when he escaped. My mom had him declawed so he wouldn't destroy the furniture, so as a result, we did our best to keep him inside. He'd get out every now and then, and we'd find him somewhere in the backyard chasing some kind of bug or lizard, though he could hardly ever catch one because he had no front claws. He was pretty evasive, but we'd always catch him and carry him back inside. He'd scramble to look back over my shoulder. I told Mom that it was because he was planning his strategy for next time. Oh no. Do you catch that? Do you see why that's a horrible sentence?
Yeah.
Yeah, he would always look over my shoulder. Oh, as the kid's walking back inside. next to the tree line. This is great setup, dude. Like every little detail of something in the tree line, it's so subtle, it's so awful. Yeah.
It being so subtle is just so perfectly placed up. It's easy to read past this and not really see the nuances there, but yeah, it's just always the constant idea of someone watching that you don't know is very present in all these stories so far. It's very very fun.
Yeah, this is great. All right. And terrible. It's great and terrible. Once inside, we'd given him some tuna fish, and he came to learn what the sound of the can opener might signal. He'd come running whenever he heard it. This conditioning came in handy later because towards the end of our time in that house, boxes would get out much more often and would run under the house into the crawl space where neither of us wanted to follow because it was cramped and probably crawling with bugs and rodents. Ingeniously, my mom thought to hook the can opener to an extension cord out back and run it right outside the hole that boxes had gone through. Eventually, he would emerge with his loud meows, looking excited by the sound and then horrified at how we could run such a cruel ruse on him. A can opener with no tuna made no sense to boxes. The last time he escaped under the house was actually our last day in it. Oh no. My mom had put the house on the market and we had begun packing our things. We didn't have much, and we stretched the packing out a while, though I had already packed up all my clothes at my mom's request. My mom could tell I was really sad about moving and wanted the transition to be smooth for me, and I guess she thought that having my clothes in the box would reinforce the idea that we were moving, but things wouldn't change that much. When boxes got out, as we were loading some things into the moving van, my mom cursed because she had already packed the can opener and wasn't sure where it was. I pretended to go look for it so I wouldn't have to go under the house, and my mom, probably completely aware of my little scam, moved one of the panels and crawled in. She came out with boxes pretty quickly and seemed pretty unnerved, which made me feel even better about getting out of it. My mom made some phone calls. Oh no, man. My mom made some phone calls while I packed a little more, and then she came into my room and told me that she had spoken to the realtor and we were going to start moving into the other house that day. She said it like it was excellent news, but I had thought we had more time in the house. She originally said that we weren't moving until the end of the next week, and it was only Tuesday. What's more, we weren't completely finished packing, but my mom said sometimes it was just easier to replace things than pack them and haul them all over the city. I didn't even get to grab the rest of my box clothes. I asked if I could call Josh to say bye, but she said that we could just call him from our new house. We left in the moving van. All right.
Wow. So she is just trying to boot Scoot and Boogie out of there.
I think I know what happened.
Really?
Yeah. Do you remember?
Is this a little prediction time?
This is prediction time. More so putting together what we've already learned. Mom goes under the house, hasn't been under there yet, and then immediately is like, "We're leaving right now." Right? Remember how in Footsteps he says at night he hears footsteps around?
Yeah.
I think whoever this person is has been living under their house.
Under the crawl space?
Yeah. I think the cat's been going down there to see him. And I think that the mom went to get the cat and came across his cot or whatever down there.
Yeah, his bed.
Yeah.
Like remnants of him being there.
And is immediately like, we're leaving right now. We're not even grabbing your clothes. We're getting out of the house this instant.
It's something too where it's like an adult composing themselves to not make the child freak out.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man.
Why put that burden on the kid? You know what I mean?
I'm actually pretty scared right now. Like this is.
Well, what's scary too is that
story.
our minds are just running wild. You know what I mean? You're scaring me with these fucking predictions, and I think you're right too, which is why I hate it.
Yeah.
I think you're right on the money with it, man.
And the way that he's telling this story, it's like, not to overuse the word liminal because it gets used in places it doesn't fit a lot. But you know how like when you think about memories as a child, it's very dreamy. It's very like distant. Like it's a memory that is half imagination, half memory. The way he's kind of telling the story through that lens makes it feel so much more dreadful. Like it's a creature from the aether that's like appeared around him. Like this is his recollection of events. We don't know how accurate it is. It's so menacing. It's so menacing.
Yeah, I mean, it's very menacing because it's also coming from a man retelling it in the exact sequence of which it's happening, which is all like kind of like you're saying, dreamlike, dazed, memories and collections put together, and only revealing the true stuff at the end, or like revealing his hand at the end. It's just a very fun way, because you could probably still get something much shorter, and it would still be creepy. But the idea that this author is like continuously giving us so much like, you know, detailed recollections or recollections of his memories makes it very, very fun, very flavorful.
I'm getting a little scared, but we're gonna persevere. We're gonna keep going. I managed to stay in touch with Josh for years, which is surprising since we no longer went to the same school. Our parents weren't close friends, but they knew that we were, and so they would accommodate our desire to see one another by driving us back and forth for sleepovers, sometimes every weekend. For Christmas one year, our parents even pooled their money and got us some really nice walkie-talkies that were advertised to work across a range that extended past the distance between our houses. They also had batteries that could last for days if the walkie-talkie was on but not used. That's really sweet. That's really kind. Yeah, his mom's not doing so well, so they put their money together, you know, to get them these stuff. Yeah, it's very...
Keep them in touch.
Which, you know what?
Why not?
It actually kind of makes the story worse, because it's like, it was such a nice life, you know? Such a nice little childhood. That's
I was thinking
underlined
that
by a monster.
It makes it horrifying. I also was just thinking if it's just another implement for something to go wrong. As soon as I heard walkie-talkie, I was like,
almost definitely. Yeah, a walkie-talkie that works that distance, it's going to show up, yeah. They would only occasionally work well enough that we could talk across the city. But when we stayed over, we'd use them around the house, talking in mock radio speak that we had taken from movies, and they worked great for that. Thanks to our parents, we were still friends when we were 10. One weekend, I was staying over at Josh's, and my mom called me to say goodnight. She was still pretty watchful, even when she couldn't actually watch me, but I had gotten so used to it that I didn't even notice it. Even if Josh did. She sounded upset. Boxes was missing.
Oh, no.
This must have been a Saturday night, because I had spent the night at Josh's the previous night and was going to go home the next day because we had school on Monday. Boxes had been missing since Friday afternoon. I gathered that she had not seen him since returning home after dropping me off. She must have decided to tell me he was missing, because if he didn't come home before I did, then I would be devastated at not only his absence, but how she could have kept it from me. She told me not to worry.
He'll come back. He always does.
But Boxes didn't come back. 3 weekends later, I stayed at Josh's again. I was still upset about Boxes, but my mom told me that there had been many times when pets had disappeared from home for weeks or even months, only to return on their own. She said they always knew where home was and would always try to get back. I was explaining this to Josh when a thought hit me so hard that I interrupted my own sentence to say it aloud.
What if Boxes thought of the wrong home?
Oh, I don't like where this was going. Josh was...
Oh, no. He's
gonna
go over to the house.
I'm getting chills. The idea of him like a small child at night going over and there's a man under the floor, bro. Okay.
It's also, I want to say, it's kind of late when we're recording this. I'm alone.
I'm also alone. The room's very dark.
I don't like this.
Yeah. I think my dog's pressed up against the door right now because it's storming outside. And if it wasn't enough, it's storming outside. And he's afraid of storms. So I can see a shadow moving under the door.
He's like, help.
Yeah, that's very menacing.
Stop reading that story. It's scaring me.
All right, Josh was confused.
What? He lives with you. He knows where his home is. But he grew up somewhere else, Josh. He was raised in my old house a couple neighborhoods away. Maybe he still thinks that place is home, like I do. Oh, I get it. Well, that'd be great. We'll tell my dad tomorrow and he'll take us over there and we can go look. No, he won't, man. My mom said that we couldn't go back to that place because the new owners wouldn't want to be bothered. She said that she told your mom and dad the same thing. Josh persisted. Okay, then we'll just go out exploring tomorrow and maybe make our way to your old house. No! If we get spotted, your dad will find out, and then so will my mom. We have to go there ourselves. We have to go there tonight. Oh my God, you stupid fucker.
I mean, he's 10, right?
Yeah, but still, it's just like, oh God.
And he misses his cat.
These kids are so brave in these stories. I'm like, it's nighttime out? No way.
Keep in mind, he's under, not Josh, our author's under the impression that this house has occupants in it. That's like a neighborhood, someone lives there or whatever, and they may just annoy them. And also, that's, again, another subtle mention. It's like my mom said that we can never go back because the owners don't want to be bothered. And as a matter of fact, my mom told your parents that the owners don't ever want to be bothered, which is like, why would a mom say that, right? It's because actually I think the house is abandoned, and she told the other parents never go back to that place. There's someone under the floor.
Oh, there's definitely a much more, like, she did not give him the full shakedown. She probably went to there and she's just like,
Hunter,
you do
I'm
not let him
scared.
go over there. There's someone under the... Yeah, I don't like this.
I'm not sleeping tonight. I'm actually a little like, okay. Because this is like, sure, I quit being afraid of monsters and boogeyman and stuff like that, but every now and then I will have thoughts of like, what if there's someone, outside the door? What if there's someone, like, that stuff still gets me every now and then.
Oh, of course. You'd be a liar to say you wouldn't.
Yeah, and this is like the hard-lined, straight-to-the-vein version of that.
Yeah, just even the thing of just like, no, we have to go there tonight. You're just like, oh, God. Why? Why, Lord? Why? Why?
I don't. Maybe if we quit reading, we don't have to know where it goes. Maybe
and that's
all be
it.
safe.
What a story.
Yeah, good story, everyone. All right, bye. See you next week.
We're getting into the good part here. I'm
great
ready.
story. It's a great story. All right. There were two ways to get from Josh's house to my old house. We could walk on the street and make all the turns, or go through the woods, which would take about half the time. It would have taken about 2 hours to walk there, taking the street, but I suggested that we go that way anyway. I told him it was because I didn't want to get lost. Josh refused and said that if we were seen, they might recognize him and tell his dad. He threatened to go home if we didn't just take the shortcut, and I accepted it because I didn't want to go by myself. Josh didn't know about the last time I walked through these woods at night. Yep, so I thought. The woods were much less creepy with a friend and a flashlight, and we were making pretty good time. I wasn't entirely sure where we were, but Josh seemed confident enough, and that bolstered my morale. We passed through a particularly thick patch of tangled trees when the strap on my walkie-talkie got caught on a branch. Josh had the flashlight, and so I was struggling to get the walkie free when I heard Josh say,
Hey, man, want to go for a swim?
"Oh no."
Gonna be the floaty thing.
Yeah, I looked over
coming
to where he was shining the flashlight, though I closed my eyes as I did because I now knew where we were. He was pointing at the pool float. This is where I had woken up in these woods all those years ago. Dude, I'm actually
You gotta power through. You have to power through.
All right, I'm gonna sit in such a way. I'm gonna angle the mic a bit to where I'm like, I have the door in my peripheral, like the room. Okay. I felt a lump in my throat and the sting of fresh tears in my eyes as I continued to struggle with the walkie. Frustrated, I yanked on it hard enough to break it free, and I turned and walked to Josh, who had partially laid down on the pool float in a mock sunbathing pose. As I walked toward him, I stumbled and nearly fell into a fairly large hole that was sitting in the middle of this small clearing. But I regained my balance and stopped right at its edge. It was deep. I was surprised by the size of the hole, but more surprised by the fact that I didn't remember it. I realized it must not have been there that night because it was in the same spot where I had awoken. Oh? Okay. I put it out of my mind and turned to Josh. A hole appeared in the spot that he woke up?
Yeah, I'm wondering, are they trying to associate that, like, is it a pool? Is it just a big pool, or is it a big actual hole, or is it a big thing that's like a mock pool or something like that? But also where he woke up is just very interesting, which also, is it a grave? I don't know. These are all things. I don't know. My mind is running. I'm dead sprinting in my head.
Yeah, I'm terrified. Okay.
Quit messing around, man. You saw that I was stuck over there, and you were just laying here joking around on the float?
I punctuated the sentence with a kick to an exposed part of the float. A screeching rose from it. What? Josh's smile
Air blowing out of it, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm on edge, man, okay? I'm just a little bit messed up right now. The shark is screaming. Josh's smile inverted. He suddenly looked terrified and was struggling to get off the float, but he couldn't in a quick manner due to the awkward way he had been laying on it. Each time he would fall back on the float, the screeching would intensify. I wanted to help Josh, but I couldn't move myself any closer. My legs wouldn't cooperate. I hated these woods. I picked up the flashlight that he had thrown in his thrashing and shined it on the float, not knowing what to expect. Finally, Josh got off the float and rushed next to me, looking at where I was shining the light. Suddenly, there it was. It was a rat. I started laughing nervously, and we both watched the rat run into the woods, taking the screeches with it. Josh lightly punched me in the arm, and the smile slowly returning to his face, and we continued walking. Okay, so there was a screeching. It was just a rat underneath it.
Oh, okay. I thought that it was like the deflating of the deal because he kicked the float.
Yeah. It was just a rat. It just scared him. But do you realize what happened there? All this happened after his walkie-talkie got snagged on a branch, and then they got distracted. That means, I bet, he left the walkie in the woods.
Yeah, I don't think he still has it.
Yeah.
I think I think it's going to be left there.
And I think they're going to hear someone talk on Josh's, because...
Oh,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they?
Of course. All right. We quickened our pace and made it out of the woods faster than we thought we would. And we found ourselves back in my old neighborhood. The last time I had rounded the bend ahead, I had seen my house fully illuminated, and all the memories of what transpired came flooding back. I felt a skipping in my heart as we were finally turning the corner and about to face the full view of my house, remembering last time how incandescent it was. But this time, all the lights were off. From a distance, I could see my old climbing tree, and as my mind traced the steps of causality backwards, I realized that I wouldn't be back here this night if that tree hadn't grown. And, oh, that's true, because his broken arm's what led to the cat. Yeah. And I was briefly in awe of how all events were like that. As we got closer, I could see the lawn looked terrible. I couldn't even guess when it had last been mowed. One of the shutters had partially broken loose and was rocking back and forth in the breeze, and over all the house just looked dirty. I was sad to see my old home in such a state of disrepair. Why would my mom care if we bothered the new owners if they cared so little about where they lived? And then I realized there were no new owners. The house was abandoned, though it looked simply forsaken. Why would my mom lie to me about our house having new people in it? But I thought this was actually a good thing. It would be much easier to look around for boxes if we didn't have to worry about being spotted by the new family. This would make it much quicker. Josh interrupted my thoughts as we walked through the gate and up to the house itself.
Your old house sucks, dude.
Josh yelled as quietly as he could.
Shut up, Josh. Even like this, it's still nicer than your house. Hey, man. Okay. I think boxes is probably under the house. One of us has to go under and look, but the other should stay next to the opening in case, he comes running out. Are you serious? There's no way I'm going under there. It's your cat, man. You do it. Look, I'll game you for it, unless you're too scared.
I said, holding my fist over my upturned palm.
Fine. But we go on shoot. Not on 3. It's rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Not 1, 2, 3. I know how to play the game, Josh. You're the one who always messes up, and it's 2 out of 3.
I lost. That's fun. Fun little moment in the middle of all this. I wiggled loose the panel that my mom would always move when she would have to crawl under here for boxes. I don't like where this is going. She only had to do it a couple of times since the can opener trick usually worked. But when she had to do it, she hated it. Especially that last time. And as I looked into the darkness of the crawl space, I had a greater appreciation for why. Before we moved, she said that it was actually better that boxes ran under here, despite how hard it could be able to get him out. It was less dangerous than jumping over the fence and running around the neighborhood. All that was true, but I was still dreading doing this. I grabbed the flashlight and the walkie and began to crawl in. A powerful smell overtook me.
Also, I just want to say, too, there's something interesting about that line because she had been down there a bunch of times, and it was only the last time that really, made her jolt. So she'd been down there plenty of times before, but then probably saw something the last time.
Yeah, maybe it was a Polaroid or something.
It could be. It could be.
Yeah. It smelled like death. I turned on my walkie.
Josh, are you there? This is Macho Man. Come back. Josh, cut it out. There's something wrong down here. What do you mean? It stinks. It smells like something died. Is it boxes? I really hope not.
I set down the walkie and moved the flashlight around as I crawled forward. Looking through the hole from the outside, you could see all the way back with the right lighting, but you had to be inside to see around the support blocks that held the house up. I'd say there was about 40% of the area that you couldn't see unless you were actually in the crawl space. But even inside, I discovered that I could only see directly where the flashlight was pointing. I realized that this would make scouting around the place much more difficult. As I moved forward, the smell intensified. The fear was growing in me that Boxes had come here and something had happened to him. I shined the flashlight around but couldn't see much of anything. I wrapped my fingers around a support block to pull myself forward, and as I did that, I felt something that made my hand recoil. Fur.
Oh.
My heart sank and I prepared myself emotionally for what I was about to see. I crawled slowly so I could prolong what I knew was coming, and I inched my eyes in the flashlight past the block to see what was on the other side. I staggered back in horror.
Jesus Christ!
Escaped my trembling mouth. It was a hideous and twisted creature, badly decomposed. Its skin had rotted away on its face, so the teeth appeared to be enormous, and the smell was unbearable.
What is it? Are you okay? Is it Boxes?
I reached for the walkie.
No, it's not Boxes. Well, what the hell is it then? I don't know.
I shined the light on it again and looked at it with less fear in my vision. I chuckled.
It's a raccoon. We'll keep looking. I'm going to go into the house and see if... Oh, God. We'll keep looking. I'm going to go into the house to see if he might have made it in there somehow. What? No. Josh, don't go in there. What if Boxes is down here and he runs out? He can't. I put the board back. Oh, God.
Dude, I'm freaking out. Okay, I'm so scared right now. I'm so scared right now. You shut up. Oh, there's so many things that could go wrong. I looked and saw that he was telling the truth.
Why'd you do that? Don't worry, man. You can move it easy. This makes more sense. If Boxes ran out, if I missed him there, he'd be gone. If he's down there, then grab him tight and I'll come move the board. And if he's not, then you can come move it yourself while I look in the house.
Some of his points were good, and I doubted he'd be able to get in anyway.
Okay, but be careful and don't touch anything. There's a bunch of my old clothes still in boxes in my room. You can look in there to see if he crawled in one. And make sure to bring your walkie. Roger that, good buddy.
I realized that it would be pitch black in there. The power would have been turned off since no one was paying the bill. With any luck, he'd be able to see from the street lights that might cast some light inside. Otherwise, I'm not sure what he'd do. Before too long, I heard footsteps right over my head and felt old dirt raining down on me.
Josh, is that you? Shh, breaker. This is Macho Man coming back for Big Tango Foxtrot. The Eagle has landed. What's your 20, Princess Jasmine? Over. Asshole. Asshole. Macho Man, my 20 is Macho Man, my 20 is in your bathroom looking at your stash of magazines. Looks like you've got a thing for dudes' butts. Looks like you've got a thing for dudes' butts. What's the report on that? Over.
I could hear him laughing without the walkie, and I started laughing too. I had the footsteps fade away a little. He was on his way to my room. This is the most dude conversation. It's like, I'm in your old room. There's a bunch of guys and magazines. You want to explain yourself?
Man, it's dark in here. Hey, are you sure you had boxes of clothes in here? I don't see any.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there should be a couple boxes in front of the closet. There aren't any boxes in here. Let me check to see if you maybe put the boxes in the closet before you left.
I started thinking that maybe my mom had come back and gotten the clothes and just given them away because I had outgrown a lot of them. But I remembered leaving the boxes there. I didn't even have time to close the last one up before we left. While I was waiting for Josh to tell me what he found, I kicked out my leg, which had started falling asleep because of the position I was in, and it hit something. I looked back and saw something really strange. It was a blanket,
go.
and all around it there were bowls. I crawled a little closer to it. The blanket smelled moldy, and most of the bowls were empty, but one had something that I recognized still in it. Cat food. It was a different kind than we gave to boxes, but I suddenly understood. My mom had set up a little place for oh no. He's way too hopeful. My mom had set up a little place for boxes to encourage him to come here instead of running around the neighborhood. That made a lot of sense. That made a lot of sense, and it seemed even more likely that boxes could have come back to this place.
That's so cool, Mom.
I thought.
I found your clothes. Oh, cool. Where were the boxes? Like I said, there are no boxes. Your clothes are in your closet. They're hanging up.
All right. That's it. All right. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to this week's episode of CreepCast. We will not be concluding the rest of Pen Pal. I felt a chill. Yeah, me too, man. I felt a chill. This was impossible. I'd packed all my clothes. Even though we weren't supposed to move for another 2 weeks when we left, I remember packing them and thinking that it was stupid for me to have to get clothes out of the box and put them back in. I'd packed them, but someone had hung them back up. Why, though? Josh needed to get out of there.
That can't be right, Josh. They're supposed to be in boxes. Stop messing around and just come back outside. No joke, man. I'm looking at them. Maybe just thought that you left them. Wow. You sure like to look at yourself, don't you? What do you mean? Your walls, man. Your walls are covered in Polaroids of yourself.
No, bro.
There are hundreds of them.
Bro.
Would you hire someone to... Oh, God. Silence! It cut him off! Oh, God! Oh, where'd you go? I'm alone reading this! I'm scared.
I'm about to cry. Okay.
Oh. Oh, no.
But there's pictures of yourself all over the walls.
There are hundreds of them.
Living in this room.
Put his clothes back
clothes
up. Which also, no. That's not even his clothes, dude. It's the guy's clothes. Whoever's living there, it's their clothes. It's not even our main character's clothes, I bet.
Dude. Okay. All right.
Hey, you know what? I bet our character must be a little cutie patootie to have somebody be fawning over him so much, huh?
Hunter, I know you're a YouTuber, but I know we're YouTubers and all, but we gotta lay off.
Okay, all right.
All right. I guess I need to keep reading, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Yeah. I guess it's what I have to do. I guess that's the job. I guess that's where. All right. Silence. I checked my walk.
So just to verify, so he said, "Would you hire someone to?" And it cuts him off, and then silence is in, as in it just completely cut out.
Yeah. I checked my walkie to see if I'd switched it off somehow. It was fine. I could hear footsteps, but couldn't tell exactly where Josh was going. I waited for Josh to finish his sentence, thinking that his finger had just slipped off the button, but he didn't continue. He seemed to be stomping around the house now. I was just about to radio him when he came back.
There's someone in the house.
Bro.
Oh! Ooh.
I'm gonna throw up.
Yeah.
His voice was hushed and broken. I could hear he was on the verge of tears. I wanted to respond, but how loud was his walkie turned up? What if the other person heard it? I said nothing and just waited and listened. What I heard were footsteps. Heavy, dragging footsteps. And then a loud thud.
Oh, God. Josh.
He had been found. I was sure of it. This person had found him and was hurting him. I broke out in tears. He was my only friend, next to boxes.
Okay, all right. Hold on, man. You can't... He was my only friend next to boxes. I can't believe my only friend, Josh, is getting beaten up by some stranger in this house. My only friend, next to my tiny kitty cat. Boxes. It's like, don't put them on the same level, dude. Come on.
Well, my friend's getting touched and murdered by a stranger upstairs. Good thing I've got my kitty cat.
Well, hopefully I can find my cat so I still have one friend.
Man, I hope that if Josh is dead, I can still find my cat.
Well, even if Boxes dies, he still has 8 more lives, so it should be fine.
Hey, Josh, he gets on the walkie. Hey, Josh, did you hear that? Boxes has 8 more lives.
Yeah. Hey, Josh, are you there? Josh! Are you there, Josh? Answer! Like
Josh, we have to find... Josh, we have to find Boxes quick.
Someone's in the house. What? I can't hear you. You gotta talk louder.
Hold up. I'm going to scream really loud. Is that
You're up
you?
in my room, upstairs to the left of that room.
You said you were in the closet underneath in the left corner, right?
Why are you hiding in there?
Here, follow the sound of my voice. Leedle, 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 lee.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep beeping.
I'm going to keep making noises. Hold on. This thing has a siren function. Let me try it.
Please be quiet. What?
Oh. Okay. And then I realized, what if Josh told him I was under here? What could I possibly do? As I struggled
Why would you do that?
I don't know. Maybe.
There's a guy under there. The crawl space.
No. Leave me. The boy you want. The pictures. He's under the floor.
The kid looking for his stupid ass cat's under the crawl space. Go get him.
What could I possibly do? As I struggled to compose myself, I thankfully heard Josh's voice through the walkie.
Oh, I think I got a. Let me say this.
He's got something, man.
What?
It's a big bag. He just threw it on the
Honey?
floor and... Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you not hear my? I was doing a. I have like a microphone, like a walkie-talkie thing. Can you not hear?
Oh no! Hold on. Do it. Try it again.
Hello? Hello?
It's not showing up that you're talking in the Discord
Yeah.
for some reason.
Weird. It might just be Discord's gate or something.
If you're recording it, you can use it. I mean, that's fun.
No, it's fine. We can ask her to just add post if we wanted to. But all right, here we go. He's got something, man. It's a big bag. He just threw it on the floor and oh god, man, the bag. I think it just moved.
I was paralyzed. I wanted to run home. I wanted to save Josh. I wanted to go for help. I wanted so many things, but I just lay there, frozen. As I lay unable to move, my eyes focused on the corner of the house that was right under my room. I moved my flashlight. My breath hitched at what I saw. Animals. Dozens of them. All of them dead. They lay in piles all around the perimeter of the crawl space. Could Boxes be among these corpses? What was this? What the cat food was for? Seeing this broke my shock as I knew I had to get out of there and I scrambled to the board. I pushed on it, but it wouldn't budge. I couldn't move it because it was wedged in there and I couldn't get my fingers around it since the edges were outside. I was trapped.
God damn you, Josh!
I whispered to myself. I could feel thunderous footsteps above me. The house was shaking. I heard Josh scream.
Oh no.
And it was matched by another scream that wasn't full of fear.
Oh, weird. So Josh screamed in fear, and then it was just like another person was like, ah!
Maybe it was the man screaming, not expecting Josh to be there.
Yeah, but I guess it's true. Matched with a scream that wasn't full of fear. I don't know. That's an interesting sentence.
Yeah. As I continued pushing, I felt the board move, but I knew it wasn't me who was moving it. Oh no. I could hear footsteps above me and in front of me and shouting and screaming filling the brief silences between the footsteps. I moved back and held my walkie ready to try to defend myself, and the board was thrown to the side and an arm shot in and grabbed for me.
Let's go! Let's go, man! Now!
It was Josh, thank God. I scrambled out of the opening holding the flashlight and walkie. When we got to the fence, we both jumped it. But Josh's walkie fell. He reached for it, and I told him to forget it. We had to move. Behind
There
us,
we go. There's the setup. There's the setup for the.
yeah.
Yep.
Behind us, I could hear yelling, though they weren't words, only sounds. And we, perhaps foolishly, ran for the woods to get back to Josh's quicker and be somewhat harder to follow. The whole way through the woods, Josh kept yelling,
My picture! He took my picture!
Oh! Oh!
Oof.
But I knew the man already had Josh's picture from all those years ago at the ditch. I suppose Josh still thought those mechanical sounds were from a robot. We made it back to Josh's house and back into his room before his parents woke up. I asked him about the big bag and if it really moved, and he said he couldn't be sure. He kept apologizing about dropping the walkie at the house, but obviously that wasn't a big deal. We didn't go to sleep and sat peering out the window waiting for him. I went home later that day as it was about 3 a.m. already. I told my mom the basics of this story a couple days ago. She broke down and was furious about the danger I put myself in. I asked her why she made all those things up about bothering the new owners to stop me from going. Why did she think that the house was so dangerous? She became irate and hysterical, but she answered my questions. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it harder than I thought her capable of and locked her eyes to mine, whispering as if she was afraid of being overheard.
Because I never put any fucking blankets or bowls under the house for boxes. You weren't the only one to find them.
I felt dizzy. I understood so much now. I understood why she had looked so uneasy after she brought boxes out from under the house on our last day there. She found more than spiders or a rat's nests that day. I understood why we left almost 2 weeks early. I understood why she tried to stop me from going back. She knew. She knew he made his home under ours, and she kept it from me. I left without saying another word and didn't finish the story for her, but I want to finish it here. For you. I got home from Josh's that day. I threw my stuff on the floor and it scattered everywhere. I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep. I woke up around 9 p.m. to the sound of boxes meowing. My heart leapt. He had finally come home. I was a little sick about the fact that I had just waited a day. None of my previous night's events would have happened, and I'd have boxes anyway, but that didn't matter. He was back. I got off my bed and called for him, looking around to catch a glint of light of his eyes. Oh no. The crying continued and I followed it. It was coming from under the bed.
Oh, God.
Oh. I laughed a little, thinking I had just crawled under a house looking for him for him and how this was so much better. His meows were
Oh, ha 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 ha!
Oh my gosh, I'm so scared.
That is funny. Yeah, let's laugh about that.
Dude, I'm about to throw up. Thinking I had just crawled out of the house. His meows were being muffled by a shirt. So I flung it aside and smiled, yelling, "Welcome home, Boxes." His cries were coming from my walkie-talkie. Boxes never came home.
Oh. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, man.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
We really can't. We got to stop recording these so late. I'm not gonna lie. I'm in a closed off area. This is a set that I'm on, and I keep feeling like I want to look behind me at the fake closet. I'm like, why do I feel like someone is behind me?
I keep looking over at the door. My dog's shadow is under the door, and it's freaking me out a bit.
Are you sure?
Shut up! Stop! I hate you. I hate you so much. Oh my gosh. Honor.
Wow. Amazing.
Dude, this is so good. This is so scary.
It's very good.
Just because he's so helpless and the memory of it's so strange and this guy's so malicious. I imagine Josh walking through that house and then just a tall man with these bright eyes in the darkness, looking at him from the doorway.
Yeah. I mean, very reminiscent of kind of the cat's eyes he was looking for in the light.
Gosh.
But the thing about it too, though, is we never get a description from Josh. Never get a description of what the guy is. Just a big guy right? And now he's moved out from, which is kind of an upgrade, in all honesty. He's moved out from the dirty undercrawl to the house, the abandoned house. That's an upgrade, I would say.
You're
But
right. We should be happy for him. You're right.
But what's crazy is the theory, the crazy thing about that last one is the theory was correct. Like, boxes did go back home, back to that thing. And the guy did retrieve the walkie-talkie, and he's like holding his cat, you know? Pretty brutal.
I'm so scared right now. Okay. All right. Well, are we continuing on into maps? We doing maps?
Are we hitting maps now? Part 4?
I'm good if you are. It's up to you.
I'm down.
Your call.
I'm down. We're in
All
it.
right. We're in it. You're certainly right about that. We are in it. Like it or not, we are in it. Okay. All right. Here we go. Part 4 of this wonderful story that's so happy. Maps. There's a comment in the last post that made me remember an event from my childhood that I always took as odd but never considered it to be related to any of these stories. I know now that it is. It's funny how memories work. The details might all be present in your mind, though scattered and disarrayed, and then a single thought can stitch them back together almost instantly. I never thought of these events much because I was focused on the wrong details. I went back to my mom's house and went through my old childhood schoolwork looking for something that I think is important. I couldn't find it, but I'll keep looking. Again, sorry for the length. Most old cities and the neighborhoods in them weren't planned with the thought that the population would begin to grow exponentially and it would have to be accommodated. The layout of the roads is generally originally in response to geographical restrictions and the necessity of connecting points of economic importance. Once the connecting roads are established, new businesses and roads are positioned strategically along the existing skeleton, and eventually the paths carved into the earth are immortalized in asphalt, leaving room only for minor modifications, additions, and alterations, but never a dramatic change. My childhood neighborhood must have been old then. If straight lines move as the crow flies, then my neighborhood must have been built based on the travels of a snake. I like that. I like that alliteration. That's fun.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's really, really nicely written.
The first houses built must have been placed around the lake, and gradually the inhabitable area increased as new extensions were built off the original path. But these new extensions all ended abruptly at one point or another. There was only one entrance/exit for the entire neighborhood. Many of these extensions were limited by a tributary which both fed and drank from the lake and passed right by what I came to call, and have called in these stories, the ditch. Many of the original homes had enormous yards, but some of those original plots had been divided, leaving properties with smaller and smaller boundaries. An aerial view of my neighborhood would give one the impression that an enormous squid had once died in the woods and some adventuring entrepreneur found the corpse and paved roads over its tentacles, only to withdraw his involvement and leave time, greed, and desperation to divide up the land among prospective homeowners like an embarrassing attempt at the golden ratio. From my porch, you could see the old houses that surrounded the lake. But the house of Mrs. Maggie was my favorite. She was, as best as I can remember, around 80 years old. Oh, kind of like you, Hunter. But despite that she was
like me.
It's okay, Grandpa. We'll get through this one day. But despite that she was one of the friendliest people I had ever met. She had a head of loose set white curls and always wore light dresses with floral patterns. She would talk to me and Josh from her back porch when we were swimming in the lake, and she would always invite us in for snacks. She said that she was lonely because her husband Tom was always away on business. But Josh and I would always decline her invitation because, as nice as Mrs. Maggie was, there was still something a bit odd about her. Every now and then we would swim away, and she would say,
Chris and John, you're welcome back here anytime.
And we could hear her still yelling that when we were talking. It sounds like a woman who's like a prospector in the 1800s.
Well, that's maybe what I am. I'm Mrs. Maggie, and there's gold in them hills, I swear.
Yeah, she was really weird. Kept talking about like panning for gold and like
It's called panhandling. It isn't. It's about trying to sift gold out of basically black sand. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
and we could hear her still yelling that when we were walking back into my house. Mrs. Maggie, like many of the older homeowners, had a sprinkler system that was on a timer. Though at some point over the years, her timer must have broken because the sprinklers would come on at various points during the day and often even at night all year. While it never got cold enough to snow very much, several times each winter I would go outside in the morning to see Mrs. Maggie's yard transformed into a surreal Arctic paradise by the frozen water. Every other yard stood sterilized and dry by the biting frost of the winter's cold, but right there in the middle of the bleak reminder of the savagery of the season was an oasis of beautiful ice hanging like stalactites from every branch of every tree and every leaf of every bush. As the sun rose, it reflected off and each piece of ice splintered the sun into a rainbow that would only be viewed briefly before it blinded you. Even as a child, I was struck by how beautiful it was, and often Josh and I would go over there to walk on the ice grass and have sword fights with the icicles. I once asked my mom why she left it on like that. My mom seemed to search for the explanation before she said,
Well, sweetie, Mrs. Maggie is sick a lot, and sometimes when she gets really sick, she gets confused. That's why she messes up yours and Josh's name sometimes. She doesn't mean to, but sometimes she can't remember. She lives in that big house all by herself, so it's okay if you talk to her when you swim in the lake, but when she invites you in, you should keep saying no. Be polite, her feelings won't get hurt. But she'll be less lonely when her husband comes home, right? How long will he be away on business? It seems like he's always away.
My mom seemed to struggle, and I could see that she had become very upset. Finally, she answered,
Honey, Tom's not going to come home. Tom's in heaven. He died years and years ago, but Mrs. Maggie doesn't remember. She gets confused and forgets. But Tom's not ever going to come home. If someone moved back in with her, she might even think it was Tom. But he's gone, sweetie. Okay, we're setting up disaster. Someone's gonna move into the house, and she's like,
My husband came home.
This is gonna be.
Yeah.
Oh.
That, or I don't think Tom would be the predator, the person watching. I don't
know. I'm confused. I don't know if they're gonna try to intercept that in or not, but there's something. Every story so far is connected very intricately.
Yeah.
So I'm
yeah,
confused.
We'll see where it goes. We'll see where it connects at. Okay, yeah. I would have only been around 5 or 6 when she told me that, and while I didn't understand it completely, I was still profoundly sad for Mrs. Maggie. I now know that Mrs. Maggie had Alzheimer's. She and her husband Tom had 2 sons, Chris and John. Sad. The two had worked out payment plans with the utility company and paid for Mrs. Maggie's water and electricity, but they would never visit her. I don't know if something happened between them, or if it was the illness, or if they just lived too far away, but they never came around. I have no idea what they looked like, but there were times when Mrs. Maggie must have thought Josh and I looked like they did when they were children. Or maybe she saw some part of her mind so desperately wanting her to see. Ignoring the images transmitted down her optic nerve, and just for a little while, showing her what used to be. I realize only now how lonely she must have been. Well, that's profoundly depressing. Okay.
Yeah, extremely.
During the summer after kindergarten, before the events of balloons, Josh and I had taken to exploring the woods near my house, as well as the tributary of the lake. We knew that the woods between our houses were connected, and we thought it would be neat if the lake near my house was somehow connected to the creek around his, so we resolved ourselves to find out. We were going to make maps. The plan was to make 2 separate maps and then combine them. We would make one map exploring the area around the creek near his house, and make another following the outflow from my lake. Originally, we were going to make one map, but we realized that wasn't possible since I had started drawing the map of my area so huge that the route from his house wouldn't have been to scale. We kept the map from the lake at my house and the map from the creek at his house, and we would add to each when we stayed the night with each other. For the first couple weeks, it went really well. We would walk through the woods along the water and pause every couple minutes to add to the map, and it seemed like the two maps would come together any day. We had no equipment needed for the job, not even a compass, but we tried to make do. We had the idea to impale the earth with a stick when we had reached the end of a venture so that if we came upon the stick from the other direction the next weekend, we would know we had joined the maps. We might have been the world's worst cartographers. Eventually, however, the woods became too thick near the water coming from the lake and we were unable to proceed further. We lost interest in the whole project for a bit and reduced our exploration significantly, though not completely, when we started selling snow cones. After I showed my mom all the pictures I had taken home from school and she took away my snow cone machine, our interest in the maps revitalized. We had to come up with another plan. Although I didn't understand why, my mom had placed what I considered to be extremely severe restrictions on what I could do and where I could go, and I had to check in frequently if I went outside to play with Josh. This meant that we couldn't stay in the woods for hours and continue to look for a new path. We thought we could just swim when we got to the cutoff in the woods, but that clearly wouldn't work since the map would get wet. We tried going faster when we were coming from Josh's house, but we eventually ran into the same problem. Then we had a brilliant idea. We'd build a raft. Due to the yes, rafts, the cars of the water, truly. Due to the construction of the neighborhood, there was a large amount of scrap building material that the company would set in the ditch to keep it out of the road and off-site since they no longer needed it for building. We originally conceived of a formidable ship complete with a mast and an anchor, but this quickly diminished into something more manageable. We set aside the wood and took several large pieces of styrofoam that were backed with foam board and tied them together with rope and kite string. We launched our vessel a little down water from Mrs. Maggie and waved a farewell to her as she motioned us to come back her way, but there was no stopping us. The raft worked very well, and while we both behaved and spoke as if the functionality of the raft was a given, I know at least I was a little surprised. We each had a fairly long tree branch to use as a paddle, but we found it much easier to simply push against the land under the water than actually use them as intended. When the water became too deep, we'd simply lie on our stomachs and use our hands to paddle the water, which still worked, albeit less well. The first time we had to resort to that method of propulsion, I remember thinking that from far above, it must have looked like a colossally fat man with tiny arms was out for a swim.
I just want to also stop and say that part where they waved to her and she was motioning them to come to them, just a creepy.
That feels kind of menacing. Yeah.
It does. It really does. Something where it's like a kid probably wouldn't intercept that well, but the idea of an old woman being like, hey, I want to talk. Come here. I want to talk to you. It's just that just odd to me. But I think it's like a fun riverboat adventure. They're like, haha,
yeah.
Hi, Mrs. Maggie.
and she's like coughing up black bile.
Yeah.
Yeah, born on a bayou.
and she's like a murderer wearing Miss Maggie's skin, like some monster
Yeah, it's just like
over
a
there.
face mask.
Yeah.
A 7'2" large
Oh,
man.
hi,
with
Mrs. Maggie.
Yeah, scoliosis and fucking rickets sitting there, and just like,
Come in, Bullard. I want to talk to you.
Bro, it's like I know like Alzheimer's and stuff like that's a very real disease. I don't mean to make light of it or whatever, but it is a horrifying detail to imagine that a stranger, thinks that you're someone close to them. Like they don't understand that you're not the same person, so they keep trying to talk to you like you are that person. That's pretty terrifying. Yeah.
no, it's extremely terrifying, especially the fact that like it's not even malicious. It's just something that's out of their control, I guess, is what makes it so creepy.
It's also like one of the reasons the best stories, horror stories especially, that revolve around kids, even not explicit horror stories like Stand By Me, right? Stories like that. When you put a child in the role of what's happening, there is this implied sense of like helplessness, of vulnerability, right? Because like if these characters were 20 years old and it's like, oh, the old woman thinks I'm someone else, it would be like, oh, well, that's sad. And that'd be the end of it, right? But because they're so young, they're 6 years old at this point. There's this
if it's
level
the balloons, if it's the balloons period, then yeah, they should be like 6 still.
Yeah, so like there's this level of anything could get them. They're perceptible. You know, they could be attacked by anything that comes out of the woodwork.
Anything.
Which makes it all the more threatening. Because like if they were adults and that thing happened with that guy, like sure it'd still be scary, the guy in the house, but it could be like, oh, Josh attacked him, right? But they're 10. They can't do that. Yeah. All right. Anyway, it actually took us several trips to get the raft to the impassable patch of woods that marked the farthest we had made it. After we had come up with the idea of marking the ground with the stick, we had taken to running through the woods until we got to the stick, and then, as carefully and precisely as we knew how, charting our course. This meant that the impasse was actually quite a bit away, so to sail from around my house all the way to the blockade in the woods was taking longer than expected. We'd sail for a bit and then dock the raft, and then, next time, we'd run through the woods to the raft and go a little farther. We continued this well into first grade. Josh and I were assigned to different groups that year, so since we didn't really see one another during the school day, our parents were more willing to let us hang out all weekend each week. What's more, Josh's dad had taken on a lengthy construction job that required him to work over the weekends, and his mother was on call, so this meant that Josh would stay at my house most every weekend for weeks on end. We should have been making excellent progress, but when we finally made it to the impasse and had the opportunity to explore past it, we couldn't find a place to dock the raft. The woods were simply too thick, and the water had eroded the land to the point that there was nearly a 2-foot rise of earth over the tributary, which exposed the twisting and damp roots of the trees above. We'd have to turn back every time and leave the raft at the same thick of trees that prompted us to build it in the first place. Even worse, winter had arrived, so we couldn't justify leaving the house in our swimsuits. We were getting nowhere. We always had to come home before we could gain much ground. On a Saturday, around 7 p.m., Josh and I were playing when one of my mom's co-workers knocked on our door. Her name was Samantha, and I remember her well now because I would propose to her a couple of... Oh. What? I remember her well now.
Interesting.
No, it can't be the same kind of. It can't be the same kind of propose, because he's what, 9.
Well, I guess it's just a couple of years later. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, what? One of my mom's comes to the door. Her name was Samantha, and I remember her well now because I would propose to her a couple of years later when I was visiting my mom at work. My mom said that she had to go to work to fix a problem that had arisen, and that she'd be back in about 2 hours. Her car was being repaired, so she'd have to ride with Samantha, but I gathered that the problem was Samantha's fault, and discussing it in the car was why it would only take 2 hours. She said that under no circumstances were we to leave the house or open the door for anyone. She was in the middle of explaining that she would call every hour when she got her to check in, but she ended that statement prematurely when she remembered that our phone had been turned off for delinquent payments. This was why Samantha had just come by unannounced. She looked me dead in the eyes as she was closing the door and said, "Stay put." Wait, okay, so hold on. Let me make sure I got the dynamics of this right. Samantha needs his mom to help, right? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah.
So mom needs more help. The mom's like, "Stay put. I'll call you when I get back," but then she remembers that she can't call, right?
Right, because of the phone payments.
Yeah. Samantha had come by and announced because of that and said, "Stay put." Okay, so basically mom's going away for a bit and it's just Josh and him there. Okay.
Yeah.
This was our chance. We watched her drive down the serpentine road toward the exit, and as soon as the car rounded the last visible bend, we ran back to my room. I dumped my backpack out while Josh grabbed the map.
Hey, do you have a flashlight? No, but we'll be back way before dark. I was thinking just in case we should have one. My mom has one, but I don't know where she keeps it. Wait.
I ran into my closet and pulled a box down from the top shelf.
Do you have a flashlight in there? Not exactly.
I opened the box and revealed 3 Roman candles that I had taken from the pile that my mother had amassed for the 4th of July that past summer. Yeah, don't worry, boys, I got this.
Yeah.
Walking through the woods. Pew! Pew!
Yeah, we're shooting some candles.
Light
it up for
fire.
America.
We did it, Josh. We made a map. Along with the lighter that I'd managed to take from her some months before. This would ensure that we at least had some light if we needed it. This was a little bit before I had been given an opportunity to be afraid of the woods at night, so it wasn't fear that motivated our search for a light source, only practicality. We threw it all in our backpack and bolted out the back door, making sure to close it so boxes wouldn't get out. We had 1 hour and 50 minutes. We ran through the woods as fast as we could and made it to the raft in about 15 minutes. We had our bathing suits on under our clothes, so we stripped off our shirts and shorts and left them in 2 separate piles about 4 feet from the edge of the water. We untied the raft from the tree, grabbed our branch paddles, and cast off. We tried to move rapidly to reach a point beyond the contents of our ever-expanding map, as we didn't have time to waste seeing old sights. We knew that we were slower in the raft than on land, and that we should be in the raft for quite a while after the cutoff since the woods were too thick to walk through and there wasn't a place to dock. This meant that we'd have to ride the raft back to the original docking site even if we found a new place to dock it further ahead.
I think just a little thing here. I think what's going to happen here, a little prediction thing, where my mind is going is they're going to come across something that wasn't initially marked on their map, and they're going to go explore it. I would assume.
I think so.
Is what's going to happen.
That sounds reasonable.
Especially, also, going and doing this raft at night, and if Mrs. Maggie's out there at night, oh my God. Oh, Lord. Lord help me.
Why did
Delirious
you say that?
old woman.
Why did you say that?
I know. I'm sorry. I don't like
Hunter,
it. I'm alone
this
still.
story's
I'm
bad
afraid.
enough as is. This story's bad enough as is. Why did you do that just now?
I don't know.
This is very unprofessional behavior from a 54-year-old podcaster. Okay,
I'm an experienced old man.
look, you've been on this job for 30 years. All right, get it together. Act like,
I can't
act
wait
like a
to retire.
It's only 2 more weeks to retirement. Let's hope I don't die of a heart attack now.
Please.
After we passed the last charted part of our map, the water began to get really deep, and eventually we could no longer touch the bottom with our tree branches. So we lay on our stomachs and paddled with our hands. It was getting darker, and as a result, it was becoming harder to distinguish the trees from one another, and we were both becoming slightly unnerved. In the interest of making good time, we were paddling fast with our arms, but this caused a lot of noise as our hands repeatedly confronted and then broke through the water's surface tension. During these periods, we could both hear the crunching of dead leaves and the snapping of fallen sticks in the woods to our right. As we would slow our pace and quiet our actions, the rustling in the woods would cease, and we began to wonder if it was really ever there at all. We didn't know what kind of animals resided this far into the woods, but we did know that we didn't wish to find out. As Josh amended the map that I was illuminating with the lighter, we were suddenly confronted with the fact that the sounds were not imagined. Rapidly and rhythmically, we heard
Crunch. Snap. Crunch.
It seemed to be moving slightly away from us, pushing through the woods just beyond our map. It had become too dark to see. We had misjudged how long the sun would linger. Nervously, I called out.
Hello?
There was a brief moment of breathless tension as we lay static in the river. The silence was suddenly broken by laughter.
Hello? So what? Hello, Mr. Monster of the Woods. I know you're sneaking around, but maybe you'll answer to my hello? Hello?
The story has like really, in the middle of tension, there's these funny moments between the two.
Very, very realistic banter.
Yeah. I like it. Josh be like, hello, idiot. You said hello.
Fucking dumbass.
Did you hear a knock just then?
Did I hear a knock?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. It was the dog. Okay.
Why don't you go check?
No,
Why don't you go check?
I'm not. The door's locked, and you know what? I'm gonna sit right here, all right? And I'm gonna be okay. Whatever happens, I'm gonna be okay. So.
Why the fuck would you say, did you hear a knock? That is so fucked.
I swear, I literally
You're
heard...
a bad man.
I
I
heard
said it earlier, you're a bad man.
I heard like a very distinguishable knock.
Oh, God.
It was just one, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, you can't see it, on camera.
I want people to
but
know right now that it's 10:30 at night. All
Yeah.
right, it's
It's
10:30 at
storming.
night. I am
It's storming
alone.
where I'm at. Yeah.
My wife is sleeping. It like I'm alone. I am. There's not even dogs around me to do like the thing where you can like okay, well the dog would know, right?
Yeah.
You have your dog by your door, dude.
I hope.
I'm here
I hope that's
alone.
what that shadow is. That I hope my wife's sleeping too. She could be dead. I don't know. Who knows? Not me. I'm not going to find out.
Who knows?
Anyway, I realized how stupid it was. Whatever animal it was, it wouldn't respond. I hadn't even realized I'd said it until afterwards, but if anything was actually there, it obviously wouldn't get a reply. Josh continued.
Hello?
In a high falsetto.
Hello?
I counted.
Hello
with-
there, mate. Hello? Beep boop. Hello?
We continued mocking each other, and we're in the process. Oh no, dude. Dude, I don't want to read this part. If I don't read it, it's not real. If I don't read it, it didn't happen. It's not real. If we skip over it, it didn't happen. We continued mocking each other, and we're in the process of turning the raft around to head back when we heard.
Hello?
Stop. Don't do it like that. Do it in a creepy tone. Creepy's so much better than just like a.
Well, I'm imagining it's mimicking them. Is how I imagine.
I know. I know. That's why I'm freaked out.
All right.
It was. You're not helping. You're making it worse. It was whispered and forced as if it were powered by the last breath in a pair of deflating lungs, but it didn't sound sickly. It had come from the spot just off the map, which now sat behind us since we had turned the raft around. I slowly shifted on the raft and faced the direction of the sound as I fumbled with the Roman candle. I wanted to see.
What are you doing?
Josh hissed, but I had already lit it. As the sparking fuse sunk into the wrapper, I felt it. I held it toward the sky. I had never actually shot one of these myself and thought to just use it like a flare in the movies. A glowing green orb rocketed out towards the star and then quickly extinguished. I lowered my arm more toward the horizon. I could remember that there were several colors, but I couldn't remember how many times one of these fired before being depleted. A second ball of red light burst out and fizzled above the trees, but I still saw nothing.
Let's just go, man.
Josh pressed as he turned to face the direction back home and began paddling desperately.
Just one more.
Lowering my arm directly at the woods in front of me, another red ball of fire was launched from the tube. It traveled straight ahead until it collided with the tree, briefly exploding the light in a much greater diameter. Still nothing. I dropped the firework in the water and watched as one more struggling fireball burst freely only to quickly die, suffocated by the water. As we began paddling in the direction towards my house, we heard a loud and unconcealed rustling in the woods. The breaking of branches and the trampling of fallen leaves overpowered the sound of our splashing. It was running. In our panic, we jostled the raft too violently, and I felt one of the ropes under my chest loosen.
Josh, be careful.
But it was too late. Our raft was breaking. Before too long, it had completely fallen apart. We each held on to a separate piece of styrofoam, but the pieces weren't big enough to keep us completely afloat, and our legs dangled beneath us in the winter water.
Josh, quick!
I yelled as I pointed at the water right next to him. He scrambled, but it was too cold to move quickly, and we both watched as the map floated away.
I'm cold, man.
Josh shuddered dejectedly.
Let's get out of the water.
We approached the shore, but each time we attempted to pull ourselves up, we'd hear the frantic rustling thundering towards us from the woods just above. Gosh, this is a nightmare scenario. Mm-hmm. You're floating down the water, freezing, and every time you get close, you hear choo 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 choo, like getting closer. Dude.
Yeah.
Huh. Eventually, we were too cold and weak to even try anymore. Steadily, we kicked our legs and found ourselves nearing the dock site. We toppled off the debris and tried to pull it on land, but Josh's piece slipped away and floated in the direction of the lake. We took off our swimsuits and were desperate to get into dry clothes to shield us from the biting chill of the air. I slid my shorts, but there was something wrong. Oh no. I turned to Josh.
Where's my shirt, man?
I don't like this guy who takes pictures of kids and keeps their clothes. Oh, gosh, dude. All right. He shrugged and suggested,
maybe it got knocked into the water and floated into the lake.
I told Josh to go back to my house and to say that we were playing hide and seek if my mom was home. I had to try to find my shirt. I ran behind the houses and peered out over the water and scouted along the shoreline. It occurred to me that with any luck, maybe I could find the map too. I was moving pretty fast because I just needed to get home and was about to give up when my concentration was interrupted by a sound coming from just behind me.
Hello?
Dude.
Ugh.
Oh no, oh no, I whipped around. It was Mrs. Maggie.
Oh, God.
Dude. In the middle of the night, he's alone. I'm so scared right now. Oh. I had never seen her at night before. Dude, I'm actually getting pretty. This is like, have you seen that movie, The Taking of Deborah Logan?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This is how when she's in the cave with like the eyes that are like black.
And the mouth. Yep.
Yeah. That's what I'm imagining. I'd never seen her at night before, and in this poor light, she looked exceedingly frail. The usual warmth that wrapped her manners seemed to have been snuffed out by the chill. I couldn't remember ever seeing her without a smile, and so her face looked strange.
Hello, Mrs. Maggie.
Oh, hi, Chris.
The warmth and smile had returned to her, even if her memories had not.
I couldn't see it was you in the dark there.
Jokingly, I asked her if she was going to invite me in for a snack, but she said maybe another time. I was too busy looking for my map and the shirt to really engage her, but she sounded happy, so I didn't feel bad. She said a couple other things, but I was too distracted to pay attention. I said goodnight and ran down her driveway towards my house. Behind me, I could hear her walking across the frozen yard, but I didn't turn around to wave. I had to get home. I made it home a couple minutes before my mom did, and by the time she came in, Josh and I had already changed clothes and warmed up. We'd gotten away with it, even though we'd lost the map.
Couldn't find it? Nah, but I saw Mrs. Maggie. She called me Chris again. I'm telling you, dude, just be glad you never see her at night.
We both laughed, and he asked me if she invited me in for a snack, joking that the snacks must be terrible since she couldn't even give them away. I told him that she didn't, and he was surprised, and now that I had time to think about it, so was I. Literally, every time we had seen her, she had invited us in for snacks, and here I had, albeit sarcastically, invited myself, and she said no. As Josh talked more about Mrs. Maggie, I suddenly realized that the lighter might still be in my pocket and that it would be disastrous for my mom to find. I grabbed the shorts off the floor and patted my pockets. I felt something, but it wasn't the lighter. From my back pocket, I slid out a folded piece of paper and my heart leapt.
The map.
I thought.
But I watched it float away.
As I unfolded the paper, my stomach turned as I tried to understand what I was seeing. Drawn on the paper inside of a large oval were two stick figures holding hands. Dude.
Here we go.
Remember, this is the shorts he left on the side of the bank for a while they went. So the pants were unattended, yeah. One was much bigger than the other. Oh, no. Dude. I'm so scared right now. But neither had faces. The paper was torn, so a part of it was missing, and there was a number written near the top right corner. It was either 15 or 16. I nervously handed Josh the paper and asked him if he had put it in my pocket at some point, but he scoffed at the idea and asked why I was so upset. I pointed towards the smaller stick figure and what was written next to it. It was my initials. I don't like this story. I shook it off and told Josh the rest of the conversation between Mrs. Maggie and I'd always attributed the odd exchange to her being sick until revisiting the events in my mind all these years later. As I think about it now, the feeling of profound sadness for Mrs. Maggie returns, but it's augmented by a looming feeling of despair when I think about why she said, maybe another time. I knew what she had said, but I didn't understand what it meant that night. I didn't understand what her words had meant weeks later when I watched men in strange orange biohazard suits carry what I thought were black bags full of garbage out of her house, or why the whole neighborhood smelled like death that day. I still didn't understand when they condemned the house and boarded it up a little while before we moved, but I understand now. I understand why her last words to me were so important, even if neither she nor I realized it at the time. Mrs. Maggie had told me that night that Tom had come home. Dude.
Man.
Hunter.
I'm just trying to. I'm trying to.
Hunter, don't leave me. Don't leave me right now. I'm about to cry. Mrs. Maggie had told me that night that Tom had come home, but I know now who had really moved in. Just as I know now why I never saw her body brought out on a stretcher. The bags weren't filled with garbage.
Wonder why not tonight.
I'm about to cry. I think I am crying. I'm so scared right now. Dude, this is the most afraid I've been of a story in a long time.
Yeah, I was gonna say like this is by far the scariest thing we've ever read. I mean, like at least in terms of text, this is by far the scariest story.
There's a man following them through a woods who draws pictures of them together, puts it in the kid's pocket. He comes to this old woman's house and then murders her, rips her into pieces.
Wonder why not tonight though.
Because
You know what I mean?
because Tom came home.
Sure, I guess that's true.
She's out being strange, and she goes hello, and it's like, oh hi, you want us to come in? She's like, no, not tonight. Tom's home tonight, so tonight I'm gonna go be with Tom. So whatever this guy is, he knows the place the kids get in and out of the dock. He follows them through the woods, running as they get close to the water, leaves a message in his shorts, and then goes to the woman that they stay with and tears her to pieces.
So you think, and it could be obvious, but you think that this entity that killed Mrs. Maggie, you think that it's the one who left the drawing in the pocket. You think there's any possibility that Maggie could have been the person to draw that and put it into the kid's pocket?
Maybe. It would depend on what 1516 means.
That's what
possible.
I'm wondering as well. That's still stuff that maybe it might become more apparent later.
I would lean towards...
I would lean towards the entity doing it.
I would lean towards the entity, because the entity that obsesses over this boy, takes pictures of him, lives in his old house, is the one more likely to draw a picture of them holding hands.
Right.
Yeah. I like how we refer to it as the entity, even though nothing supernatural's happened, but it feels so alien. You know,
it does. It does. It's because it's so mysterious that I refuse to just be like the man or even like the woman or something like that. Feels more appropriate. I mean, right? We're on part 5 of 6. I'm just saying, like, let's just keep going.
Yeah,
we're here.
I'm so scared. Bro.
You know what I mean? I'm invested. I don't want to. There's a lot of wind in these sails right now. I'm fucking scared. I think I'm also wondering where this ends up, what we keep learning. I'm hooked. I'm very hooked
about
right
to
now.
throw up.
All right. Part 5, screens.
Yep.
It's been a emotional roller coaster. We had to take a nice little potty break because it's been a long recording. But let me tell you, it was the spookiest potty break I've ever had. I will say, whenever I get scared, I hate walking around, especially somewhere really quiet.
Yep.
Usually if I get scared, I'll put on like, just like random stuff, right? Like, I don't know, like just The Office or something. Just like have it as background noise or something like
pleasant.
that.
Yeah.
And whenever you're recording, you can't do that because it interrupts the audio. So I'm just like walking around, like tiptoeing, like, oh my god, it's so deathly silent.
You know,
someone help me.
Something weird that's always been like a fear of mine is when I'm in situations where I'm like stressed out and it's really quiet. I don't like making noise. You know, like if I'm in a quiet area, I feel like if I step too loud, something bad's gonna happen.
Literally, yeah, you tiptoe. It's the craziest thing.
And like, so right now I'm alone. My wife's asleep. I confirmed she is alive during the break. I'm the only one awake in the house, and I feel weird that I'm having to speak into the microphone because I feel like something's gonna get me because I'm making too much noise.
Well, I'll tell you, you really were You fucked me up, dude, with the whole deal when you said, "Did you hear that tapping?" That was so cruel. I just want to say that.
Look, I swear I heard something.
That was so cruel.
I thought it was something on your end, which is why I asked. I swear I wasn't doing that to like just be mean.
I think in the footage, if we go back and look back when you say that, my eyes just like widen. Did you hear that tapping? I'm pretty sure, because I didn't respond for a second. I'm pretty sure my eyes just went as far open as they possibly could.
I'm gonna like sit here with one ear off of the headset.
All right.
Well, now I can hear myself talking.
I'm too immersed now. If they come get me now, I'm fully immersed at least.
Is there anything to your back? I know there's a fake closet door. Is there anything real to your back?
It's all fake. It's all fake. And actually, what's nice is I have my OBS up, so I can actually see myself and see if there's anything behind me. Okay. And then my desk faces my door. I used to do the thing where my desk was like the door entering to my room was behind me. I can't do that anymore. I refuse to.
So my setup's like that. It's to the back right of me. It's like over my right shoulder. So I'm sitting in my chair angled. So I can like see.
Yeah, you're side eyeing your door.
Yeah,
you have to, dude. You have to.
I keep doing that as I'm reading too. I'm like glancing back and forth. This is I really like this story. I haven't been this like. It's the way it's written. It's the way everything's described. I haven't been this scared by a narrative in a while.
The best thing is it's building anticipation beautifully, and not only that, it ends. Each section has ended in such a beautiful, perfect moment. And by beautiful and perfect, I just mean like very haunting, very chilling. It is not over the top. It has been a like perfect symphony of scares so far. It's how it feels. And honestly, like we're getting in, we're last two parts. I mean, we're rounding third base and heading home right now. And I'm so excited to see what other pieces are going to be stacked together. And this part 5 is called Screens.
All right, let's get this show on the road, huh? All right. So the quicker I get it done with, the quicker it's over, and the quicker I can be scared.
The quicker I can go and watch like shitty reality television and act like la 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 la, nothing even happened. I'm totally fine.
The quicker I hang up on this call, and then I'm completely alone in this chair.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
great.
You go in your room. You're like, babe, do you want to watch like Celebrity Feud or something?
Yeah,
you want to watch Jeopardy?
Yeah, she has to go perform a surgery at like 7 a.m. and I wake her up.
Oh, there's no waking. Yeah.
I wake her up like, can you hold my hand and watch a funny video with me?
Could you please watch this video with me? You're like watching TikToks as loud as you possibly can, right by her. She's like, I have to be up in 3 hours. You're like, but it's a funny dog. Look at it, it has a hat on.
This all goes back to the Kimber Kyle, the relationship. It's all
absolutely. Every man listening to this, or really not even to delineate it to genders. I was going to say any person listening to this to the relationship. If you listen to this podcast, you better end up a Kyle in your relationship. That's all I have to say. End up like Kyle.
All right. Here we go.
Screens. Let's get it.
Part 4. I've intentionally withheld some details from a lot of my stories. I've let my hopes concerning the way things might influence my evaluation of the way they actually are. I don't think there's any point to that anymore. At the end of the summer...
No.
What?
I said no. I don't think that there's any hope to that. No, absolutely not.
Things aren't going to get better. Everything's bad and we're dying,
Yeah.
Oh, at the end of the summer between kindergarten and first grade, I caught the stomach flu. This has all of the components of the regular flu. However, with the stomach flu, you throw up in a bucket and not the toilet because you are sitting on it. The sickness gets purged from both ends. This lasted for about 10 days, but just before it had passed, the sickness was granted an extension in the form of pink eye. My eyelids were so fused together by the dried mucus generated during the night that the first day I awoke with the infection, I thought I had gone blind. When I started first grade, I had a kink in my neck from 10 days of bed rest and 2 swollen, bloodshot eyes. Josh was in another group and didn't have my lunch, so in a cafeteria bursting with 200 kids, I still had a table to myself. Something else I like, that's kind of an interesting point. In the intros and outros to each section, he speaks with like an eloquence, like he's like a college level writer, like his verbiage, his adjectives. But as soon as he gets to the stories as a kid, it gets to much simpler. Like, I saw this happened. It's an there's like a transition in the form of writing between his framing device for what he's about to say and the actual narrative.
Yeah, I mean, it's important because it helps establish the age of the character.
Yeah,
Going back to the simplicity, you're able to put yourself in the shoes of this child.
It easily transitions between like writer now, writer then. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a really great writing too, like from a technical level. Good stuff. I started keeping spare food in my backpack that I would take into the bathroom to eat after lunch, since my school meals were usually confiscated by older kids who knew I wouldn't stand up to them since no one would stand with me. This dynamic persisted even after my condition cleared up, since no one wants to be friends with the kid who gets bullied, lest they have some of that aggression directed towards themselves. The only reason this stopped was due to the actions of a kid named Alex. Alex was in the 3rd grade and was bigger than most of the other kids in any grade. Around the 3rd week of school, he started sitting with me at lunch, and this put an immediate end to the shortage of my food supply. He was nice enough, but he seemed kind of slow. We never really talked at length except for when I finally decided to ask why he had been sitting with me. He had a crush on Josh's sister, Veronica. Okay, so that's what I mean. So like in the places before in the intro, he says stuff like, this dynamic persisted, or the kids who get bullied, lest they have some of that aggression directed toward themselves. And then after this, it's going to transition back into like basic kid speak, whatever. It's just a nice note. Anyway, Veronica was in the 4th grade and was probably the prettiest girl in the school. Even as a 6-year-old, what'd you say? Say that again.
I just said, yeah.
Oh, no, you better be careful as a 47-year-old man talking about 4th
I know.
How to get out of any social event. Someone mentions a kid.
Just one simple, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, actually, you know what? I think we'll be fine. We'll pick them up. Don't worry about it. Veronica was in 4th grade and was probably the prettiest girl in the school. Even as a 6-year-old who fully endorsed the notion that girls were disgusting, I still knew how pretty Veronica was. When she was in 3rd grade, Josh told me 2 boys had actually gotten into a physical fight, which erupted out of an argument concerning the significance of the messages she had written in their yearbooks. One of the boys eventually hit the other in the forehead with the corner of the yearbook, and the wound required stitches to close. While not one of those 2 boys, Alex, wanted her to like him and confessed that he knew Josh and I were best friends, I gathered that he had hoped that I would convey his ostensibly philanthropic deed to Veronica, and that she would presumably be so moved by his selflessness that she'd take an interest in him. I take back everything I said about the
I was going to say, there's that classic 6-year-old banter.
Ostensibly philanthropic, yeah. Never mind. Anyway, I thought I was onto something. I was just yapping. If I told her, he would continue to sit with me for as long as I needed him to. Because this was during the time when Josh mostly stayed at my house building the raft and navigating tributary with me, I didn't have the chance to bring it up to Veronica because I simply didn't see her. I told Josh about it and he made fun of Alex, but said he would tell his sister since I wanted him to. I doubted that he would. Josh was annoyed that people seemed to be so taken with his sister. I remember him calling her an ugly crow. I know, that's a bit much.
God, Jesus.
Over a 4th grade girl? Like, that's a bit
ugly
bit
crow? Bird?
I never said anything to Josh, but I remember wanting to say, even then, that she was pretty and would one day be beautiful. I was right. Oh, okay. Looks like our author was putting the moves on Veronica, or wanted to at least.
Okay. All right.
When I was 15, I was seeing a movie at a place my friends and I had come to call the Dirt Theater. It was probably nice at some point, but time and neglect had weathered the place severely. This theater had movable tables and chairs on a level floor, so when the theater was full, there were very few places you could sit and see the whole screen. The theater was still open, I imagine for 3 reasons. 1, it was cheap to see a movie there. 2, they showed a different cult movie twice a month at midnight. And 3, they sold beer to underage kids during the midnight showings. I went for the first 2, and that night they were showing Scanners by David Cronenberg for $1. Bro, I would have been in there.
Yes.
Like, absolutely. I would have been so up in there.
God.
They
What a
show
fucking awesome movie
movies
theater.
twice a month. $1 for Scanners? Bro, this is the cool.
What an event.
This kid doesn't appreciate what he has. You know what? I'd pay $100 to see Scanners in theaters. Like, man.
I would. I mean, like, especially if you did something, I would pay regular. I do pay regular price still to go to like my local theater that does like niche stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
always fun. It's always a great time to just be like, I just want to get out of the house and go with some friends. It's always fun.
I go to the
buck
movies
is
all the
insane.
time. I go by myself too, which is sad. But when my wife's at work, I'm like, I'm gonna go watch this. And they'll show classic horror movies like Alien and stuff like that. I'm always there. So this this is dope. All right. Almost makes me forget how terrifying the story is. My friends and I were sitting in the very back. I wanted to sit closer to the front for a better view, but Ryan had driven us, so I relented. Ryan hasn't been mentioned yet, has he? It's a new name, right?
I don't think so. Yeah,
No.
I think Veronica
Okay.
and Ryan both feel new.
Okay. A couple minutes before the movie started, a group of girls walked in. They were all pretty attractive, but whatever beauty they might have had was eclipsed by the girl with the dirty blonde hair, even though I had only caught a glimpse of her profile. As she turned to move her... as she turned to move her... As she...
What's cooking? Good looking.
As she turned... You better hope it says she's 19.
The 42-year-old woman walked up. Oh, thank God. Oh, my God.
That makes her only a couple decades younger than me. I
Just a
slide around it.
couple. I'm still a cradle snatcher.
As she turned to move her seat, I caught a full view of her face, which gave me the feeling of butterflies in my stomach. It was Veronica.
Fuck.
What?
I thought it was an older girl. It doesn't matter. I thought it was an older girl.
No, it was Veronica.
Yeah, all right.
That's why I was like, bro.
I know. I goofed. It was a goof.
Yeah. That YouTuber slipping out of you. I know.
No.
Quick, someone check his Twitter DMs.
No. Yeah, don't look there.
No. I hadn't seen her in a long time. Josh and I saw progressively less of one another after we snuck out to my old house that night when we were 10, and usually when I'd visit him, she'd be out with friends. While everyone stared at the screen, I stared at Veronica, only looking away when the feeling that I was being a creep overcame me. But that feeling would quickly subside and my eyes would return to her. She really was beautiful, just like I had thought she'd be when I was a kid. When the credits started to roll, my friends got up and left. There was only one exit, and they didn't want to be trapped waiting for the crowd to clear. I lingered in hopes of catching Veronica's attention. As she and her friends walked by, I took a chance.
He's 6, right?
No, dude, this is when he's 15.
Oh, okay.
They're getting beer at a movie theater for Scanners.
Yeah, no. He went for the first 2. I don't know. I still thought he was young. I'm sorry. So he's 15.
No. He said, yeah. He says he opens the section, says when I was 15, I was seeing a movie. At a place. That's where this starts. So Veronica's 18 here. Because
you know what it was? Is I got caught up because it was at the end of the summer between kindergarten and first grade. I caught the stomach flu. I got that. That's what made me.
That was the opening where it's saying that guys.
Yeah, and then when I was 15, I was seeing a movie. I know.
Yeah.
I fucked up. I fucked up big time.
Yeah. Be better.
All right. So 15-year-old protagonist. Hey, Veronica.
Immediately, the spirit of like a nasally acne face 15-year-old possesses you.
I'm like kind of cool.
She turned towards me looking a little startled.
Yeah?
I got out of my seat and stepped a little into the light coming in through the open door.
It's me, Josh's old friend from way back. How have you been?
Oh my god, hey, it's been so long.
Okay, so I just want you to know that in my head, when he was like, oh, dirty blonde, beautiful, my brain went to, what's that girl's, Sydney Sweeney, right? So now I'm imagining the noises you're making coming out of Sydney Sweeney.
That kind of sounds like Sydney Sweeney, right?
Oh
Sure.
my god, hey,
Yeah,
it's been
yeah.
so long.
Sure thing, buddy.
Yeah, I was in Euphoria. Madame Web.
Oh my god. Okay. She motioned to her friends that she'd be out in a second.
Yeah, a few years at least. Not since the last time I stayed over with Josh. How is he anyway?
Oh, that's right. I remember all you guys' games. Do you still play Ninja Turtles with your friends?
She laughed a little and I blushed.
No, I'm not a kid anymore. Me and my friends play X-Men now.
I was really hoping she'd laugh. Okay, he meant that as a joke.
Yeah.
That's better, okay. I was really hoping she'd laugh. She did.
Oh, you're cute. Do you come to these movies every time?
I was still reeling from what she said.
Does she really think I'm cute? Does she really think I'm cute? Did she just mean I was funny? Does she think I'm attractive?
I suddenly realized that she had asked me a question and my mind grasped for what it was.
Yeah.
I said much too loudly.
Yeah, I try to anyway. What about you?
I come here. I come every now and then. My boyfriend.
Oh, boo!
No!
Boo!
Man down! Get him out of there!
Oh, shit!
Evac!
I come here every now and then. My boyfriend didn't like these movies, but we just broke up.
Oh, we're back in.
We're back!
We're
It
back
was
in.
over, but we're back! Let's go!
My boyfriend didn't
Get a
like
team
these
back on the
movies,
ground! We're going
But
for a
we
second
just
round.
broke up, so I plan on coming from now on.
What was that moan? I was trying to be casual, but failed.
Oh, well, that's cool. Not that you guys broke up. I just meant that you'd be able to come more often.
She laughed again. I tried to recover.
So, are you coming the week after next? Or, they're supposed to show Day of the Dead. It's really cool.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Yo, okay, hold on. This girl is described as beautiful. She shows up for scanners, and then she's like, "Oh, I'll be there for Day of the Dead." Bro,
Perfect
the
woman.
The bag is there. He has to secure it. That I will be so
Perfect
mad
woman.
if she. Look. Yeah, you know what? Take it from a couple married men. We like. I myself been married for, at least 2 months at this point, and Hunter has been married at least 40 years, right? So like take it from two experts. All of you guys are so focused on like, oh, what does she look like? What's she into and stuff. Look, at the end of the day, it's who you're going to be weird with, watch weird movies with, like have forever till you're dead, right? Till one of you die. So because of that, the Day of the Dead thing is infinitely important. The whole attraction she's hot thing is window dressing. The fact that she is there for scanners and then wants to see Day of the Dead, she is going from Cronenberg to Romero. That is a prize. That is something he needs to get a hold of. Just advice for the
my boy
wise.
Wendigoon bricked up under the table right now. I refuse to stand at this point in time.
When I first met my wife, when we were friends, it was right before Halloween, and she was like, "Oh, we're having a watch party for all the Michael Myers movies, all the Michael Myers Halloween. Do you want to come over?" And I was like, "Oh, you're having it?" And she's like, "Yeah, I love all the old slasher flicks." Like, done. Here we are. I was like, that one's not getting away.
Then she was creeped out because you said, "You said the magic words." Ring a ding ding. You said the magic words.
You're saying it in like a Jesse Pinkman voice.
Yeah.
Hey yo, you got Michael Myers?
Hey yo.
Mr. White.
Yo, wait. You gonna be watching slasher movies on Halloween? Ah, shit. I think I'm in love.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it went. That's
Yeah.
about right. Okay, so anyway. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Anyway, continue.
She smiled.
Yeah, you're right. You said the L here. She smiled, and I was about to suggest that maybe we could sit together when she quickly closed the space between us and hugged me. Oh,
God damn.
man. Okay.
It was really good to see you.
She said with her arms around me. I was trying to think of what to say when I realized the biggest problem was that I had forgotten how to talk. Luckily, Ryan, who I could hear approaching from the hallway, came in and spoke for me.
dude, you know the movie's over, right? Let's get the fuck out of Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Veronica let go and said that she'd see me next time. She was played out of the room by the porn music Ryan was making with his mouth.
Bow, chicka, wow,
Bow,
wow.
wicka, bow, wow. I was furious, but it dissipated as soon as I heard Veronica laughing in the lobby.
So
Okay.
because of this also, so he hasn't seen Josh in a while.
Yeah,
right?
because he says, remember the part 2 opens and he's like, I didn't really keep up with Josh after we were 10 or after 5th
Yeah.
grade or whatever he says.
Just
it's been a
suspicious
while.
is all.
Well,
Yeah.
he said there it was after the house thing, so maybe they just
Yeah.
they were afraid to go out and do stuff together in the woods, so they just
Probably just
naturally
lost.
drifted apart.
Yeah, just drifted apart. Yeah, you're probably right.
I've got a buddy who from the time I was in middle school, we spent for several years we would do that kind of thing, go out in the woods, go hunt stuff or whatever. And I haven't talked to that guy in a long time. It'd be good to hit him back up because this kind of a lot of the dynamic of him and Josh reminds me of him. But yeah, people just drift apart. It happens.
yeah.
The author of this story, Dathan, is that his name?
Yeah, Dathan Arbuck. Arbuck.
Yeah. This guy definitely is a guy who hung out with other guys a lot growing up because all the dynamics, all the oh yeah, look at the stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Mr. Monster Man. That's all
Yeah. Hey, I think Dathan knows how to bust some balls.
I think he does. Yeah.
Hey,
That's our
Dathan,
takeaway.
I think he knows how to bust some balls.
that Dathan guy, real ball buster. That's what they used to
Hey,
call him.
Dathan, stop busting my balls so hard. Okay.
Oh god! All right, I was furious, but this made my heart laughing. Day of the Dead couldn't come soon enough. Ryan's family was going out of town, so he wouldn't be able to drive us, and the other friends I was with that night didn't have cars. A couple of days before the movie, I asked my mom if she could take me. She responded almost immediately by denying my request, but I persisted, and she picked up on the desperation in my voice. She asked why I wanted to go so badly since I had seen the movie before, and I hesitated before saying that I was hoping to see a girl there. She smiled and asked playfully if she knew the girl, and I reluctantly told her it was Veronica. The smile disappeared from her face, and she coldly said, no. Oh, interesting. Okay, that was an unexpected play, right?
That's some Baraska shit right there.
That's
some Baraska shit.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. I decided that I would call Veronica to see if she could pick me up. I had no idea if she still lived at home, but it was worth a try. But then I realized that Josh might answer. I hadn't talked to him in almost 3 years, and if he answered, I obviously couldn't ask to talk to his sister. I felt guilty for calling to speak with Veronica and not Josh, but I dismissed that feeling quickly. Josh hadn't called me in years either. I picked up the phone and dialed the number that was still embedded in my muscle memory from having dialed it so often all those years ago. It rang several times before someone picked up. It wasn't Josh. I felt a mixture of both relief and disappointment. I realized in that second that I really missed Josh. I would call after this weekend and talk to him, but this was my only chance to see if Veronica could or would take me, so I asked for her. The person told me I dialed the wrong number. I repeated the number back to her, and she confirmed. She said they must have changed their number, and I agreed. I apologized for the disturbance and hung up. I was suddenly intensely sad because now I couldn't contact Josh even if I wanted to. I felt terrible for having been afraid that he might answer the phone. He had been my very best friend. I realized that the only way I could be put back in touch with him would be through Veronica. So now, not that I needed one, I had another reason to see her. I told my mom the day before the movie that I was no longer concerned with going, but was hoping she could drop me off at my friend Chris's house. She relented and dropped me off that Saturday a couple of hours before the movie. My plan was to walk from his house to the theater since he only lived about a half-mile away. They went to church early on Sunday, so his parents would go to sleep early Saturday night. And Chris was fine with not coming with me since he had planned on chatting with this girl he met online. He said that the walk back to his house would be even lonelier after she laughed in my face when I tried to kiss her, and I told him not to electrocute himself when he tried to have sex with his computer. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I left his house at 11:15. I tried to pace myself so I'd get there just a little before the movie. I was going by myself, and so I didn't want to just hang around there waiting. On the way to the theater, I figured that if Veronica showed up at all, it would be too lucky for us to arrive at the same time, so I debated whether I should wait outside or just go in. Both had their pros and cons. As I was grappling with these concerns, I noticed that the steady stream of streaking car lights that had been overtaking me had been replaced by a single, constant spotlight that refused to pass. The road wasn't illuminated by street lights, so I was walking in the grass with the road about 2 feet to my left. I stepped a little more to my right and craned my neck over my left shoulder to see what was behind me. The car had stopped about 10 feet behind me. So, okay, so I want to... This story's so interesting because it careens from funny jokes, haha, to that line when he said, the car lights had been replaced by a single constant spotlight that refused to pass. Immediately, you're back in. Mm-hmm. Like you're shaken with like an ice bucket back into like he is being stalked by a man in the woods who is taking pictures of him. You're back in the horror.
Well, I was to say, it's also just another thing where it feels like an unexpected person watching you. You don't know who it is.
Yeah.
It's just that theme keeps popping up, and it's a fun North Star that this story has.
I agree. All I could see were the violently bright headlights that were cutting through the otherwise Stygian? I have no idea what that word is.
I have no idea. I'm just going to say otherwise maybe like blank surroundings.
Is this a
maybe
new
like
word?
Dark surroundings.
Did I just find a new word? What's that mean? Relating to the Styx River. Oh, like Stygian, like the Styx from Greek mythology. Very dark, like
through the
river
otherwise.
of the dead.
So I'm guessing just like empty trees, then referring to branches, like sticks, like in that. Or deathly.
Yeah, like deathly, like there's death, like you feel empty, like it's winter, all the trees are dead, it's cold.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's a good word. I like that word. Thank you, story. All right, anyway. Cutting through the otherwise Stygian surroundings. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm keeping that. That's going in my pocket. I thought that it might be one of Chris's parents. Maybe they had come to check in on us and see that I was gone. It wouldn't have taken much pressing for Chris to confess. I took one step toward the car, and it broke its pause and started driving towards me at a slow pace. It passed me and I saw that it wasn't Chris's parents' car, or any car that I recognized for that matter. I tried to see the driver, but it was too dark, and my pupils had shrunk when faced with the blinding lights from the car just moments before. They adjusted enough so that I could see a tremendous crack in the back window of the car as it drove away. I didn't think much of the whole affair. Some people find it fun to scare other people. I'd often hide around corners and jump out at my mom after all. I timed it right.
Naive bastard.
Yeah. You fool. I timed it right and got there about 10 minutes before the movie. I had decided to wait outside until around 11:57, since that would give me time to find her inside if she was already seated, as I was considering the possibility that she might not show. I saw her. She was alone and she was beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
I wait.
Every time.
Anytime a woman's mentioned.
Anytime a singular woman is mentioned, I'm just like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, a woman.
My queen, my queen.
Girls. Oh brother.
Oh brother.
Ladies, even. Get it out of here. Oh,
ladies.
Who called in the smoke show?
Ooh.
I waved her and walked to close the distance. She smiled and asked if my friends were already inside. I said that they weren't and realized that this must seem like I was trying to make this a date. She didn't seem bothered by that, nor was she bothered when I handed her the ticket I'd already bought. She looked at me quizzically, and I said,
"Don't worry, I'm rich."
She laughed and went inside. I bought us one popcorn and 2 drinks, and spent most of the movie debating whether or not I should time reaching my hand into the popcorn bag when she reached in so they would touch. Okay, hold on. Real quick, fellas. He's playing it way too fast. That kind of move, that's like after your first or second confirmed date. You don't trick a girl into showing up with friends. The friends aren't there, and then you're trying to hold her hand way too fast.
I legitimately thought that you were going to say something about putting your penis in the popcorn bucket.
No, of course not. That's the third day.
Guys, he's playing it all wrong.
He's playing it all wrong. You cut a hole in the bucket. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
You get the Dune popcorn bucket. And you
Yeah,
use that.
perfect. What'd you expect?
Bought us in the popcorn bag. She reached in so they would touch. She seemed to enjoy the movie, and before I knew it, it was over. We didn't linger in the theater, and because this was a midnight show, we couldn't loiter in the lobby, so we walked outside. The parking lot of the theater was big because it connected with the mall that had gone out of business. Not wanting the night to be over just yet, I continued the conversation while casually walking toward the old mall. As we were about to round the corner and leave the theater out of sight, I looked back and saw that her car, wasn't the only one left in the parking lot. The other one had a large crack in the back window.
Oh, shit.
My immediate uneasiness turned to understanding.
That makes a lot of sense. The driver of that car works here and must have figured out I was on my way to the movie. Yeah.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
That's it. That's why he was slowing down on the road. This guy who works at a movie theater.
I bet you this kid's walking to my movie theater right now.
Oh, there's a guy on the road, but must be movie night. Let's go. Yeah. I'm getting here for my shift at 11:50
it's
for the last showing. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Injecting real horror into the life of a horror fan seemed like an obvious move. All right. He was smarter when he was 6. This
feels
kid,
like it.
You know what it is? Unironically, it's the girl. It's Veronica.
It makes you dumb.
Oh, yeah. That guy works here. What's up? What's good, bro? Hey, funny prank. Very funny. Should get that window fixed. We walked around the mall and talked about the movie. I told her that I thought Day of the Dead was better than Dawn of the Dead. Okay, all right.
Wrong.
Wrong. Immediately. All right, everything.
Wrong.
All right, I want this kid to get kidnapped now. After that take, immediately get out of here. But she refused to agree. Okay, she's too good for him.
Good woman.
Way too good for him.
Yep.
That's a good woman.
True.
Yep. I told her of when I called her old number and about my dilemma about who would answer the phone. She didn't find it as funny as I now did, but she took my phone and put her number in it. Oh, okay. She commented that it might be the worst cell phone she'd ever seen. Her evaluation wasn't rescinded when I told her I couldn't even receive pictures on it. I called her so she'd have my number, and she programmed it in. Wow, okay. She told me that she was graduating, but she hadn't done well in school so far that year, so she wasn't sure if she'd even get into college. I told her to attach a picture of herself to the application, and they'd pay her to go there just so they could look at her.
Jesus.
Way too fast. This guy is burning rubber to get...
I bet if you take a picture of yourself and put it on the application, you get it because you're so pretty. Oh, my God.
She didn't laugh at that one, and I thought she might be offended. She might have thought I was implying that she couldn't get in based on her intelligence. I don't know. Yeah, that's what women love. Women who are trying to go to college, be powerful, career-oriented, they love being told that their looks was what will get them far. And
you might not be
else.
very smart, but you got some nice fucking knockers on you. is what it feels like. Is what it feels like you say. She's like, okay, thanks.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, anyways, I'll be here up next weekend to watch a dollar film at midnight. I hope I see you.
Yeah, you're going to be back? Oh, I hear they're playing another movie. That makes me Hellraiser or something. Yeah, that's cool. I nervously glanced at her, and she was just smiling, and even in this poor light, I could see that she was blushing. I wanted to hold her hand, but I didn't. So the first good move he's done, not touching her immediately.
Don't touch her, don't touch her,
Don't do it. As we walked down the final side of the mall back toward the theater, I asked her about Josh. She told me she didn't want to talk about it. Oh. I asked her if he was at least doing all right, but she just said, I don't know. I figured Josh must have taken a wrong turn somewhere and started getting into trouble. I felt bad. I felt guilty. As we approached the parking lot, I noticed that the car with the cracked back window was gone and that her car was now the only one in the parking lot. She asked me if I needed a ride, and even though I really didn't, I said that I'd appreciate it. I had drunk my whole soda during the movie, and all the walking was putting pressure on my bladder. I knew that I could wait until I was back at Chris's, but I had decided that I was going to try to kiss her when she dropped me off. Dude.
I mean, dude,
And
playing with fire.
yeah,
Playing with fire.
way too fast. And I didn't want this biological nagging to rush me out of the car. This would be my first kiss. Oh gosh. All right. Dude, you never kissed a girl. Is like, hey, I'm going to show up with some friends. Doesn't show up with any friends. Gets a ride. Gonna kiss her. Ain't no way. All right. I'm focusing on like the relationship aspect of this because it takes me away from the scary part. I could think of no ruse to conceal what I needed to do. The theater had long closed, so I only had one option. I told her that I was going to go behind the theater to piss, but that I'd be back in 2 shakes. It was obvious that I thought it was hilarious, and she seemed to laugh more at how funny I found it than at how funny it clearly was.
What a fucking dork.
I'll be back in 2 shakes.
What an actual fucking dork, dude. He's like, I'll be back in 2 shakes. She's like, yeah.
Yeah,
He's like, you get it, my cock? It's my cock.
Do you get it? It's a joke about it. On the way toward the theater, I stopped and turned toward her. I asked her if Josh had ever told her that kid named Alex had done something nice for me. She paused to think for a moment and said that he had. She inquired as to why I had asked, but I said it was nothing. Josh really was a good friend. When I went to go behind the theater... Oh, that's a cute note. Josh mentioned it to her.
Yeah.
Just because he wanted to. That's sweet. When I went to go behind the theater, I realized that there was a chain link fence extending off and running parallel to the walls of the building. Where I stood, she could still see me, and the fence seemed to stretch on endlessly, so I thought I'd just hop it, duck out of sight, and return as quickly as I could. It may have been too much of an effort, but I thought it polite. At least he didn't pee standing in front of her. I climbed the fence and walked just a little ways until I was out of sight and urinated. For a moment, the only sounds were the crickets in the grass behind me and the collision of liquid and cement. These sounds were overpowered by a noise that I can still hear when it's quiet. There are no other noises to distract my ears. In the distance, I heard a faint screeching. Oh no. Oh no, man. In the distance, I heard a faint screeching which quickly subsided, only to be replaced with a cascade of thundering vibrations. I realized quickly enough what it was. It was a car. The growling of the engine got louder, and then I thought, no, not louder, closer. As soon as I realized this, I started back toward the fence, but before I could get very far at all, I hear a brief, truncated scream, and the roar of the engine terminated in a deafening thud. I started running, but after only 2 or 3 steps, I was tripped by a loose piece of stone and fell hard and fast onto the concrete, my head striking the corner of a chair as I fell. I was dazed for maybe 30 seconds, but the renewed rumbling of the engine drew my senses back, and my equilibrium was restored by adrenaline. I redoubled my efforts. I was worried that whoever had crashed the car might harass Veronica. As I was climbing over the fence, I saw that there was still only 1 car in the parking lot. I didn't see any evidence of a crash. I thought that I might have misjudged its direction or proximity. As I ran towards Veronica's car, and as my orientation changed, I saw that what the car had hit. My legs stopped working almost completely. It was Veronica.
No.
Her car was sitting between us, and as I closed the distance and walked around her, she came fully into view. Her body was twisted and crumbled like a discarded figure meant to represent a catalog of things the human body cannot do. I could see the bone of her right shin cutting through her jeans, and her left arm was wrapped so hard around the back of her neck that her hand fell on her right breast. Her head was craned back and her mouth hung widely open toward the sky. There was so much blood. As I looked at her, I actually found it hard to discern whether she was laying on her back or her stomach, and this optical illusion made me feel sick. When you are confronted with something in the world that simply doesn't belong, your mind tries to convince itself that it's dreaming. And to that end, it provides you with that distinct sense of all things moving slowly as if through sap. In that moment, I honestly felt that I would wake up any minute. But I didn't wake up. I fumbled with my phone to call for help, but I had no signal. I could see Veronica's phone sticking out of what I thought was her front right pocket. I had no choice. Trembling, I reached for her phone, and as I slid it out, she moved and gasped for air so violently that it seemed as if she was trying to breathe in the whole world. Oh, man. Ugh. This startled me so much that I staggered back and fell into the asphalt with her phone in my hand. She was trying to adjust her body to get it into its natural position, but with every spasm and jerk, I could hear the cracking and grinding of her bones. Without thinking, I scrambled over to her and put my face over hers and just said,
Veronica, don't move. Don't move, okay? Just stay still. Don't move, Veronica. Please, just don't move.
I kept saying it, but the words started to fall apart as tears came streaming down my face. I opened her phone. It still worked. It was still on the screen where she had saved my number, and when I saw that, I felt my heart break a little. I called 911 and waited with her, telling her that she would be okay, and feeling guilty for lying to her every time I said it. When the sound of sirens tore through the air, she seemed to become more alert. She had remained conscious since I found her, but now more of the light was coming back into her eyes. Her brain was still protecting her from pain, though it looked as if it was finally allowing her to become aware that something was terribly wrong with her. Her eyes rolled over to mine and her lips moved. She was struggling, but I heard her.
Picture? My picture. He took it.
Oh.
Dude.
What a callback. Wow.
Oof. Oh, I didn't understand what she meant, so I said the only thing I could.
I'm so sorry, Veronica.
I rode with her in the ambulance where she finally lost consciousness. I waited in the room that they had reserved for her. I still had her phone, so I put it in her purse and I called my mom from the hospital phone. It was about 4 a.m. I told her that I was fine, but that Veronica was not. She cursed at me and said she'd be right there, but I told her I wasn't leaving until Veronica was out of surgery. She said she'd come anyway. My mom and I didn't speak that much. I told her I was sorry for lying, and she said that we'd talk about that later. I think that had we talked more in that room, if I had just told her about boxes or the night with the raft, if she had just told me more of what she knew, I think that things would have changed. But we sat there in silence. She told me that she loved me and that I could call her whenever I wanted her to come get me. As my mom was leaving, Veronica's parents rushed in. Her dad and my mom exchanged a few words that appeared to be quite serious while Veronica's mother talked to the person at the desk. There's something about Josh and the family. There's some connection. Her mother,
there's something that we just don't know yet. Yeah. I'm curious.
Her mother was a nurse, but didn't work at this hospital. I'm sure that she had tried to get Veronica transferred, but her condition was prohibitive. While we waited, the police came in and talked to each of us. I told them what happened. They made some notes, and then they left. She came out of surgery, and 90% of her body was covered in a thick white cast. Her right arm was free, but the rest of her body was bound like a cocoon. She was still under, but I remembered how I felt when I had my cast before kindergarten. I asked a nurse for a marker, but I couldn't think of anything to write. I slept in a chair in the corner and went home the next day. Man, that's tragic.
Yeah, horrible.
Yeah, I came back every afternoon for several days. At some point, they had moved another patient into her room and set up a screen around Veronica's bed to act as a partition. She didn't seem to be feeling better, but she had more moments of lucidity. But even during these periods, we wouldn't really talk. Her jaw had been broken by the car, so the doctors had wired it shut. I sat with her for a while, but there was nothing much I could say. I got up and walked over to her. I kissed her on the forehead. That's a bit weird. I kissed her on the forehead, and she whispered through her clenched teeth,
Josh.
This surprised me a little, but I looked at her and said,
Has he not come to see you? No.
I found myself really irritated.
Even if Josh had been getting into trouble, he should still come see his sister.
I thought. I was about to express this when she said,
No, Josh, he ran away. I should have told you.
I felt my blood turn to ice.
When? When did this happen?
When he was 13.
Oh, no.
I know.
Oh, no.
Did he leave a note or something?
Oh, no.
On his pillow.
Oh!
Brutal.
Oh!
What's crazy is that the first fucking story we read, bro, he, quote unquote, in the woods left a note saying that he ran away.
Oh, no.
Because he hated his friend. You know what I mean?
Josh got abducted. He got taken out there to the woods. Oh, man. Oh, my heart dropped. He hasn't seen his friend in years, and oh gosh, whatever that thing was.
He had no idea.
Him.
You know, it's the exact same thing where it's like, it's the
I
exact
feel
same thing
sick.
where
That's like, oh gosh.
yeah.
Dude.
It's the exact same thing that you're talking about. You fall out of favor with friends, or you just kind of like fall out of friendship, and you never even know. And also, years pass so fast. And you know, how would you know? But man, brutal.
Oh my gosh, dude. Tragic.
Brutal.
Oh, that thing got him. What does it do with people? What does it want?
I don't
with
know.
them? Takes
I don't
them out
know.
to the woods, puts them in the middle of the thorns. Like what?
We don't even know what it is.
This thing?
We have no idea what it even is.
Oh gosh, this is great. Okay, think about it. We are this far into the narrative, and there's still so many pertinent questions. Not in a way that it's not answering anything, in a way that it's still mysterious.
We've had so much visuals of things that are happening, so much tense moments, but yet we still don't know what it is, and it's still gripping. It's very interesting.
This is good. This is great. All right. She started crying, and I followed her, but I think now we were crying for different reasons, even if I didn't realize it. At this point, there were a lot of things I still didn't remember about my childhood, and there were a lot of connections I hadn't yet made. I told her I had to go, but that she could text me anytime. This is an interesting point. Like, all these stories he's relaying to us now took him a long time to come up with, right? So, in these, like, that 15-year-old author, I'm going to call him Dathan because that's the author's name. That 15-year-old Dathan within the story is like, yeah, that's kind of like, because remember he opens and says, I just remembered this story recently. So he doesn't consciously remember that he had written the note and put it on the pillow, or that something did when it kidnapped him, right?
Yep.
It's just kind of a thought in the back of his mind that he maybe feels glimpses of, but doesn't get yet. That adds another layer of terror. You know exactly what happened, but you can't remember.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
man.
I mean, also just any kind of tragic event, anything that you do, I mean, like, you know, people bury those things deep down. You know, your brain subconsciously just erases it. It's just crazy.
Man. You don't, oh man. Just the idea of this creature, like, you don't remember me? The one who was there, the one who carried you at night, you don't remember. Oh gosh, dude. I'm getting chills. All right. I got a text back from her the next day. I'm a little wigged out right now. Just the thought of like all these insane events happening to you. And
yeah, I mean, it's extremely emotional.
It's incredibly emotional. All that happens to you, and you just can't remember. And now it's happening again, and you still can't remember. But like, oh man, it's a whew. All right. I got a text from her the next day telling me not to come back. I asked why, and she said she didn't want me to see her like that again. I agreed begrudgingly. We texted each other every day, though I kept this from my mom because I knew that she didn't like me talking to Veronica. Usually her texts were fairly short, and mostly only in response to more lengthy texts that I would send her. I tried calling her only once. I was sure she was screening her calls, but hoped I could hear her voice. She picked up but didn't say anything. I could hear how labored her breathing was. About a week after she told me not to come see her anymore, she sent me a text that simply read,
I love you.
I was filled with so many different emotions, but I responded by expressing the most prevalent one. I replied,
I love you too.
She said that she wanted to be with me and that she couldn't wait until she could see me again. She told me that
why does this feel not real?
I know. Something about this feels strange.
Does it feel like fictitious to you?
So what makes me suspicious is she texts him, I don't want you to see me like this again, and then keeps sending short responses, and then he calls, and whoever picks up the phone listens, doesn't say anything, then hangs up.
You hear how labored the breathing
is. Breathing.
Yep.
Oh gosh, man. And then, oh no. And then they say I love you to him.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Oh no, it's this creep that's been doing this for years. I love you. Oh, bro, I'm scared. I'm scared again. Mm-hmm. I wasn't scared because we were joking about like cute girls like liking movies, and it wasn't scary, but now it's scary again.
I'm gripped, dude. I'm here for it. Man.
She said that she wanted to be with me and that she couldn't wait until she could see me again. She told me that she had been released and was convalescing at her house. These exchanges carried on for several weeks. But every time I asked to come see her, she would say, soon. Oh, no.
Oh, God.
I kept insisting. And the following week, she said that she thought she might be able to make it to the next midnight movie. I couldn't believe it, but she insisted that she would try. I got a text from her the afternoon of the movie saying,
see you tonight.
dude.
If her body was mangled, there's just no way.
No,
if your body was that mangled,
she's dead. She's dead. Absolutely. And now the entity has her phone.
It's the same kind of response as the hello thing back. You know what I mean?
Yep. And then to think about this entity that's been stalking him since he was 5 years old. A decade of following him. Now he has the phone and is like, I love you. See you tonight.
Hypothetically.
That's what I
like,
think. That's where I think this is going.
I think it's a good call, but I don't know. I mean, it's been so up in the air. Yeah.
All right. I got Ryan to drive me since Chris's parents had found out what had happened and said I wasn't welcome at their house anymore. Okay, it wasn't his fault. I mean, sure, he came to stay with Chris and lied to go see a girl, but I mean, like, saying he's not welcome's a bit extreme, I think, don't you?
Well, yeah.
He said he was coming to see your son so that he could go see a girl at the movie theater. There's no reason to kick him out. But anyway, I explained to Ryan that she might be in bad shape, but that I really cared about her. So to give us some space, he accepted that and we headed down there. Veronica didn't show.
Oh, weird.
Geez, wonder what could happen. I had saved a seat for her right next to me near the exit so she could get in and out easily. But 10 minutes into the movie, a man slid into the chair.
Here we go.
I whispered,
excuse me, this seat is taken.
But he didn't respond at all. He just stared ahead at the screen. I remember wanting to move because there was something wrong with the way he was breathing.
There's the labored breathing.
I forfeited because I realized that she wasn't coming. I texted her the next... I texted her the next day asking if she was alright, and I inquired as to why she didn't show the previous night. She responded with what would turn out to be the last message I'd received from her. She simply said,
see you again. Soon.
Hunter.
Brutal.
I can't, dude.
Fucking brutal, man.
I don't want to do the podcast anymore. I want to call my mom. I want to watch a silly movie. Hey, remember when Adam Sandler sent you a sign thing? That was pretty funny, right?
that was fun.
That was a good time.
Let's go back to that.
Yeah, remember when it was a funny joke that the kids were going to get creepy pictures in the mail? That was funny. Yep, good times. And remember, let's not forget, floats are the balloons of the water.
Yeah.
And mayonnaise, haha.
Remember that?
That was a great time. She was delirious, and I was worried about her. I sent her several replies, reminded her about the movie, and saying it was no big deal, but she just stopped replying. I grew increasingly upset over the next several days. I couldn't reach her at her home because I didn't know that number, and I wasn't even sure where they lived. My mood became increasingly depressed, and my mother, who had been really nice as of late, asked me if I was okay. I told her that I hadn't heard from Veronica in days, and I felt all the warmth leave her disposition.
What do you mean? She was supposed to meet me at the movies yesterday. I know it's only been like 3 weeks since she got hit, but she said that she would try to come. And after that, she just stopped talking to me altogether. She must hate me.
Yep, she looked confused, and I could read on her face that she was trying to tell if my mind was simply broken. When she saw that it hadn't, her eyes began to water and she pulled me toward her, embracing me. She was beginning to sob, but it seemed too intense a reaction to my problem. And I had no reason to think that she was particularly cared for Veronica. She drew in a shuddering breath and then said something that still makes me nauseous even now. She said,
Veronica's dead, sweetheart. Oh, God. I thought you knew. She died on the last day you visited her. Oh, baby, she died weeks ago.
She had completely broken down, but I knew it wasn't because of Veronica. I broke the embrace and staggered backwards. My mind was swimming. This wasn't possible. I had just exchanged messages with her yesterday. I could only think to ask one question, and it was probably the most trivial I could ask.
Then why was her phone still on?
She continued sobbing. She didn't answer. I exploded.
Why did it take them so long to shut off her goddamn phone?
Her crying broke enough to mutter.
The pictures.
What? Okay, hold on. I would come to find out that her parents thought her phone had been lost in the accident, despite the fact that I had put it in her purse the night she was brought to the hospital. When they retrieved her belongings, the phone was not among them. They intended to contact the phone company at the end of the billing cycle to deactivate the line, but they received a call informing them of a massive impending charge for hundreds of pictures that had been sent from her phone.
Oh, God.
Pictures. Pictures that were all sent to my phone. Pictures that I never got because my phone couldn't receive them. They learned that they were all sent after the night she died. They deactivated the phone immediately. I tried not to think about the contents of those pictures, but I remember wondering for some reason whether I would have been in any of them. My mouth went dry, and I felt the painful sting of despair as I thought of the last message I received from her phone.
See you again soon. Wow. Oh, man. It's weird. Like, in a way, I mean, I'm curious. At the end of this, I really want to see which one you like the most. But in a way, I think the buildup has made each of these just get better and better. Like, that is insane. The emotional depth of that one is insane as well.
I'm just like, I am in such a state of like paranoid melancholy right now. I'm so scared. This story's so dark. I feel so connected to the main character that I'm sad that these things are happening to him. I need to know what this entity is, but there's no good answer.
Are we also to assume that the narrator has been 15 this entire time, or is he older?
I imagine he's older because
an unspecified
I
age.
imagine he's older because he says when I was 15 at the beginning of this segment. So this is such a great story. This is so well written. This is so well paced.
I mean, as we come here, I'm curious if this is going to be, because I wanted to do a little research after this is done, just to kind of do a little final thing of how was he responding to comments and stuff, and also where did
I would like
this
to
right
see
here,
what the lore around it was. Yeah.
And I think like right here, part 6. It's titled "Friends." This is the last entry of Pen Pals.
This is the end. Yeah.
This is it. So I kind of let's just dive into it and see if we can't just round this out. And I mean, I have so much I want to say, but I don't want to keep. I want to keep the momentum rolling.
Let's get this show on the road. I'm so scared.
For real.
Gosh, it's so well done. It's so well paced. I don't want it to end because it's such a good ride.
It's been. I mean, honestly, this would be a brilliant miniseries. I would love to see.
I would like to look into
visual
what,
format.
Yeah, I would like to also look into what else Dathan's put out.
For real.
this is good
I mean,
stuff.
I don't know if it's going to be something similar to my dead girlfriend keeps messaging me, where it's just a complete and utter shut off.
Yeah.
Or if there's more stuff, but I'm very
I'll
curious.
do some digging after. He's earned the investment, I'd say. Anyway. Part 6, Friends. On the first day of kindergarten, my mother had elected to drive me to school. We were both nervous, and she wanted to be there with me all the way up to the moment I walked into class. It took me a bit longer to get ready in the morning due to my still mending arm. The cast came up a couple inches past my elbow, which meant that I had to cover the entire arm with a specially designed latex bag when I showered. The bag was built to pull tight around the opening in order to seal out any water that might otherwise destroy the cast. I'd gone.
Is this also alluding to his broken appendage that he had earlier on the story? Remember he like broke
falling
it during
from a
a
tree?
summer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
okay.
it. Yeah, because he says, his first day of kindergarten, so he's still at the cast. I'd gotten really adept at cinching the bag myself. That morning, however, perhaps due to my excitement or nervousness, I hadn't pulled the strap tight enough, and halfway through the shower, I could feel water pooling inside the bag around my fingers. I jumped out and tore the latex shield away, but could feel that the previously rigid plaster had become soft after absorbing the water. Because there's no way to effectively clean the area between your body and a cast, the dead skin that would normally have fallen away merely sits there. When stirred by moisture like sweat, it emits an odor, and apparently this odor is proportionate to the amount of moisture introduced. Because soon after I began attempting to dry it, I was struck by the powerful stench of rot. As I continued to frantically rub it with the towel, it began to disintegrate. I was growing increasingly distressed. I had put as much effort as a child could into this very first day of school. I had sat with my mom picking out my clothes the night before, I had spent a great deal of time picking out my backpack, and I had become exceedingly excited to show everyone my lunchbox that had the Ninja Turtles on it. I'd fought... Gosh, man. I don't know, that hits me like a truck, because, like, it's a child being... Like, we say an entity, but what's most likely a person, right? Like a predator. And it's a child who just wants to wear an outfit to kindergarten and to show off his Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles lunchbox. And there's a monster.
Well,
gosh.
I mean, there's the thing too about so many things of the ways that it's just little touchbacks. Like on the last one, what was the thing that Veronica said? Do you still watch Ninja Turtles?
Yeah.
Right.
And she's like, no, I watch
It's
X-Men
just like
now.
the little,
Yeah.
it's just the little intricacies of like, wanting to show off the ninja. It does time skips or very like time jumps very, very effectively.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's disgusting. I mean, even if this is a monster or something, it's just a helpless kid.
That's a good word. It's disgusting. Yeah, that's it. It feels it. Oof, man. Anyway, okay. I'd fallen into my mom's habit of calling these children I haven't yet met my friends already, but as the condition of my cast worsened, I became deeply upset at the thought that surely I wouldn't be able to apply that label to anyone by the time this day was over. Aw, that's so sad. Defeated, I showed my mom. It took 30 minutes to get most of the moisture out while working to preserve the rest of the cast. To address the problem of the smell, my mom cut slivers off a bar of soap and slid them down into the cast, and then rubbed the remainder of the soap on the outside in an attempt to cocoon the rancid smell inside of a more pleasant one. By the time we arrived at the school, my classmates were already engaged in their second activity, and I was shoehorned into one of the groups. I wasn't made very clear on what the guidelines of the activity were, and within about 5 minutes, I had violated the rules so badly that each member of the group complained to the teacher and asked why I had to be in their group. I had brought a marker to school in hopes that I could collect some signatures or drawings on my cast next to my mother's, and I suddenly felt very foolish for having even put the marker in my pocket that morning.
God, this is so sad.
Bro, this story has tied me so emotionally to this poor child that I'm about to cry because he didn't get a signature.
I think this is going to be the introduction of Josh's
I think this
friendship,
is where he met Josh. Yeah.
Yep.
Kindergartners had the lunchroom to themselves in my elementary school, but some of the tables were off limits, so I didn't have to sit alone. I was self-consciously picking at the fraying ends of my cast when a kid sat across from me.
I like your lunchbox,
he said. I could tell he was making fun of me, and I grew really angry. In my mind, that lunchbox was the last good thing about my day. I didn't look up from my arm, and I felt a burning in my eyes from the tears that I was holding back. I looked up to tell the kid to leave me alone, but before I could get the words out, I saw something that made me pause. He had the exact same lunchbox. I laughed.
I like your lunchbox too. I think Michelangelo's the coolest,
he said while miming nunchuck moves. I was in the middle of rebutting by saying that Raphael was my favorite when he knocked his open carton of milk off the table and onto his lap. I tried very hard to stifle my laughter since I didn't know him at all, but the struggling look on my face must have struck him as funny because he started laughing at first. Suddenly, I didn't feel so bad about my cast, and thought that this person would hardly notice now anyway. Just then, I thought to try my luck.
Hey, do you want to sign my cast?
As I pulled out the marker, he asked me how I broke it. I told him that I fell out of the tallest tree in my neighborhood. He seemed impressed. I watched him laboriously draw his name, and when he was done, I asked him what it said. He told me it said... Josh. Yeah. I didn't want to take it from you, but yeah, Josh. Josh and I had lunch together every day, and whenever we could, we partnered up for projects. I helped him with his handwriting, and he took the blame when I wrote...
Fart.
I didn't want to take that from you.
I appreciate it.
On the wall in permanent marker. I would come to know other kids, but I think I knew even then that Josh was my only real friend. Moving a friendship outside of school when you are 5 years old is actually more difficult than most remember. The day we launched our balloons, we had such a good time that I asked Josh if he wanted to come to my house the next day to play. He said he did and that he'd bring some of his toys. I said that we could also go exploring and maybe swim in the lake. When I got home, I asked my mom and she said it would be fine. My enthusiasm was boundless until I realized that I had no way of contacting Josh to tell him. I spent the whole weekend worrying that our friendship would be dissolved by Monday. When I saw him after the weekend, I was relieved to find that he had run into the same obstacle and thought it was funny. Later that week, we had both remembered to write down our phone numbers at home and then exchange them at school. My mom spoke with Josh's dad, and it was decided that my mom would pick up Josh and myself from school that Friday. We alternated this basic structure nearly every weekend. The fact that we lived so close made things much easier on our parents, who seemed to work constantly. When my mom and I moved across the city at the end of first grade, I was sure that our friendship had seen its last day. As we drove away from the house I had lived in my whole life, I felt a sadness that I knew wasn't just about a house. I was saying goodbye to my friend forever. But Josh and I, to my surprise and delight, stayed close. Despite the fact that we spent the majority of our time apart and only saw one another on weekends, we remained remarkably similar as we grew. Our personalities coalesced, our senses of humor complemented each other's, and we would often find that we had started liking new things independently. We even sounded enough alike that when I stayed with Josh, he would sometimes call my mom pretending to be me. His success rate was impressive. My mom would sometimes joke that the only way she could tell us apart sometimes was by our hair. He had straight, dirty blonde hair, like his sister, while I had curly, dark brown hair like my mother. One would think that the thing most likely to drive two young friends apart would be what's out of their control. However, I think the catalyst of our gradual disengagement was my insistence that we sneak out to my old house to look for boxes. The next weekend I invited Josh over to my house, in keeping with our tradition of alternating houses, but he said that he wasn't really feeling up to it. We started seeing progressively less of one another over the next year or so. It had gone from once a week to once a month to once every couple months. For my 12th birthday, my mom threw a party for me. I hadn't made that many friends since we'd moved, so it wasn't a surprise party since my mom had no idea who to invite. I told the handful of kids I'd become acquainted with and called Josh to see if he wanted to come. Originally, he said that he didn't think he could make it, but the day before the party, he called me to say that he'd be there. I was really excited because I hadn't seen him in several months. The party went pretty well. My biggest concern was that Josh and the other kids wouldn't get along, but they seemed to like each other well enough. Josh was surprisingly quiet. He hadn't brought me a gift and apologized for that, but I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just glad that he was able to make it. I tried to start several conversations with him, but they seemed to keep reaching dead ends. I asked him what was wrong. I told him that I didn't get why things had become so awkward between us. They were never like that before. We used to hang out almost every weekend and talk on the phone every couple days. I asked him what happened to us. He looked up from staring at his shoes and just said,
"You left."
Just after this, he said that my mom yelled in from the other room that it was time to open presents. I forced a smile and walked into the dining room as they sang Happy Birthday. There were a couple of wrapped boxes and a lot of cards since most of my extended family lived out of state. Most of the gifts were silly and forgettable, but I remember that Brian gave me a Mighty Max toy shaped like a snake that I kept for years afterwards. My mom was insistent that I open all the cards that had been brought and thank each person who had given one, because several years before, on Christmas, I had torn through wrapping paper and envelopes with such fervor that I destroyed any possibility of discerning who had sent which gift or what amount of money. We separated the ones that had been sent by mail and the ones that had been brought from that day. Oh no, I know where this is going. So my friends wouldn't have to sit through me opening cards from people they had never met. Most of the cards from my friends had a couple dollars in them, and the ones from my family members contained larger bills. One envelope. Oh no, man. I hate it. I hate that it's like this picturesque. There's a kid, he's living life, he has his friends, everything should be idyllic, but there's this monster keeps rearing its head. And gosh, it's so tragic. And I know the reason it's so tragic is because it mimics real world examples of, like this tragedy, to kind of, obviously not the exact same circumstances, but children being, attacked by animals. Like, gosh, it makes me sick. It just keeps, it won't die. It's like a hydra. It just keeps coming back. Oh, man. Anyway. One envelope didn't have my name written on it, but it was in the pile, so I opened it. The card had a generic floral pattern on its face and seemed to be a card that had been received by someone else who was now recycling it for my birthday because I was actually a little dingy. It was actually a little dingy. I actually appreciated the idea that it was a reused card since I'd always thought that cards were silly. I angled it so that the money wouldn't fall to the floor when I opened it, but the only thing inside was the message that had come printed in the card.
I love you.
Whoever had given me this card hadn't written anything on it, but they had circled the message in pencil a couple times. I chuckled a little and said,
"Gee, thanks for the awesome card, Mom."
She looked at me quizzically and then turned her attention to the card. She told me it wasn't from her and seemed amused as she showed my friends, looking at their faces trying to discern who had played the joke. None of the kids stepped forward, so my mom said,
"Don't worry, sweetheart. At least you know now that 2 people love you."
I know the mom means it as a joke, but Yeah. She followed that with an extremely prolonged and excruciating kiss on my forehead that transformed the group's bewilderment into hysteria. They were all laughing, so it could have been any of them, but Mike seemed to be laughing the hardest. To become a participant, rather than the subject of the gag, I said to him that just because he had given me that card, he shouldn't think that I'd kiss him later. We all laughed, and as I looked at Josh, I saw he was finally smiling.
"Well, I think that gift might be the winner, but you have a couple more to open."
My mom slid another present in front of me. I was still feeling the tremors of suppressed chuckles in my abdomen as I tore the colorful paper away. When I saw the gift, I had no need to suppress the laughter anymore. My smile dropped as I looked at what I'd been given. It was a pair of walkie-talkies.
"Well, go on. Show everyone." Oof.
I held them up, and everyone seemed to approve, but as I drew my attention to Josh, I could see that he had turned a sickly shade of white. We locked eyes for a moment, and then he turned and walked into the kitchen. As I watched him dial a number on the corded phone attached to the wall, my mom whispered into my ear that she knew that Josh and I didn't talk as much since one of the walkie-talkies had broken, so she thought I'd like it. I was filled with an intense appreciation for my mom's thoughtfulness, but this feeling was easily overpowered by the emotions resurrected by the returning memories I tried so hard to bury. When everyone was eating cake, I asked Josh who he had called. He told me he wasn't feeling well, so he called his dad to come get him. I understood they wanted to leave, but I told him that I wished we could hang out more. I extended one of the walkie-talkies to him, but he put his hand up in refusal. Dejected, I said,
"Well, thanks for coming, I guess. I hope I'll see you before the next birthday. I'm sorry. I'll try to call you back more often. I really will."
The conversation stagnated as we waited by my door for his dad. I looked at his face. Josh seemed genuinely remorseful that he hadn't made more of an effort. His mood seemed suddenly bolstered by an idea that had struck him. He told me that he knew he'd get me for my birthday. It would take a while, but he thought that I would really like it. I told him it wasn't a big deal, but he insisted. He seemed in better spirits and apologized for being such a drag at my party. He said that he was tired, that he hadn't been sleeping well. I asked him why that was, and he opened the door in response to his dad's honking in the driveway. He turned back towards me and waved goodbye as he answered my question.
I think I've been sleepwalking.
That was the last time I saw my friend. And a couple months later, he was gone. This thing, the monster as I'm calling it, in footsteps, it's underneath the house, and it moves him from the top bunk to the bottom bunk, remember? He thinks he's sleepwalking, but it's really just, for some reason, whatever this thing is, it just wants to move him, just to put him in different spots.
In a weird way, it's a sick, twisted, like, relationship he has with this thing.
Yeah.
Like a paternal relationship he has with this mysterious thing.
And now it's going after Josh.
Also, coincidentally, it took his picture. Same with Veronica, took her picture too.
It takes everyone's picture. This is, I really feel like this is careening into Baraska territory because we're at the end, and I feel like that's where we're at.
I don't know. I'm curious.
This is so good. It's so well done. But it does make me hurt thinking about, like, again, real world scenarios of it in the same way Baraska did. Not to the intensity, sure, but it's the same kind of feeling, you know?
Right.
Over the past several weeks, the relationship between my mother and I has grown increasing strain due to my attempts to learn the details of my childhood. Okay, so now we're back to him telling the story now. It's often the case that one cannot know the breaking point of a thing until that thing fractures. And after the last conversation with my mother, I imagine that we will spend the rest of our lives attempting to repair what had taken a lifetime to build. She had put so much energy into keeping me safe, both physically and psychologically, but I think that the walls meant to insulate me from harm were also protecting her emotional stability. As the truth came pouring out the last time we spoke, I could hear a trembling in her voice that I think was a reverberation of the collapse of her world. I don't imagine my mother and I will talk very much anymore. And while there are still some things I don't understand, I think I know enough. Man, that is so tragic. Because, like, I mean, like, if you were a parent of someone who went through a situation like this, you would pray that they never remember any of it. Of course, right? And to then years later have them ask questions like they remember everything. Gosh, that's got to be, man.
I mean, the amount of guilt. I think it's just guilt.
Oh yeah, it's so
guilt and
heartbreaking,
shame.
man.
Yeah.
And it also, you remember how you had mentioned, like, it's a bit harsh in the beginning where she's like, well, why don't you tell them about the balloons, right? It makes so much sense now. It's this, like,
spiteful kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's not
definitely.
so much anger as him as much as it's anger about it didn't work, right? I couldn't protect him.
No, this is anger at yourself.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's
that's
completely
tragic.
inward hate.
That is so tragic, man. Okay. Oh. After Josh disappeared, his parents had done all they could to find him. From the very first day, the police had suggested that they contact all of Josh's friends' parents to see if he was with them. They did this, of course, but no one had seen him or had any idea of where he might be. The police had been unable to turn over any new information about Josh's whereabouts, despite the fact that they had received several anonymous phone calls from a woman urging them to compare this case with the stalking case that had been opened about 6 years before. Okay.
Interesting.
If Josh's mother's grip on the world loosened when her son vanished, it broke when Veronica died. She had seen many people die at the hospital, but there is no amount of desensitization that can fortify a person against the death of her own child. She would visit Veronica twice a day since she was recuperating at a different hospital, once before her shift and once afterward. On the day Veronica died, her mother was late leaving work, and by the time she arrived at her daughter's hospital, Veronica had already passed. Man. Wow, bro. This was too much for her, and over the next couple weeks, she became increasingly more unstable. She would often wander outside, yelling for both Josh and Veronica to come home. Man. And there were several times her husband found her wandering around my old neighborhood in the middle of the night, half clothed and frantically searching for her son and daughter.
Kind of feels like a Miss Maggie.
It does. It reminds me of Mrs. Maggie. Yep. Man, that's harsh. Due to his wife's mental deterioration, Josh's dad could no longer travel for work and began taking construction jobs that were less well-paying so he could be closer to home. When they began expanding my old neighborhood more, about 3 months after Veronica died, Josh's dad applied for every position and was hired. He was qualified to lead the build sites, but he took a job as a laborer helping to build frames and clean up the sites and whatever else was needed. He even took odd jobs that would occasionally come up, mowing lawns, repairing fences, anything to keep him from traveling. They began clearing the woods in the area next to the tributary to transform the land into inhabitable property. Oh no, I think I know where this is going. Josh's dad was tasked with the responsibility of leveling the recently deforested lot, and this job guaranteed him at least several weeks of work. On the third day, he arrived at a spot that he could not level. Each time he drove over it, it would remain lower than all the surrounding land. Frustrated, he got off the machine to survey the area. He was tempted to simply pack more dirt into the depression, but he knew that he would only be an aesthetic and temporary solution. He had worked.
Is this the hole that they were talking about before?
I think this is the hole.
Yep, by the shark floaty.
Yep. I think so. He had worked at construction for years and knew that root systems from large trees that had been recently cut down would often decompose, leaving weaknesses in the soil that would manifest as weaknesses in the foundations above. He weighed his options and elected to dig a little with the shovel in case the problem was shallow enough to fix without needing a machine that would have to be brought over from another site. And as my mother described where this was, I knew I had been at that spot both before the soil was broken and before it had been filled in. I felt a tightening in my chest, and here it goes. He dug a small hole about 3 feet down until his shovel collided with something hard. He smashed his shovel against it repeatedly in an attempt to gauge the thickness of the root and the density of the network when suddenly his shovel plunged through the resistance. Confused, he dug the hole wider. After about a half hour of excavating, he found himself standing on a brown blanket-covered box about 7 feet long and 4 feet wide. Our minds work to avoid dissonance. If we hold a belief strongly enough, our minds will forcefully reject conflicting evidence so that we can maintain the integrity of our understanding of the world. Up until the very next moment, despite what all sense would have indicated, despite the fact that some small but suffocated part of him understood what was supporting his weight, this man believed, he knew, his son was still alive. My mom received a call at 6 p.m. She knew who it was, but she couldn't understand what he was saying. But what she did comprehend made her leave immediately.
Down here! Now! Son! Please, God!
When she arrived, she found Josh's dad sitting perfectly still with his back to the hole. He was holding the shovel so tightly it seemed that it might snap, and he was staring straight ahead with eyes that looked as lifeless as a shark's. Did we really need a shark? Story.
Yeah, interesting use of words.
He wouldn't respond to any of her words and only reacted when she tried to gently take the shovel from him. He dragged his eyes slowly to hers and just said,
I don't understand.
He repeated this as if he had forgotten all other words, and my mother could hear him still muttering it as she walked past him to look in the hole. She told me she wished she had gouged her eyes out before she faced downward into that crater. And I told her that I knew what she was about to say and that she need not continue. I looked at her face and it was expressing a look of such intense despair that it caused my stomach to turn. I realized that she had known of this for almost 10 years and was hoping that she'd never have to tell me. As a result, she never came up with the proper arrangement of words to describe what she saw, and as I sat here, I met with the same difficulty of articulation. Josh was dead. His face was sunken in and contorted in such a way that it was as if the misery and hopelessness of all the world had been transferred to it. The assaulting smell of decay rose from the crypt, and my mother had to cover her nose and mouth to keep from vomiting. His skin was cracked, almost crocodilian, and a stream of blood that had followed these lines had dried on his face after pooling and staining the wood around his head. His eyes lay half-lidded, facing straight up. She said by the look of him, he had not been long dead. Wait, how long was this after the disappearance? This was a long time, right?
About 10 years, I thought this is what they said.
Well, 10 years.
Am I wrong?
So currently the author is having the conversation with the mother, and now 10 years after this happened, he's finding out about it. So
he's probably 20. So he's probably 25 now.
right. So
that was still 3 months after Veronica's death.
which means
So that would still be years, though. I thought that would still be years.
It was
right?
his 12th birthday. That's the last time they saw each other. And my question is, how long was Josh kept alive if he hasn't been long dead?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because by this time too, if Veronica had died 3 months, then our protagonist is 15. So like 3 years is what I'm thinking.
Josh was kept alive for 3 years.
I guess so.
All right, he had not been long dead, and thus time had not brought the mercy of degradation to erase the pain and terror that was now etched into his face. She says it was as if he had fixed his gaze right on her, his open mouth offering an all too late plea for help. The rest of his body, however, wasn't visible. Someone else was covering it. He was large and lay face down on top of Josh. And as my mother's mind stretched itself to take in what her eyes were attempting to tell her, she became aware of the significance of the way in which he laid. He was holding Josh. Oh my gosh, dude.
Wow.
Oh god, oh gosh, that's like, did he keep a boy alive for 3 years and then lay down in a grave with him?
It seems like it and just died.
Dude.
I can't tell if the guy is also dead. I mean, I guess so, yeah.
Gosh.
Their legs lay frozen, yeah.
Dude, that is one of the most being buried alive with a, oh my gosh. As a kid, I used to have this, I would have nightmares, these waking nightmares. I used to get sleep paralysis, and I'd have these nightmares about being buried alive. Where I would dream that I was like my hands were against me and I was inside of a box and I couldn't see anything and it was getting really hot and I could hear people outside but they couldn't hear me. I would have this dream. I would have this dream a lot, and I had forgot about it until just then. Oh, the idea of oh my gosh,
That's insane. And fucking and totally fucked.
Okay. All right. Oh man, you don't know. Reading those words, it was like I was visualizing it. In my head, that's what Josh's last moments were like. But there was someone in there with him. Oh,
Keeping him there. Like,
oh gosh, man. Oh, that's brutal. Okay. Oh, all right. Sorry, everyone. Hold on. It's like flashbacks. It's so weird. Whew. He was he was holding Josh. Their legs lay frozen by death, but entangled like vines in some lush tropical forest. One arm rested under Josh's neck, only to wrap around his body so that they might lay closer still. As the sun passed through the trees, its light became reflected by something pinned to Josh's shirt. My mother stooped to one knee and raised the collar of her shirt over her nose so that she might block out the smell. When she saw what had caught the sun, her legs abandoned her and she nearly fell into the tomb. It was a picture. It was a picture of me as a child. Stapled to Josh. She staggered backwards, gasping and trembling, and collided with Josh's father, who still sat facing away from the hole. She understood why he had called her, but she could not bring herself to tell him what she had kept from everyone for all those years. Josh's family never knew about the night I had woken up in the woods. She knew now that she should have told them, but to tell him now would help nothing. As she sat there resting her back against Josh's dad's, he spoke.
I can't tell my wife. I can't tell her about our little boy.
His speech staggered in fits as he pressed his wet face into his dirt-caked hands.
She couldn't bear it.
After a moment, he stood up, still shuddering, and lumbered toward the grave. With a final sob, he stepped down into the coffin. Josh's dad was a big man, but not as big as the man in the box. He grabbed the back of the man's collar and pulled hard. It was as if he had intended to throw the man out of the grave in a singular motion, but the collar ripped and the body fell back down on top of his son.
You motherfucker!
He grabbed the man by the shoulders and heaved him back until he was off Josh and sat awkwardly but upright against the wall of the grave. He looked at the man and staggered back a step.
Oh, God. Oh, God, no, please, no, God. Please, God, no.
In a struggling but powerful movement, he lifted and pushed the corpse completely out of the ground, and they both heard the sound of glass rolling against wood. It was a bottle. He handed it to my mother. It was ether.
Oh, Josh.
He sobbed.
My boy. My baby boy. Why is there so much blood? What did he do to you?
As my mother looked at the man, now laying face upwards, she realized she was facing the person who had haunted our lives for over a decade. She had imagined him so many times, always evil and always terrifying, and the cries of Josh's father seemed to confirm her worst fears. But as she stared at his face, she thought that this didn't look like who she imagined him. This was just a man. As she looked at his frozen expression, it actually looked serene. The corners of his lips were turned up only slightly. She saw that he was smiling. Not the expected smile of a maniac from a film or horror story, not the smile of a demon or the smile of a fiend. This was the smile of contentment or satisfaction. It was a smile of bliss. It was a smile of love. This is, oh my gosh, dude. As she looked down from his face, she saw a tremendous wound on his neck from where the skin had been ripped out. She was at first relieved when she realized that the blood had not been Josh's. Perhaps he had suffered less. But this comfort was short-lived as she realized just how wrong she was. She brought a hand up to her mouth and whispered almost as if she was afraid to remind the world what happened.
They were alive.
Josh, oh gosh, man. Josh must have bitten the man's neck in an attempt to get free. And although the man had died, oh my gosh, Josh couldn't move him. Oh my gosh, a kid's buried alive and he dies because he can't move the body.
Because the guy was so fucking big.
Oh, dude. That is one of the most distressing things I've ever read. I began crying when I thought of how long he might have laid there. She looked through the man's pockets for some kind of identification, but she only found a piece of paper. On it was a drawing of a man holding hands with a small boy, and next to the boy were initials. My initials. I'd like to think that she was remembering that part of the story inaccurately, but I'll never know for sure. As Josh's father carried his son out of the grave, my mom slid the piece of paper into her pocket. He kept muttering that his son's hair had been dyed. She saw that it had. Oh no, dude. Oh gosh.
The guy thought that Josh was the protagonist.
I think that the guy made Josh look like the protagonist.
Oh man.
Hence the picture stapled to him.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And also, yep, keep reading.
Yep, she saw that it was now dark brown, and she noticed that he was dressed oddly. His clothes were all far too small. After
Clothes
Josh
from the house.
Yep. After Josh's dad delicately laid his boy in the soft dirt, he began gently pressing his hands against his son's pants to fill his pockets. He heard a crinkle. Carefully, he retrieved a folded piece of paper from Josh's pocket. He looked at it but was vexed. Absently, he handed it to my mother, but she didn't recognize it either. I asked her what it was. She told me it was a map, and I felt my heart shatter. I'm about to cry, dude. He was finishing the map. That must have been his idea for my birthday present. I found myself strangely hoping that he hadn't been taken while expanding it, as if that would somehow matter now. She heard Josh's father grunt and looked to see him pushing the man's body back into the ground. As he walked back toward the machine that had found this spot for him, he put his hand on a canister of gasoline and paused with his back toward my mother.
You should go. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. I did this. You can't think like that. There was nothing.
He interjected flatly, almost with no emotion at all.
About a month ago, a guy approached me and I was cleaning up the site on the new development a block over. He asked me if I wanted to make some extra money, and because my wife's not working right now, I accepted. He told me that some kids had dug a bunch of holes on his property and he offered me $100 to fill them in. He said that he wanted to take some pictures for the insurance company first, but if I came back after 5 p.m. the next day, that would be fine. I thought this guy was a sucker since I knew clearing that lot was coming up, so someone would have had to do it anyway, but I needed the money, so I agreed. I didn't think he even had $100, but he put that bill in my hand and I did the job the next day. I've been so exhausted that I didn't even think about it after it was done. And I didn't think about it until the day when I pulled the same guy off my son.
The man comes to the father and says he needs the holes filled. And he says do it after 5 p.m. the next day, which means he tells this man to do that. He then crawls into a grave with Josh. And then Josh's father buried him alive.
Yep. Probably didn't even see that the guy
never
he
even
was just
saw
covering
it.
him.
Never even saw it. Oh, dude. Man. This is insane. This is such a heavy story.
Yeah.
He pointed at the grave and his emotion started to push through as he broke into a sob.
He paid me $100 so that I would bury him with my boy.
It was as if saying it aloud forced him to accept what had happened, and he collapsed onto the ground in tears. My mother could think of nothing to say and stood there in silence for what felt like a lifetime. She finally asked what he would do about Josh.
His final resting place won't be here with this monster.
As she looked back when she reached her car, she could see black smoke billowing, diffusing against the amber sky, and she hoped against all hope that Josh's parents would be okay. I left my mom's house without saying much else. I told her that I loved her and that I would talk to her soon, but I don't know what soon means for us. I got into my car and left. I understood now why the events of my childhood had stopped years ago. As an adult, I now saw the connections that were lost on a child who tend to see the world in snapshots rather than a sequence. I thought about Josh. I loved him then, and I love him even still. I missed him more now that I know I'll never see him again, and I find myself wishing that I had hugged him the last time I saw him. I thought about Josh's parents, how much they had lost and how quickly that loss had come. They don't know about my connection to any of this, but I can never look them in the eyes now. I thought about Veronica. I had only really came to know her later in my life, but for those brief few weeks, I think I really loved her. I thought about my mother. She had tried so hard to protect me and was stronger than I would ever be. I tried not to think about the man and what he had done with Josh for more than 2 years. Mostly, I just thought about Josh. Sometimes I wish that he never sat across from me that day in kindergarten. That I'd never known what it was like to have a real friend. Sometimes I like to dream that he's in a better place, but that's only a dream, and I know that. The world is a cruel place made crueler still by man. There would be no justice for my friend, no final confrontation, no vengeance. It had been over for almost a decade, for everyone but me now. I miss you, Josh. I'm sorry you chose me, but I'll always cherish my memories of you. We were explorers. We were adventurers. We were friends.
Damn. My God. My God. You know, a lot of these stories are so impactful, especially the Baraska thing, when it takes that turn, right, into reality. I've seen some criticisms about people don't like that. I think people are, I think they're bummed when it turns out to be something so real, but I think that's just because a lot of this stuff is so emotionally heavy, and it puts it in such a layer. Yet this ending does feel still, in a way, it feels almost cryptic. It feels almost, it almost feels supernatural in a way, you know? There's not really a lot of, there's still so many answers to things that we don't know. You know, we don't know this guy. We don't know why he was so obsessed with our protagonist. You know what I mean?
Would it be as simple as to say he was just a child predator? I mean, obviously a devoted one. He's living under the floor, stuff like that.
You know, it's like it's hard. I think that it can definitely be read that way, but to me, it was just it's just a disturbing fascination. I don't really know if I read it as much as like abuse. It's weird.
I like to think that it wasn't. That it was more some strange obsession rather than just that, right? But that's just out of sake for my own well-being.
Yeah,
Gosh,
I mean, to me, it's just all these things. I mean, the thing that leads it into that predatory aspect is all the pictures. But once again, I mean, that to me, at least, how I read it was just a pure obsession in a way.
It all started
Yeah.
with that balloon. Yeah. So maybe it was just
all started with
an obsession.
Yeah, it's just a thing about almost like a weird twist of fate. You know, and there's different ways. I mean, I think that it could very easily be skewed into so many different kinds of thoughts and so many different kinds of interpretations. But to me, it feels like that balloon, that experiment, that thing that was supposed to be something that connects you with the world, connected him with somebody that was just so disturbingly fascinated with him. And it feels like a sign in a weird way. You know what I mean? Almost like the idea, too, that this guy dressed this other kid up. The only thing that I'm concerned about is that... The only thing that I'm... Not concerned about. The only thing that I'm curious about is this guy couldn't wait anymore, right? But the thing about it is that he kept this false reality with Josh alive for 2 years. Before inevitably saying, like, it's time. And vindictively and maliciously telling the dad to bury them, knowing that he would. Feels like a weird way of getting off on something, and it feels like a twisted fantasy come to life. To me, I don't know why. I really don't know why. In my mind, I feel like it feels paternal. It feels like he was, like, trying to be this, like, disturbing father figure to these people and, like, raising... a child.
I could see that for sure. I think,
but then again, I think that, you know, who knows? I could just be not wanting that other kind of more realistic outcome.
Well, think of it this way, right? Follow the series of events. From all this details we get, it's kind of established that this guy's like a hermit. He's like a homeless man, right? So one day, because of the mention of like he's sleeping under the floor, right? And also also I think eating cat food, if I understood that right. Like, you know, he's like a homeless guy out there living under the floor.
It seemed like he was eating the cat food, or
using it to get the cat.
Using it to get the cat to come in because the kid was so obsessed with the cat.
To think it could get the kid to come in. So I think what happened, this guy lives in the middle of the woods, right? It seems. So he lives in the woods, and then one day a balloon lands on him. And it is a balloon from a little kid who goes to a local elementary school. So he immediately develops a fascination. He gets his hands on a Polaroid camera and just starts dropping off pictures over and over, 50 in a school year. Keeps sending pictures in, develops this obsession with the kid, figures out where the kid lives, and then from there begins to live under his floor, begins to move the kid from the bunk to the bottom bunk, takes him out to the middle of the woods, sets him in the middle of everything, and takes pictures of the kids and his friends.
The thing with the ceremonious thing, too, of moving from the top bed to the bottom bed feels like a precursor to burying him.
Oh,
in a
man.
way,
yeah.
is what it feels like to me. And
I think
the only thing
you're
I
right.
don't... Also, the thing, too, is he wakes up... What I don't understand is the kid wakes up in the woods. The guy just left him there, right? And then the kid walks back. So, did the guy leave him there to go get something to where he could be, he could bury him, or like, you know, 'cause it seemed like he kind
what I
of...
think it is? I think given what I'm going to keep calling them the monster. Given what the monster does later in the story, where he takes Veronica's phone and he's messaging him and stuff like that, I think he wants the boy to love him too. So I think he brings him out into the woods and leaves him there like, oh, this is my home. Do you want to stay? He leaves him next to the shark, right? The inflatable shark. He carries him across the thorns and sets him in the open spot. And I think like this guy was like sleeping on the shark. Remember there's the mention of like Josh falls on it and is like using it as a bed or whatever. I think that's what this dude was sleeping on. Just out in the woods. And then the kid gets up and walks away. So since the kid doesn't want to come live where he's at, the monster will come live where the kid's at. He'll live under the floor. I think that's what that was.
The thing, too, with Mrs. Maggie, the way that they interacted with him and the way that she took our protagonist and Josh's time makes me think that he killed her out of jealousy.
I think so, too. I think that's right. I think that's also why he killed Veronica.
I think so, too, definitely.
Because Veronica was getting his attention that he wanted. And then after he kills Veronica, he steals the phone and starts texting the boy, I love you. See you soon. He comes into a theater and sits next to him. Doesn't say a word. Just breathes so that he can be near him. And then sends him a message that says, see you again soon.
It feels weird because you can look at those things and it feels like he's trying to emulate a relationship. I don't know if it's necessarily sexual, but it does feel, in ways, it feels paternal, but it feels childish. It almost feels like inevitably he is jealous of Josh's relationship with this kid.
Yeah.
Like almost like he wanted to be best friends with it. So in a way, the guy who is the monster is smiling, but I think it's just he finally got what he want, and now he is going to be with his friend, quote unquote friend, forever. It feels it's just crazy. I mean, like such a great story, so scary. I mean, like such a real intense setup for things where my mind, I felt like I was just like watching a movie in my fucking head. It was
to make sure we have like the whole timeline right.
Right.
So that happens. He starts to obsess over him. He lives under the house for a while. The mom figures out he's down there. They get out of the house immediately. She figures out someone's staying down there. This is after he's been taking pictures of the kid for years or whatever. He moves away, and then it seems like the stalking goes away when they move away, right? Because literally, this guy's homeless and lives in the middle of the woods. He can't follow them, 30 miles away, right? So he decides to inhabit the now abandoned house, to play house, basically, hang up the kids' clothes, stuff like that, pretend like the kid still lives there. That's what happens when they go back to the house. He steals the cat when the cat shows up, right, and plays it over the radio. Like he's playing house, basically, for where the kid used to live. And then there's no more interactions until a couple years later when Josh and our protagonist begin to part ways. And then,
that's not true. We still have the map thing. So they're probably like 9 or 10 and they're doing the map at Mrs. Maggie's. They start parting ways
parting their ways after the house thing. After the whole, go to the house.
After the walkie-talkie.
After the walkie-talkie thing. Yeah. That's when they start to part ways.
I see. Okay.
So then a couple years go by. Josh comes to his 12th birthday party. That's where they have their final goodbye. Then Josh goes out to finish the map, which is such a heartbreaking thing, and gets caught by this man, the monster, right?
Yeah, who was very established that he's just been there anyways.
Yep. He lives in that thick clearing they can't get through, because that's when they hear him when they're out in the woods on the raft, right? He lives in that thick
He's
clearing.
stomping
around, running around. So he lives out there in the woods. Also, when they were like 9, that's when he kills Mrs. Maggie. He sees the attention, kills her, gets away with it, goes back to living in the woods. So now when they're 12, Josh goes out to finish the map. He gets abducted by this man, and for 2 years is kept out there in the woods, forced to look like the protagonist. Does God, Lord knows with him. And then,
Do you think that they lived out in the woods, or do you just think they lived in the abandoned house?
but probably both. I think more so the woods, because I'll get to that in a second. There's a reason I think the woods. So he kidnaps him, keeps him for 2 years, and then starts talking to Veronica. Our protagonist starts talking to Veronica. They go on a couple dates. Somehow the monster figures out about that, gets jealous, kills her, steals her phone, begins to send him messages. It's 3 months or 2 months after Veronica dies that the events at the end of the story happen. So the father is now developing new land, and the land that the monster lives in and is keeping Josh hostage is about to get developed. So he realizes he can't keep the ruse up forever. That's why I think he's more so living in the woods than the abandoned house. Because
that's true.
Because
he's just like, it's going to be, people are going to find it.
We're going to get found out. So if I can't have him, no one can have him. So he goes to the dad, tells him to fill in the holes. I don't, man. Right? Gosh, I don't know. That's a terrifying thought. 2 years, man. 2 years. Gosh.
We know also that he has a car.
Yep, a car with the broken back window. Maybe he has some maybe he's got some bunker out in the woods, or some shack that he lives in, or something like that.
Yeah.
It's got, because it mentions that there's holes that need filled in, so maybe he has stuff underground. Who knows? But eventually, he realizes that area is going to get developed. He's going to get found out. Pays a man to unknowingly bury him alive with that boy. It sounds like he drinks a bunch of aether with the plan of dying down there, right? And as he's doing this, Josh rips his throat out, but he can't get off of him, and then Josh's dad buries him alive while he dies down there underneath the man. And then 10 years after all of that happens, the protagonist's mother finally tells him.
Yeah, that seems like the correct series of events.
Man.
What's crazy too is early on when he first starts talking about Veronica, the mom is very hesitant. Remember that? She's like,
no, don't, because he doesn't know what happened to Josh. Mm-hmm. Neither does Veronica, to be fair, because remember, Veronica thinks he ran away.
Well, exactly. So she knows. But so the mom knows that he was abducted, is what you're saying. Because she finds out about that stuff 3 months after Veronica's death.
Yeah.
So I was just curious why she was so skeptical of no, don't go around him.
You know what it is? Okay, so remember they said Josh ran away and left a note?
Yeah.
And then the mom's like, I should have told you. That he also had a note. I think the mom knew it was connected.
That probably makes sense.
And you know what? Do you remember that mention in the story? A woman called the police saying they should connect it to the stalking case. That was the protagonist's mother.
That was definitely Josh's mom.
Yeah, no, not Josh's mom. Our character.
My bad. I keep almost wanting to say Josh's. Just our protagonist.
Our protagonist's mother, because she didn't want to tell them Josh's parents directly that, I think this is connected to what's happening to my son, because she doesn't want to drag her son back into the whole stalking thing. She has been trying
she doesn't want to confront that she's been hiding this and never told him.
Yeah, exactly. So she doesn't tell them. But when she hears that Josh ran away and left a note, she knows. So the one thing she does is she anonymously calls the police and says, connect it to that stalking case from 6 years ago, which is what happened to her son. And then after she sees Josh's body, that's when she's like, I should have told them. Even if it put my son in danger again, even if I dragged this whole world back into the light and threatened the potential that this stalker could show back up in our lives, I still should have told them. But again, now Josh is dead, so what difference does it make?
There's a lot of interesting character development stuff of like the parallels even with the monster and Josh is kind of interesting to me. It's like I think that there's an interesting parallel to me that the monster is probably a guy who had no friends and no connection. And it's like it's in a way it feels like they are like bound, that they are similar in a way. Obviously one of them is a fucking monster, the other one's a child.
Yeah.
But it's just like it's the interesting thing of even how I mean, like, I don't know if I'm reaching, but even the way that, like, our main character gets so attached to Josh and loves him, right?
Yeah.
Same way that our character gets so obsessed, almost obsessed with Veronica. Yes, she's beautiful, but it's this, like, need for love. It's this need for this kind of approval from these things. And in a way, that's what that guy has been doing all of Josh's childhood.
Our protagonist, you mean?
Our protagonist,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
What our protagonist, yeah. So, and in that way, too, of even having to simply dress Josh up to look like him is very interesting. And I think, too, it feels like, even by choosing Josh, I think that he feels like it's a part of the kid that he's so obsessed with. Also, I don't know if I believe that he doesn't know where he lives. I don't know. I understand he's a homeless guy, but he does have a car, and he's that obsessed, and he takes that many pictures, and he just never... He stops for a while. I don't know. I wonder if it's just keeping a distance, or if it's him, like, reveling in this house that he's been staying at and stuff.
It might
like,
be. It might be that too. That might be
some
part
kind
it.
of like creepy...
I think Veronica showing up changed it for him because now someone else has his attention, so he kills her, right?
Well, exactly, and that's the thing too, where he also stops. Right? To me, it's like he thinks that he's having this false relationship with this kid, because when Josh and our protagonist stop becoming friends, that's kind of when the things stop. When they reconnect together, he becomes jealous again and decides to intervene. The same way whenever that thing happens with Veronica. Our protagonist really kind of blatantly says many times that, yeah, after me and Josh stopped hanging out, I really didn't make many friends. Like, whenever I threw my surprise party, it wasn't much of a surprise because I had to kind of ask them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So to me, it's like when they were disturbed and they stopped hanging out as much, to me it was almost like he was obsessed from afar, and he was like in this kind of relationship or friendship or whatever with this person from afar, and like probably, I imagine, talking to himself. I imagine he was at just a distance feeling that connection in some ways. Who also knows how many times he was around him and we just don't know, right? All these obsessive things that he felt comfortable and he felt that he was like close with this person, but whenever these things started to intervene again, it challenged the hierarchy of that friendship or that like relationship that he had, and that's when he intervened and did that thing.
The more I think about it, the more I agree with you. I don't think it is an outright child predator. Maybe that became some element of it, but more than anything, I think it's an obsession, you know?
I just think that if it was a child predator, I think when he first was, he just has had so many times to get him.
You know
Like,
what
he
it
has-
honestly
he has
feels
been
more like
moving-
to me? Like a evil version of like Lenny of Mice and Men. Right?
Yeah.
You know, like he's just
I-
like, oh, this
I
boy
was-
likes me. I love him. I want to be with him. I love that boy.
I was even
Yeah.
thinking of like a mentally not there person, obviously.
Yeah.
But in a way, I mean, it does feel like something along those lines. I just think that unless the person is like very specifically not being gratuitous in that nature, it doesn't want to approach the subject matter in that way, that's fine. But I feel like if you're going to go that route and you're going to tease that, I feel like a lot of authors would commit and just be like, yes, that this thing happened, etc. But all the times where the guy had been alone with him and moved him, gotten into his house, all these different times, right? I feel like there just would have been some indication that something happened in that way. So I just think it was obsessive. I think it was like, especially even the way that she says love, it just feels love in a way that like our main character loved Josh. Our main character loved all of the people that showed him love back, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's I mean, I gotta be honest too. I mean, this was just like horrifying. I think it does this great because even the ending is cryptic. It's like I know I've said that before, but like to have that little element of the most cartoonish thing that happened, the most over the top thing happened. Because even like with something like Baraska, right? It's a mine full of people, a mine full of pregnant women. It gets pretty crazy.
It's
with this.
We talked about there is a level of extending your belief, of course. Yeah.
Sure. And with this one, the biggest cartoonish thing that happens is a smile is had at the very end. That's like the ultimate tip of the cap. Because even the thing too of like you kind of have an old crazy woman who is delirious walking around. It feels supernatural. That, like you were saying, taking of Deborah Logan is kind of what it made me think of.
Yeah.
Kind of made me think of that M. Night Shyamalan, The Visit part.
Yep.
Even like the crawl space scene with that. There's like these elements that like something not of this world is moving around and corrupting, but it's just a crazy guy who probably in a fit of rage just like totally cut up this woman, threw her in some garbage bags, and people were like, okay, well, what the fuck happened here? You know? Also, that too makes me think, you know, he went to the house, back to the house, whatever, because he was in hiding from killing her. He lived by her, right?
Wait, say that again.
Woods.
He goes to the house.
So when he kills Mrs. Maggie, right? He lives in that forest by there.
Yes.
He chopped a woman up and left her in bags.
Yeah.
He obviously, to me, that's when also the last time before that time jump was after that, after Mrs. Maggie thing, was the walkie-talkie incident where they go back looking for the cat, correct?
The first time, yes, it's the Miss Maggie incident and then the cat, yeah.
And then the cat. So to me, Box's its situation is because he's living at that abandoned house to be closer to, you know, he's living in this place that he has been before, but now he's living at the house instead of his normal area in the woods because there's probably people looking around investigating the area. So he's probably that's why he moved.
That is a good point. That's probably why he was there a while. I will say that he was already at least semi living under the house because of the footstep stuff, right? But
I think that was just because the kid was living there, though.
Yes, correct. I think he goes there full time after he murders a woman, right?
Yeah, because he's not living under the house. He's like living in the house is what I assumed.
Yeah. I think you're right.
So I think that what happened is now he has like a base set up. He also has all those kids' clothes, all that kind of stuff. What's interesting, too, is I got a feeling early on in the story about where's the dad. You don't have that father figure in the story, and in a weird, grotesque way, it seems like the male figure, paternal figure for the protagonist is this psychopath who is trying to extend this relationship with our main character. And I don't know why, but maybe that's why I also think it feels more paternal, or it feels like that kind of thing, because that kind of feeling has been there since the beginning. But the way that this story handles time jumps and the way that it interconnects all of these little things is so fun. I honestly, I truly believe, and I'll say this openly, that this is my favorite story we've read so far. Granted, we're only episode 7 in, but we've read a lot of like really crazy, well-renowned shit. This is, I would desperately love to see this transformed into like a mini series. I would love to just see this world come to life because it is so vivid. It's so just tragically sad in a way too that doesn't feel, because looking at the comments too from Baraska, I can understand how people can feel that way. I still think Baraska is brilliantly written. I still think that it's an amazing, fun thing. But the way that this thing really, I mean, like, grabs you emotionally is so fascinating.
There's really, like, we talk about Baraska. Yeah, I think the way we phrased it in Baraska is the suspension of disbelief is that all of these different people who would be involved with human trafficking are in one location. That's the suspension.
Sure.
There was no suspension with this story, other than maybe that a homeless guy who killed a woman didn't get caught, but that happens. You know, that can happen.
Sure.
There was no monster. There was nothing. Every situation was plausible. Maybe a bit not plausible in the idea that if he is kind of like a mentally ill person we're talking about, that he didn't get caught after all this time. But that's a maybe in the real world, right? So
it's just something where it's
so
like
grounded.
it could happen.
It could happen.
It's
It
not
could happen,
it's not totally out of the realm where it's like, how did this guy never get caught?
Yeah.
I think like it's just an odd obsession. It's something where how many people look the other way in that horrifying way, and I think I don't know, man. It's very good. It's very, very good. I think it uses a lot of what's interesting, at least for me, is that it uses tropes against the reader. I feel like I was so not certain of where it was going, but I was like, okay, I'm ready for this thing to kind of take this turn.
Yeah.
I'm ready for this turn.
I know what
and
happens.
I feel like
yeah,
and I feel like it's so honest with you in its approach of like, you think that this kind of horror can only be something that is something that is not so real, I guess. When really the most, and that's the case with a lot of things, and almost everything, in my opinion, is that the most horrifying things are the things that are real, the things that can truly happen, and the things that are hard to digest, and the things that are hard to talk about. But I think it just does it in a great way. There's so many times where using some of the dialogue and the description of like him stomping around the woods and stuff feels supernatural. It feels like a monster. It feels like, but it's just the description of something that is so real. Like just the use of describing things makes it feel so ethereal. It makes it feel so otherworldly. So it's awesome. I mean, I would be so curious if this guy has written anything else. But honestly, too, I want to get a physical copy of this book just to have up on the shelf here.
Yeah, I think he definitely deserves it. So I'm looking through his stuff right now. Under 1,000 Vultures, the only story he published is Pen Pal, and then he made posts about Pen Pal, like whenever it started the GoFundMe and stuff like that. And apparently, according to him, a producer who worked on the film Undefeated reached out to him and wanted to make it into a film, but that was 11 years ago. And I'm not seeing anything about it, to my knowledge. It seems like something that'd be picked up by like Channel Zero or something, right?
I also see here that he wrote something called Bad Man.
Yeah, so
which
he
is
has
a novel from.
So I was going to mention that he did do other works, but as far as Pen Pal becoming a film, I think it was in talks, but it didn't happen. It doesn't look like, at least. Well, there was a TV short in 2018, apparently, directed by Steve Morgan. I don't know if this is... there's an IMDb page for it. I don't know how legit it is. But budget $16,000. Okay. Not just dunking on like low budget stuff, but it was probably an indie film. Yeah. Which, as someone who has made indie films, like nothing against him, obviously. But it looks like it didn't go into like mainstream as much as maybe it should have, so to speak. But not saying they shouldn't make an indie film. You know what I mean. But
yeah.
The author, what did you say the name of that novel was?
The other one is Bad Man.
So it seems like Bad Man is about an abduction. It's a novel. So if his proof of concept was Pen Pal, then I bet the novel's pretty good. You know, like
I'd be curious. I mean, there's a hardcover version of it too.
I'll buy it. Why not? I'll order it.
I'm gonna pick up both.
I want a copy of Pen Pal for sure, and then I think I'll get a copy of Bad Man.
I'm just curious to read Bad Man on my own. If there's any viewers right now that have like listened to that. Also, I know this is our longest episode yet, but
yeah,
I got to be honest. I mean, like we were thinking about breaking this down into maybe 2 parts, just because we recorded this kind of late. Right now, it's 1 a.m.
How long's the total recording?
I was too moved. I was just too.
Yeah.
I mean, like too gripped. I didn't want to wait, so hopefully you guys like the longer episodes. I know that we see people saying that they don't mind it, but we appreciate you. Also, we didn't say this at the beginning. I might ask Katie just to make sure that we put it, but please be sure to check us out if you're like working and you listen to us. Check us out on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, anything else that audio stuff. Feel free. We're on all of that stuff. I know I see some comments about it, but we're there. Every day that an episode gets uploaded, it uploads with the audio version as well, so that we're just want to let people know that we are on those platforms as well. Just wanted to say thank you guys so much for listening along. Pen Pals really, really ruled as always.
Such a good story.
Yeah. Leave your. This was one of the ones where people in the descriptions. This was mostly people in the comments leaving this that we read this.
Okay, let me clarify real quick. For everyone who says that I did the Baraska thing again, I did not. This was your fault. Blamed yourselves. All the trauma I just unleashed on you guys, you did that. I'm innocent.
You know what?
This time I caught it, and it's not fun when I'm not in on the joke. So,
I tell you, I am so happy that they recommended this. I am so happy that I got to read this.
Stories I've read in a while. Yeah,
that was unbelievable. I mean, truly, like